think that Neil McGeever checked on.
Neil McGeever was the first check this morning, I think.
Now, if you give me a name, I'll call it.
Yeah.
Oh, so give me the first one you want me to call it.
Mark McGeever, Ivan Scott.
Mark McGeever, Ivan Scott, Andrew Gallagher, check in for the Donegal Confined immediately, please. You have only a couple of minutes to check in. That's Andrew Gallagher, Ivan Scott, and Mark McGeever. Check in immediately for the Donegal Confined, please. I'll call out them as well there if you give me the names.
Right, so you John Doyle.
And for the novice to check in, please, John Doyle, Edward Cahill,
I'm not sure the novice. Sorry, I'm not sure. My name is George.
Who are you?
Kieran McDermott. George.
What were you in, Kieran?
I was in the junior. And I was here as well. I was in the novice. I was both by mistake.
No, but this is in the
Right, so what's Kieran McDonough?
Yeah, not sure.
This is the first competition. They already have to check in yet.
No, you're on the novice.
I'm going to call them out now.
Yeah, but they're not sure the novice.
So we're down a mile up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just mark off the one shot.
Yeah, I was talking
Hello.
to Jared has to mark off.
So you're the need to mark off and check in.
Nine lads marked in the novice, was in the novice and the junior.
Yeah.
So Jared said when they're good enough to enter in the
I
novice
don't know,
and the
no.
junior, they're junior shearers.
Hold on, I'll be going to Keelan.
Lads, they've done
But
nothing shearing.
them are not.
No.
Right, so who hasn't sheared now in the novice?
Edward Cahill is not in the office anyway, is he?
I'll tell you, Johnson, the handiest way to do it.
So we'll just mark him off here.
Whoever has entered in both, whoever entered in the novice and the junior is not shearing in the novice. Because we came to the conclusion when they're good enough to enter in the junior, they're junior shearers. Like there's lads shearing, for years there.
So Edward Cahill then?
Yeah, no, he's not a novice. If you want to, you can let
Well,
them.
he's already signed in, you see.
Yeah, but we'll take it off, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but we'll have to do that to make the draw.
Yeah. And anyone that's entered in both, that's the handy way, and then there's no, you know what I mean? You work the house out. Yeah. Yeah, that's the junior, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they're in the junior, they're not in the novice.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that the novice or junior sheet? Yeah. Yeah, well then he won't be in the novice, he'll be in the junior. Edward Cahill won't be in the novice. Yeah. John Day won't be in the novice. You just go through your list there now, yeah. You know what I mean, yeah. Is that the favorite way?
Oh, yeah. Novices for somebody who's never shown up.
Ian McDonough then?
Yeah, no.
I have another sheet I'll just
Yeah.
there for Tuesday. Mark McGeever, Niall McGeever.
You're still waiting if you're going to go confined, are you?
Mark's paid for the Donegal Confined, George.
Sorry?
Mark's entered the Donegal Confined Shearing. He's entered the Donegal and the juniors. Where is there, look?
Yeah. What's he in?
He's entered the Donegal Confined and the juniors. He's paid for it.
Yeah, that's all right.
No one else needs to know that. Only you know me why it is. They're telling you.
his name?
Adam Colleen.
He could be. I actually don't know him.
He's not on the juniors.
Yeah, well then he's probably an novice. Yeah.
Adam Colleen. Joseph Scahill. He's not on there.
Yeah.
Madison Rafferty. No. Conor McGloin. He's a junior, so he can't.
Yeah.
Tommy Mullen. Sorry? No. He's on there.
Novice you want first.
He's on as a novice. Is he a novice? Well, what do we see now? How many you have to get then? So he's nearly done.
He's novice, yeah.
And
Just put in the end here. The ones that are actually going on.
Sean Dunn, novice. Shane Grant, novice. Adam Quinn, novice. Kevin Hopkins. They said Kevin Lynn was in the juniors, but he's down here as novice. He's just in the novice.
And Tommy Mullen.
So, 4. So the ones now you're looking for is Shane Grant. Shane Grant.
You want him here to check in for the novice? Shane Grant.
Shane Grant,
Shane Grant to check in for the novice immediately, please.
and Madison.
And Madison Rafferty. You need to check in immediately, please. You've only about 2 minutes to check in or you won't be shearing.
Madison's here.
So Madison's there, yeah.
That's grand. Madison, if you get a shirt over there.
Now, who else are you looking for?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You do?
Yeah.
7. Shane Grant, 8, and John Dunn is on. So it's really just Shane Grant now.
Shane Grant, please.
Second for the Donegal and the juniors, please.
Shane Grant, check in immediately, please, for the novice.
Thank you very much.
Andrew Gallagher for the juniors and the Donegal.
Andrew Gallagher, and the
Shane Grant, he's on the way, but he's not here yet, so
Right.
he's on the way.
Junior and what?
The Donegal Confined.
The Donegal Confined will be the next one. I think I worry more about it than the... Yeah.
That's grand. Andrew, get a shirt there. Huh? It had to be done online. Oh no, sorry. Oh, you can. Yeah. What's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew Chambers. Is that the only one?
Here to Donegal for the All-Ireland Shearing Championships. We will be starting with the novice competition. We've 2 heats in the novice. And the names are already up. And the competitors, you'll need to have a pen man with you. So be getting yourselves ready. And the first heat of the novice will be Gavin Hopkins, Joseph Scahill, Tommy Mullen, Mason Rafferty, Adam Killen, and Kevin Noon. So that'll be the first heat of the novice. You'll be shearing 2 sheep each and shearing for the final, and the time will be 1:40 for the novice. And the judges, if they can take their stands for the junior or for the novice, please. On stand 6 will be John Murphy, 5 Mark McGee, 4 David O'Neill, John Corrigan on 3, Tom Halloran on 2, Colin Crowe on 1, and our spare floating judge is Colin McGregor. Judging out the back will be Billy Donlan and Hazel Crowe. So that's the judges for the novice.
How are you, George? Good.
And all competitors, remember, you must take the sheep within the pen in a standing position and put each shortened sheep away properly. Okay, if I can have the judges to take their stands, please, and we'll try and make things happen because the clock won't wait for us. It'll keep ticking away. And the judges might make things happen.
There's an awful lip there, George. See the lip sticking up? There's an awful lip sticking up. Yes. I feel lads to fall with a joy.
Tom Dunn, urgently. But make that decision, lads, till we get moving. Okay. But if you want, because the bar is underneath the pen door, the competitors can have the sheep in a sitting position in the pen. The competitors can have the sheep in a sitting position, but they must be taken from within the pen. Okay, we've our judges there. Competitors onto your stands, please. Come on, you know who you are. Gavin Hopkins, you're on 1. Joseph Scahill on 2. Tommy Mullen on 3. Mason Rafferty on 4. Adam Killen on 5. And Kevin Noon on stand number 6. Make sure you have your helper with you, please.
Is it 2 sheep?
2 sheep. And you're shearing for a place in the final, and the time will be 1:40. So we've Madison on stand number 4.
Who you want? Kevin Noon. Kevin, if you're there.
Tommy, where are you? He's on the way.
Kevin Noon to stand number 6, please. Come on, we're going to get up and underway. Kevin Noon, if you're there.
Now, competitors for all competitions, you need to be ready when you're called up. You must be ready there at the left-hand side of the stage to come up, please. It'll be the same for all competitions. If you're not there ready, we won't be waiting for you, so you're going to lose your chance of shearing.
Hey.
Shane Grant, we're waiting on you. If you're not here for the next heat of the novice, you won't be shearing. Shane Grant, please. We give you the benefit of the doubt, and you need to be here for the next heat or you won't be shearing. And there can be only one helper in the pen. One helper in the pen. And Shane Grant has arrived.
Another pinman there. Another pinman on stand 4 there, lads, please. Anyone there to give a hand? One of the shearers might hop up there and stand forward, please. Pinman wanted on stand 4 there, lads. Someone around there, please give a hand there to Adam. 2 pinmen. Right, another pinman. Luke, you're hopping there, good lad.
The next heat will be Shane Grant, Pat Binions and Sean Dunn. Make sure you're ready and have your 2 penmen with you, please. Remember, it's your responsibility to take the sheep within the pen and to put each shortened sheep away properly. The scene is set. We're ready to get underway with the first heat of the novice, and you're shearing for a place in the final. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So we've Gavin Hopkins, Joseph Scal, Tommy Mullen, Mason Rafferty, Adam Killen and Kevin Noon.
Yeah, Kevin Noon there. On stand number 6. These are the novice shearers, ladies and gentlemen, probably their first day out. Mason Rafferty already working on the belly wool, but already Adam Killeen. Good young fella up there from County Mayo. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. He's shearing there on stand number 5.
1, 2.
And Mason Rafferty turns, breaks open the undermine there already on stand number 4. Tommy Mullen concentrating very hard there, making a lovely job of that lamb there on stand 3. Young Joseph Scahill. Round the back of the head and away goes young Joseph. Gavin Hopkins shearing 1 of their 2 sheep. Already up the neck goes Gavin on stand number 1. Joseph Scahill on long blow time. Tommy Mullen round the back of the head. Madison Rafferty round the back of the head. Already there, Adam Killian. On long blow time. Big sweeping blows gone in there from the young novice shearer. And Kevin Noon is on stand number 6, George. Good shooting there for the kickoff at Clonmany.
But it's already Adam that gets the turn on stand number 5. He comes down to the shoulder. But remember, it's only 2 sheep. Time is only one part of it. The quality of the finished job out the back, and it's just 1 in 40 is very, very important. 2 heats in it, so there will be only 3 dropping out. So your concentration is to make that novice final. And it looks like Adam there on stand number 5 gets that lamb out to shoot and comes out with lamb number 2 on the board. Joseph Scal is out there as well. His second lamb. Tommy Mullen down and out the back leg he goes. Another couple of blows and Tommy will be there. And out comes Tommy now with lamb number 2 on the board. Kevin Noon. And Kevin moves that sheep out the porthole and he's out with his second sheep on the board. Gavin Hopkins. And Gavin is out with lamb number 2. So we have Madison there on stand number 4. She comes down the last side, keeping that bottom tooth on the skin. And out the back leg she goes there. That's Madison shearing on stand number 4. And pen, those people doing the pens, you need to keep those sheep numbers turned as well, please. Madison is out now with her second and final lamb on the board. The three competitors for the next heat, be getting yourselves ready. You should be there, stand at the left-hand side of the stage, please. So we've had him there now, gets the turn. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Being pushed all the way by Joseph. The belly hole comes off there for Madison. But it looks like stand number 5 down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. Yes, and a stand number 5 it is. And for novices, just if you haven't been up before, you must stay on the stand until the last competitor is finished. If not, you will get 5 whole points. Joseph is out there as well.
So down the last side there comes Gavin Hopkins on 1. Tommy Mullen there, couple of flicks. Out goes Kevin Noon on stand 6. Tommy Mullen, couple of flicks over the tailhead. In she goes. Lovely job out of that sheep there. Good shearing going on there from the novice shearers. Gavin Hopkins down the last side. And Madison Rafferty. The lady among the gentlemen up there, lads and ladies. Gavin Hopkins down the last side. Couple of flicks over the tailhead. Sheep number 2 will go into the pen. Couple of flicks over the tail. In he goes on stand number 1. But it's all about Madison Rafferty. Give Madison a bit of a cheer on up here, ladies and gentlemen. She's the lady among the gentlemen. Come on, give her a bit of support. She's making a lovely job up there. Being closely judged there by the big man there, Mark McGee. Watching there for second cuts on the wool. Making a nice even job there is Madison. Hoping to make the final later on at the novice shearing here in Clonmany. The All-Ireland Six Nations Woolhandling Shearing Competition here in Clonmany. Madison Rafferty out the flank. Lovely work going on there, concentrating very, very hard. Take off the wool, leave on the skin. That's the name of the game when you're out there contract shearing with your show shearing. Let's up the head there, more control over the lamb. Her left hand working very hard there like a right hand. Good work going on there on stands number 4. Out the flank, couple of flicks over the tailhead. Really concentrate. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the first heat of the novice and for Madison Rafferty. Well done, Madison.
Off to the right-hand side, please. Off on the stand number 6 side of the stage, all competitors. So the opposite end to where you come up. So all competitors move off, please, to the right-hand side. Okay, we'll have the names up for heat number 2, please. If we get those 3 names up for heat number 2. If there's somebody with those names, then we can have them up.
Yeah, who's on the names there, boys? Keep the show moving. A lot of sheep to be short today.
Shane Grant on 1, Pat Minions on 2, and Sean Dunn will be stand number 3. It's a busy man. Is the man that's getting the names up. It's Shane Grant on 1. Shane Grant on 1. Pat Minions on 2. And Sean will take down the other 3 names as well, please, so there's no confusion. They're not needed up there. And they can go inside and be kept together, so they'll be there for the novice final. Just leave them together inside. You won't be looking through all the names again. Okay, shearers, onto your stands, please, with your helpers. And you must wear the sponsor singlet as well all the time.
Good, yeah. Yeah. For the next another half an hour, Kate. So shearing 2 sheep each again, boys. Come on, quick look at the sheep. We keep the show on the road.
Okay, the scene is set. We're ready to get underway. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. This is the second and final heat of the novice. The top 6 will go through to the novice final. And remember, once again, the time is 1:40. So you've Shane Grant, Pat Bingans, and Sean Dunn. And you'll see the judges now. The rotation has started. They'll keep moving. And once they put the tap on the shoulder, the judge that was there has disengaged, and that judge is already engaged. So it's the same for all competitors. And they will keep rotating until the last competitor is finished.
Well, Shane Grant on 1, steps through up the neck of the way, goes with his first sheep on the board. In the second heat of the novice, Pat Biggins already round the back of the head, cleaning up that first shoulder on stand 2. Lovely work going on there on stand 2. And Sean Dunn. Round the back of the head goes Sean, bit of a wriggler. But a good young up-and-coming shearer is Sean Dunn. Shane Grant already cleaning up the first shoulder, dropping into the long blow. 1 sheep left in the pen for those shearers. Pat Biggins already down the last side. Concentrating very hard there on the sheep on stand number 2 is Pat Biggins. Out the flank goes Pat, couple of more blows. Let's up the head there, more control over that sheep there on stand 2. Sean Dunn drops her in the long blow time. Good clean work going on there from Sean Dunn. And Shane Grant. But in goes Pat Biggins for sheep number 2. Lovely job made of that first sheep there for a novice shearer, George. Good shearing going on there on stand number 2.
Yes, he's out now with his second and final sheep on the board. Shane comes down the last side. Sean gets the turn as well on stand number 3. This is the final heat of the novice. The competitors for the Donegal Confined, be getting yourselves ready, please. We'll have the draw made. That'll be the next competition. Shane Grant now, he's out the back leg there. The finishing touches. Sends that sheep out the porthole, and he comes out with his final lamb on the board. Sean comes down the last side there. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. Mark McGeever, check in for the Donegal Confined, please. You've only about 1 minute to check in, or you won't be shearing. Mark McGeever, check in immediately for the Donegal Confined, please. Sean Dunn sends number 1 away and comes out now with his second and final lamb on the board. Remember, time is only one part of it, and it's not necessarily the fastest competitor that will get through or win a competition. You must have that quality on the board and out the back as well. And of course, at all times, whether we're shearing in competition, shearing on the farm, or doing a demonstration, our number 1 priority is to look after the welfare of the animal at all times. So that's so important. You're watching Sean Dunn there now, gets the belly wool off on stand number 3. He'll then move in around the crutch and into the first hind leg. But it's already Pat gets the turn and heads her home down the money side of the lamb, shearing on stand number 2. Up the neck and around the back of the head, dropping down to the first shoulder is Shane, shearing on stand number 1. Sean is into the first hind leg there. Up the neck he goes. Well, it looks like Pat, and as Pat it is, he sends that sheep out the portal, and he's finished there on stand number 2.
Well, Shane Grant, down the last side comes Shane on stand 1. These are novice shearers, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a cheer on up here, ladies and gentlemen. It's their first time on stage. Need a bit of support. Sean Dunn. Lovely control of that sheep there on stand number 3 there, making a lovely job of her. Shane Grant out the flank and away he goes with sheep number 2 on the board. Couple of flicks right over the tail head. He'll have a second and final sheep shorn in the novice competition. Couple of flicks over the tail head. Good work done up there on stand 1. Give a round of applause there to Shane Grant on stand number 1. Well, Sean Dunn down the last side comes Sean. He's concentrating very hard. Take off the wool, leave on the skin. That's the name of the game when you're contract shearing, when you're show shearing. Lovely work going on up there from Sean Dunn on stand 3, hoping to make the final here of the novice later on. Next up, we have the Donegal Confined. You know who you are. Get ready to go on the stage. We've got to keep moving. Good work going on up there. Bit of a wriggler. Sean settled the right back down again. Full control of that sheep there on stand number 4. An up-and-coming young shearer there is Sean Dunn, George.
Yes, and of course the time will only stop when he pulls the cord, when he's finished his final sheep. That's what our timekeeper decided to push the stop button, which we don't have here, or pull the cord. So once he pulls that cord, his time will be taken. And he didn't delay in doing that. Put your hands together for all the novice competitors there. Well done. Off to the right-hand side, novices, please.
Off to the right-hand side, lads.
So we'll have the draw shortly for the Donegal Confined. And I know they're shearing 5 sheep in the Donegal Confined, so it will be 5 sheep.
Very clean, Sean. So shearing 5 sheep in the Donegal Confined.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure. We only got him for that one, so. Yeah. Tom, when you're ready. Yeah. The answer to the judges that Colin asked me will be the same judges, the same positions for the Donegal Confined. So for our helpers out the back, that'll be working quite hard. It's five lambs, each pen for the Donegal Confined. I'm not sure the number of heats yet. And we'll have the draw in a couple of seconds. So we have another man multitasking up there. Our scorekeeper, Jerry Kelly, getting the names up. I'm not sure how many heats, but 2 heats. So 4 heats. So it's 2 heats of 4 for the Donegal Confined. Okay, I think we have the sheep in the pens, and we'll have our judges back onto their stands again, please. So judges onto their stands, please, for the same judges as judging the same positions as the novice. Okay, shears onto your stands, please, and make sure you have your 2 helpers organised. On stand at number 2 will be Andrew Gallagher. On 3 will be Aaron McGee. on 4 will be Luke McGee, and stand number 5, Mark McGeever. Take your stands, please, and make sure you have your 2 helpers.
So shearing 5 sheep each in the Donegal Confined 2 heats. Penmen there, lads, wanted for Aaron McGee. 1 penman wanted. Shearers might hop up there, lads, make sure the pens. Make sure you have your 2 penmen going up with you, guys. All shearers, make sure you have your 2 penmen going up with you. Keep the job moving. So shearing 5 sheep each, 2 heats. Andrew Gallagher, Aaron McGee, Luke McGee, and Mark McGeever. The first heat of the Donegal Confined. Are you looking for a pinman there, Tom? Come on, lads, make sure you have your 2 pinmen get up. Andrew there looking for a pinman. One of the shearers might hop up there with Andrew, please, on stand 1.
Let's make sure you have your helpers organised before you go up on stage.
All shearers, make sure you have 2 pinmen gone up. No bother, John. Just fitting the last pin there with sheep.
And you can have the sheep sitting if you want. You don't have to, but you can have them sitting if that's what you prefer. But you must take them from within the pen.
So Andrew Gallagher is on 1, Aaron McGee on 2, Luke McGee on 3, and Mark McGeever on stand 4.
Okay, shears on your doors, please.
Hold it.
Okay, doors, please. We're ready to get underway.
You happy, John?
The seam is set. We're ready to get underway. 5.
Hold it. Come on, lads. Make sure you have your 2 penmen going on the stage with you guys. Judge. Thumbs up. Call it, George. Call it.
Okay. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. So out to come now with the first of the 5 sheep, shearing for a place in the Donegal Confined Final. Andrew on 1. Aaron on stand, or on 2. Aaron on stand number 3. Lucas on 4. And Mark on stand number 5. So they have to be pretty careful here. There's only 2 will be cut off for the final. 6 will go through to that final. So quality is going to be very, very important. So we have a wool hander stepping in now to look after the wool properly. Andrew steps up the neck, but is already Aaron McGee drops down into the first shoulder, down into the long low. Luke drops down. And Mark, so who's going to get the turn first? It's Aaron. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Stepping back with the left. Right down to the flank he goes. A bit of a wriggler there on 5, but settles her down and away he goes again. Out comes Aaron McGee with number 2 on the board. It's very close there on stands 4 and 5. But it's Mark. McGeever gets the drop and comes out with his second sheep. Keep those pen numbers turned over, please.
Yeah, out comes Luke McGee with number 2 on the board as well, shooting on stand 4. Aaron McGee, the 2 brothers. from a good shearing family there, Luke and Aaron. Andrew Gallagher, a couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll go in for sheep number 2, but already up there, Mark McGeever with number 2 on the board. He turns to break up in the undermine there. Luke is a bit of a wriggler, but he settles the right back down. These seem to be good quality. Sheep up there, good fat sheep. Fill up the comb, take off the wool, leave on the skin. Andrew Gallagher, a couple of flicks over the tail head. He goes in for sheep number 2. Aaron McGee on long blow time up there on stand 3. Luke McGee, the brother, nothing between them there. Breaks open the undermine. Mark McGeever, round the back of the head, and away goes Mark there on stand number 5. Bit of a wriggler there has Luke, but he settles her down again on 4. Aaron McGee down the last side comes Aaron. With number 2 on the board, setting a bit of a pace there is Aaron McGee. Closely followed there by Mark. McGeever on stand number 5, but it's all about Aaron McGee. Down the last side, away he goes. Andrew Gallagher on undermine time, steps through up the neck and away he goes on 1. Aaron McGee, couple of flicks over the tail head, taking off all them tussles there on her leg. Closely followed by Mark McGeever, a couple of flicks over the tail head, and Mark McGee will go in with his second and final. Is he one left in the pin all the time, lads? Oh, he's one left in the pin there has Aaron. Luke, on long blow time is Luke with number 2 on the board. So, and what about Mark McGeever? Couple of flicks. Oh, it's 5 sheep, lads. It's 5 sheep. Mark McGeever, George there on stand 5. Doing good work on stand 5. Turn the pins, lads. Turn the cards there on the... What school did you go to, Ronald? Already down the last side comes Andrew. Lovely work on it there on stand 1. Aaron McGee with 3 on the board. Breaks open the undermine. Luke McGee. Down the last side comes Luke. Mark McGeever on it with 3 on the board. But it's all... Is that 2 or 3 he has on there, Luke? Make sure you turn the cards there, George, on stand number 1.
So that's the third sheep out, and the card is flicked over. We will have the third lamb coming out there now on stand number 4. So all competitors now on their third sheep with 2 more left in the pen. Shearing for a place in the Donegal Confined Final. The top 6 competitors will move into that final, which will take place in the afternoon. Hands are into the first hind leg, but it's Aaron. Down into the long blow, steps over now with the right. Up the neck goes Luke. And down in the long blow is Mark on stand number 5. He gets the turn. Down to the shoulder, so it's quite close between stands 3 and 5 at the moment.
Andrew Gallagher having a cracker there on 1. Round the back of the head and away he goes. Aaron McGee, down the last side comes Aaron. Bit of a wriggler, but he settles the right back down. 3 on the board for him. Luke McGee, make sure you turn the cards there, boys, for Luke. So Luke McGee down the last side comes Luke. Is that 2 on the board for Luke? In goes Mark McGeever with number 4 on the board. Turn the cards there, boys, thank you. Number 4 on the board for Mark McGeever. Luke McGee down the last side. 2 on the board for Luke, but it's already Aaron. Couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll go in for sheep number 4. Andrew Gallagher. Andrew has 3 on the board. He's on stand number 2. In goes the big man there, Aaron McGee. He comes out with 4 on the board there. Is Aaron McGee. Good work up there from his brother Luke as well. Turn the cards there, Paddy. Paddy. Turn the cards, Paddy, please. Paddy done. Right, Mark McGeever, good man. Mark calling Austin. Come in, Paddy. Right, Mark McGeever. Round the back of the head and away goes Mark there on stand number 5. He's having a good cheer there, George, on stand 5.
Yes, and he's already up the neck there on sheep number 4 with 1 more left in the pen. The 4th lamb out there for Andrew on stand number 2. Into the first hind leg goes Aaron there, stand number 3. And Lucas there as well. Just a blow or 2 between them, but it's already Mark McGeever there on 5. He drops down to that first shoulder, down into the long blows. 1 more lamb left in the pen for all of the competitors. The second heat, be getting yourselves ready, please, and make sure you have your helpers. Our judges needs to keep rotating along. So Aaron up the neck there, Andrew up the neck there on stand number 2. Aaron McGee down into the long blows, but out the back leg with about 2 more blows left is Mark McGeever and sends the 4th sheep away, and he comes out now with his 5th and final sheep on the board there on stand number 5. Luke McGee gets the turn. Aaron McGee, the lead is changed there with the McGee brothers. Down to the shoulder and down the last side they come. So it's quite close here, the first heat of the Donegal Confined. Down to the flank goes Aaron now, out the back leg. It looks like Luke is going to get the drop first and come out with his final sheep. Andrew Gallagher chasing hard there on stand number 2. But it's already marked up the neck there on stand 5. Up and around the back of the head he goes. Drops down to that first shoulder. Down into the long blows. Andrew down and out the back leg he goes. The belly wool comes off for Aaron. Into the first hind leg goes Luke. And it's Andrew here on stand number 2. He comes out now with his 5th and final lamb on the board. Well, it's all happening on stand number 5 with Mark McGeever. Down to the flank and out the back leg. Quite strong lambs here. It's quite a big strong lamb there on stand number 5 this time, but shearing well. And that's Mark McGeever out there. Well done on stand number 5. Well done. That's it. Put your hands together for him.
Well done, Mark. Andrew Gallagher sets up the neck. Who's next? Aaron McGee, the 2 brothers there, ladies and gentlemen, nothing between them. Aaron McGee with 5 on the board. Paddy, is that 4 or 5 on the board? Good man, Paddy, welcome to Ireland. Dropping down into the long blow there is Luke McGee. Luke, nothing between the 2 brothers, ladies and gentlemen, there on stands number 3 and 4. Who's going to be first to make the turn? It seems it's Aaron, closely followed by Andrew Gallagher on 1. Down the last side comes Aaron McGee. Luke, he's on long blow time, couple of flicks, and he'll come down the last side. But already cleaning up that last shoulder is Aaron McGee, the man from Donegal, in the Donegal Confined, hoping to make the final later on. Closely followed by his brother Luke. Andrew Gallagher there getting right back at them there on stand number 2. Who's going to be first to hit the cord? And it looks like it's going to be Aaron McGee. Couple of flicks over the tail head. Out goes Andrew on 1. Luke McGee down the last side. But it's all about Aaron McGee. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Aaron McGee. He had a good cheer up there on stand number 2, George. Good work going on there.
Yes, and we've Luke now, a little bit of a wriggle. But it's Andrew Gallagher. He had a good quick finish there. He's out. And we've Luke McGee now. Just the finishing touches going in there. His 5th and final lamb. That'll be Luke McGee. Put your hands together for the first heat of the Donegal Confined. Well done.
Well done.
Off to the right-hand side, please. I will have the names down. Names up for heat number 2. Some of our judges might pop out those names there, please, so the other names can go up. Everyone helping out makes things happen a lot easier. So the names are going up now for heat number 2.
It's going to be beginning to heat up here, George, in this heat.
Okay, we've Ivan Scott on stand number 2.
Wow.
Conal Diver on 3. Christopher Begley on stand number 4. And Neil McGeever on stand number 5. The final heat of the Donegal Confined.
So we're well underway, lads. So we're trying to keep time. So make sure you got your 2 penmen with you, boys.
Your next competition will be the junior. So junior competitors, which is due to kick off at 10:10. Have yourselves ready.
Make sure you've got your 2 penmen with you, guys. Or 2 pin people, we should say. Has everybody got their 2 penmen? So we have Ivan, Colin, Christopher, and Niall McGeever will shear on stand 5. So is everybody happy? Shearing 5 sheep each.
Okay, the scene is set. We are ready to get underway. The final heat of
Ivan,
the
what about that
Donegal
t-shirt?
Confined. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Ivan Scott on 2. Conal Diver on 3. Christopher Begley stand at number 4. And Neil McGeever on stand number 5. Shearing for a place in the Donegal Confined final.
Yes, a good one up here. Ivan is on 1. Conal Diver on 2. Up the neck already. Round the back of the head goes Conal. Christopher Begley. Oh, he has a bit of a wriggler, ladies and gentlemen. But he'll settle her right back down again. What about Niall McGeever? Round the back of the head goes Niall on stand number 5. But it's all about Ivan up there on stand number 1. Ivan Scott, the current All-Ireland champion down the last side. Having a cracking shear up there is Ivan. Already being closely followed there by Conal Diver. Conal comes down the last side. He's on 2. Christopher Begley. Round the back of the head goes Christopher. And Niall McGeever. He'll turn for home and come down that last side. But look at the man on stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Going to see a lot of him today and tomorrow. Lovely job out of that lamb as Ivan in. He goes for sheep number 2. Good quality shearing going on. Good quality sheep. Bit of a wriggler there as Conal, but he settles her right back down again on stand 2. Christopher Begley drops her down into the long blow. Niall McGeever, a couple of flicks out the flank and away he'll go there. In goes Conal Diver for sheep number 2. Ivan Scott turns, breaks open the undermine. He's having a cracker there, George, on stand number 1.
Yes. A couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine there now. He steps through and up the neck. Away he goes. The belly wool comes off on stand 3. Second lamb out there on stand at number 5. And down the last side comes Christopher on stand at number 4. Ivan drops down to that first shoulder. Into the first hind leg goes Conal. He steps up the neck. Christopher's out the back leg. And he's heading in now for sheep number 2 on the board. Keep those pen cards turned over, penmen, please. I'm quite sure Conal is not on stand lamb number 5. On stand number 3, if you can get those pen numbers right, penmen. The shearer will shear them, you needn't worry about them. Just get those numbers right, penmen. Come on.
Yeah, so Ivan Scott already turned the bins. Good man, Sean. 2, 3, where's he going to stop? He has 3 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Ivan Scott. Colum Diver is has 2 on the board for Colum. Christopher Begley there, drops her down to the long blow. Good black hog there has Christopher. He's making use of her on stand number 4. Niall McGeever. Is that 2 on the board for lads? Make sure you turn the pen. Is that 2 on the board? Good man. That's 2 on the board for Niall McGeever. Keeping the job nice and clean up there. It's not all about speed. Keep the job right. These boys hoping to make the final later on. 6 will go through to the final. Down comes Christopher Begley. He's on stand number 4. And what about Colin Diver? Colin already with number 4 on the board. Is that 4 on the board, lads? For Colin Diver, is that number 4? Lads, you have got to make sure you turn the scorecards. Turn the pen numbers. Ivan Scott, couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll go in for sheep number 4. Thank you very much. Yeah. Man, Ivan Scott. Ivan up there. Already with Sean. Turn the card, please, Sean. Good man. Thank you, Sean. Working hard on the belly wool there. Colum Diver is on long blow time. He has 3 on the board. Christopher Begley. Turn the cards there, lads, for Christopher Begley's pen, please. Turn the card. Right, Christopher Begley. He has number 2, number 3. He's flying through them, lads. Number 3 on the board, Niall McGeever. Steps through, up the neck goes Niall. He has 3 on the board as well. He's shearing on stand number 4. Good quality work going on up here. What about the man from Donegal up there? I know they're all from Donegal. This man is probably better well known. That's Ivan Scott. Ivan is on long blow time. Out comes Colin Diver. Colin with number 4 on the board now for Colin. And Christopher Begley working hard there with 3 sheep on the board. Niall McGeever drops her down long blow time. Good work going on up there on stand number 5. But it's about Ivan Scott there, George, on stand number 1.
Yes, one more left in the pen now for Ivan as he comes down the last side of 4. About 2 more blows left, and he'll send that sheep away, and he'll be out with his 5th and final sheep on the board. Neil McGeever, he gets the turn for home as well. But Ivan now comes out with his 5th and final sheep on the board. Shearing on stand number 2. Donald Diver, keep those pen numbers right. That's slam number 4, I believe, there for him. Keep those pen numbers turned there. Mr. McGee on stand number 3, if he can flick over that card. Pen number there.
Aaron, turn the card.
I think it's number 4 he's on. But Ivan now on his 5th and final sheep. Drops down to the first shoulder. Down into the long blows. He's about to get the turn now. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Right down to the flank. Just another couple of blows.
That's Ivan Scott. Couple of flicks over the tail head, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. Good shearing up there. Well done, Ivan. And Colin Diver. Well done, Colin. He goes in for number 5. Turn the cards, boys. And Christopher Begley with 4 on the board as well. But it's all about the man up there on stand 1. That's Ivan Scott. Christopher Begley. He's on long blow time. He has 1 left in the pen. Niall McGeever.
The first heat of the junior. Get yourselves ready, please. Stephen Wilson, Steve with a V, will be Stephen Wilson, Alistair Crawford, Martin Hopkins, Patrick Corrigan, and Lee McParlin. Get yourselves ready. That's the first heat of the junior. So it's Stephen Wilson, Steven. We have
Come
2
running
Stevens
home
with a different
again.
spelling.
So Ivan Scott had a good cheer up there. Colin Diver with 5 on the board. Fair play to the Woolhandlers. Doing a good job up there as well. In goes Christopher Begley for sheep number 5. Niall McGeever, he has 1 left in the pen, has Niall, making a lovely job of that sheep up there on stand number 5. Connell Diver, Connell down the last side of the way he goes there. Connell concentrating very hard there, cleaning up that last leg. Out the flank and away he goes there. There's Connell on stand number 3. Christopher Begley, he has 5 on the board, but it's all about Niall McGeever now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Colin has gone there. Well done, Colin. A good cheer there on stand 3. Niall McGeever down the last side. And away he goes there. Working very hard there on stand number 5. Up the neck goes Christopher Begley. All these now with their 5th and final sheep on the board. Juniors, you know who you are. Be ready to head straight into it. In goes Niall McGeever for sheep number 5. Good black hog this time. Making a lovely job up there is Christopher Begley as he drops into the long blow time. Good shearing on up there. These boys hoping to make the final later on in the Donegal Confined. Good shearing going on there, George, in this second heat of the Donegal Confined.
Yes, so on the final sheet now, the top 6 will be getting through to that Donegal Confined final. So Christopher down in the long blow now, about to get the turn and head for home, and down the last side. Into the first hand leg goes Neil, stand number 5. But it's Christopher Begley. A little bit of a wriggle there. Down to the shoulder he comes. Just about to step back with the left now. Down that last side. His final sheep. The last heat of the Donegal Confined. The first heat of the junior. You know who you are. Get yourselves ready, please. Well done. Christopher is out there on stand number 4. So Neil now, he drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow. Pumping in those blows now. Neil McGeever there, steps over with the right. Keeping that bottom tooth on the skin. Heads down the last side, turns home, down the money side of the lamb he comes. Neil McGeever shearing on stand number 5. Rolls the handpiece underneath that shoulder. Right down to the flank he goes. Down and out the back leg. Neil McGeever, stand number 5. 5th and final lamb on the board.
So we'll be straight in with the juniors after this. Neil McGeever, a couple of flicks over the tail head. Well done, Neil McGeever. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, in the second heat and final heat of the Donegal Confined. Well done, guys. And fair play to the Woolhandlers up there working very hard as well since we started this morning. And the boys out the back. And all our judges, especially Katie.
Teresa Devaney, you're the last person to check in for the junior. You should have done so a long time ago. Teresa Devaney, you need to check in for the junior immediately, please, or you won't be shearing. We have 5 heats in the junior. The names are going up. On stand 1, we will have Stephen Wilson. That's Steven. On 2 will be Alistair Crawford. 3, Martin Hopkins. 4, Patrick Corrigan. And 5 will be Lee McParlin.
How many sheep, George? So shearing 3 sheep each. Thanks a million. Shearing 3 sheep each in the junior heats, 5 heats. So boys, we've got to keep it moving. Thanks a million. All right, I'm strong myself. I'm tough. Doctor's orders. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, junior competitors, make sure you have your 2 helpers going along with you. When you've finished, you will be asked to move off to the right-hand side, and we need the competitors for heat number 2 to be ready, please. Tom Dunn, have we the judges or a list, or it's the same, is it? If I can get a list of judges for the junior, please.
So Stephen Wilson, Alistair Crawford, Martin Hopkins, Patrick Corrigan, Lee McParlin. Parton. P-R-T-L-A. Partlin.
Okay, the judges for the junior. On stand number 6, John Murphy. Colin Crowe on 5. Davy O'Neill on 4. Hazel Crowe on 3. Tom Halloran on 2. And G.
Yeah, you're out the back.
Judging out the back for the junior will be Billy Donlan and Mark McGee.
So shearing 3 sheep each, guys. Quick look at those sheep. Have we all got your 2 pin men, boys? Come on. Sponsors, is it? Yeah. Yeah, no bother. So shearing 3 sheep each, Steve Wilson, Alistair Crawford, Martin Hopkins, Patrick Corrigan, Lee McPartlin. So we got 5 heats in the junior. So we're ready to call it.
Okay, once again, it's John Murphy 6, Colin Crowe 5, Davy O'Neill 4, Hazel Crowe 3, Tom Halloran 2, Jerry Kelly 1, and the spare floating judges Colin McGregor. That's for the junior. And judging out the back is Billy Donlan and Mark McGee. The referee on the board is John Corrigan.
Okay, is everybody happy? Tom, not happy. So referee to stand 1. John Corrigan is the referee there for the juniors in the front. Judging out the back, Billy Donlan and Mark McGee. Come on, lads, quick look at her.
Right, lads, an instant decision. She's good or she's not good. On the farm, you'll have to shear him.
Yep, quick decision, lads, up or down, yes or no. Are we ready to go, boys? Come on, lads.
Have we sheep for changing? If we have no sheep, we can't change
We'll
them.
have no sheep, lads. Come on, we're going to call it. Timekeeper's ready. George, call it. Call it. Come on, George.
Yeah, what?
What's wrong, lads? Okay, the scene is set.
Okay, we've got things.
Jared.
Okay, scene is set. We're ready to get underway. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Stephen Wilson on 1. Alistair Crawford, stand number 2. Martin Hopkins on 3. Patrick Corrigan, stand number 4. And Lee McParlin on stand number 5.
Yeah, already there. Stephen Wilson on 1, working hard in the belly wool. Alistair Crawford, good concentrating going on there from the young Mayo boy. That's Martin Hopkins. Martin usually shears with the blades. Himself and his brother Jamesy there won the Six Nations over at the Royal Wells, so fair play.
So they're shearing 3 sheep, and the time is 1:20, and you're shearing for a place in the semi-final.
Yeah, Patrick Corrigan breaks up the neck. Well, there, there's young Patrick. Well-known shearer up there around Sunny Hill in the Curran Kildare. Lee McPartlin already on long blow time, setting a bit of a pace up there is Lee. This man won't belong more junior with the way the shearing is doing up there, ladies and gentlemen, as he turns for home. Down the last side, Paddy Corrigan. Round the back of the neck. I'm sure Patrick won't mind me calling him Paddy. Round the back of the head. Drops down into the long blow. Martin Hopkins, the man from Drummond in County Mayo, drops down to the long blow as well, cleaning off the first shoulder. Alistair Crawford. Alistair having a cracking shear. Lovely work on it up there on stand 2. And Stephen Wilson George on stand number 1.
Yes. Martin Hopkins now down in the long blows there. But it's Lee McParlin. He's got that sheep out the port hole, and Lee comes out now with sheep lamb number 2 on the board. Not losing any time there on stand number 5. Down the last side comes Patrick Corrigan. Bit of a wriggle there with Stevie Wilson. Settle it down, away he goes again. Alistair Crawford. Martin Hopkins. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. Of course, he could pick up the blades if the power cut comes as well. It won't be a problem for him there on stand number 3. But with Lee McParlin now, he's already up and around the back of the head. Patrick Corrigan, the man from the Curragh, he's out there on stand number 4. Out comes Martin Hopkins. Stephen Wilson, as STEVEN, out the back leg. And the penman was near missing there. He got a quick call to life. Keep those pen numbers turned over, penman, please, on stand number 1. And that's it. We've Alistair Crawford now, so all competitors with their second sheep on the board. 1 more left in the pen.
Yeah, turn the card there, lads, for Alistair Crawford. Turn the card, please. Martin Hopkins breaks up in the undermine there on stand number 3. Paddy Corrigan round the back of the head, and away he goes. Lee McFarlane already with 2 on the board. Couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll go in for his third and final sheep, ladies and gentlemen. Paddy Corrigan down long blow time. Don't forget our sponsors, DMG Motors, McGinty Tractors, Inishowen Co-op, FPD Insurance, Inishowen Engineering. That's only part of them, ladies and gentlemen. But it's Alistair Crawford. Turns to breaks up in the undermine there with 2 on the board. But already Lee McFarlane, he has 3 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. He's going very well up there on stand number 3, shearing well. Paddy Corrigan, the man from the Curragh and Kildare. Round the back, last side of the way he goes. Out the flank, Martin Hopkins. Down the last side with Martin with 2 on the board. And Stephen Wilson already up there with 2 on the board as well as Stephen on stand number 1. He's on long blow time. Alistair Crawford up the neck and away goes Alistair there on stand number 2. George, good shooting on stands 1 and 2. Yeah, good work going on from Martin Hopkins. Down the last side, away goes Martin. Paddy Corrigan with 3 on the board as well. Good pen man. Lee McPartlin already with 3 on the board. Being closely watched there by Ronald Kennedy, his pen man. Good blowing going on up there on stand number 3. Closely judged there by Colin McGregor. Colin, nothing to learn about shearing. He has it all off that. Colin McGregor, a gentleman. And Paddy Corrigan. But it's all about the man up there on stand number 2, Stephen Wilson. Couple of flicks over the tailhead, George. He's going well on stand 1.
Yes. Down and out the back leg he goes now, and comes out with Lamb, number 3, his final lamb on the board. Well, it's Lee McParl, and he's on 5 on the opposite end there. He's down and out the back leg there now. His final lamb it is. Doing a good job there. Lee McParl, stand number 5. Put your hands together for him there. Well done.
Well done, Lee.
So we've Stevie Wilson, Alistair Crawford, Martin Hopkinson, Patrick Corrigan. Up the neck goes Stevie Wilson. Alistair gets the turn for home. Down in the long blow is Martin Hopkins. He gets the turn, and Patrick Corrigan, he's stepping back now. He comes down to the shoulder, and down the last side he comes. So it looks like very close there with Patrick Corrigan and Alistair Crawford at the moment. But it looks like the man from the Curra will get it be a blow or so. Yes, and it's Patrick Corrigan is out there on the stand number 3. Martin Hopkins is out there as well on stand number 2. Alistair Crawford. And we've Stevie Wilson. Alistair comes out now with his final sheep. Stevie Wilson down. Is that the final sheep for Stephen Wilson? Penmen, keep those numbers right, please.
Turn the cards on stand 1 there, lads.
Yes, the final sheep. So we've Alistair Crawford now into the first hind leg he goes.
Alistair Crawford steps through up the neck. It's not all about time, ladies and gentlemen. Up the neck and away goes there on stand 2. Good work going on there from young Alistair Crawford. These are the shearers of the future, ladies and gentlemen. Wraps her down into the long blow. Cleaning up the first shoulder down long blow time is Alistair Crawford.
Heat number 2 for the junior. Get yourselves ready, please. Mark McGeever, Fraser Clodwell, Dean Loughlin, Conor Reid, and Stephen Wilson. So get yourselves ready. Be it there at the left-hand side, please. I know Stephen can't be there. He's otherwise occupied for the minute, but he has himself ready and he'll be up on stage very quickly. So the competitors for the next heat, have yourselves ready, please. You're watching Alistair Crawford at the moment, putting the finishing touches into his third and final lamb. Shearing on stand number 2. About 2 more blows now. He'll pull the cord and his time will be taken. Put your hands together for the first of the junior heats. Well done. Off to the right-hand side, shearers, please. And we'll have the names up for heat number 2.
Number 2 of 5.
You go on timekeeping.
Okay, names are going up now for the second heat of the junior. Okay, shears on your stands, please.
Come on, boys. Make sure you got your 2 pin
Stephen
men.
Wilson will be up there on a flexi dropper there, Dave, on stand number 1, please. I believe a flexi dropper on stand number 1, please.
Make sure you bring your 2 pin men to the boards, guys. Or your 2 pin people. Don't have to be men.
Come on, competitors, onto your stands, please.
Shearing 3 sheep.
And heat number 3 of the junior will be Collar McGowan, Neil McGeever, John Doyle, Andrew Gallagher, and James Hopkins. You need to have yourselves ready, please.
Have you got 2 pin men there, Mark? 2 pin men. Fraser, have you got 2 pin men? Yeah. Dean, 2 pin men. Conor Reid, have you got your 2 pin men you have? And Stephen, 2 pin men.
Okay,
Come on, Kenny.
you seen a set. Come on, pen man, lad, you're supposed to have him with you going up on stand. All right, he's there now. The scene is set, we're ready for off. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. You're Shearing for a place in the semi-final. Mark McGeever, Fraser Clodwell, Dean Loughlin, Conor Reid, and Stephen Wilson this time on stand number 5. He's multitasking, he's a timekeeper as well, but not for this heat obviously. He's Shearing there on stand number 5. The next heat, you know who you are, so you've had time to get your helpers ready. You should be up there at the left hand side, the Shearing stand, ready to move up on stage. It's already Dean Loughlin, he's up the neck there. Chopping down to the first shoulder is Mark McGeever. Fraser Clodwell on the first hind leg. Conor Reid, he's down in the long blow. And Stephen Wilson drops down into the first shoulder.
Yeah, so it's the Donegal man up there now. Mark McGeever gets to the shoulder and turns to the last side there now when he's first sheep on the board. Fraser Caldwell now the man on stand number 2. He's on form now. He's doing a lot of junior competitions around the country as he's doing the quality job up there as he's over on the back of the head. Dean Loughlin there now. He gets to the turn. Another man from the north of Ireland comes to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Shearing 3 sheep each. The man from County Wicklow now, Conor Reid on stand 4. He's going to be first to drop along with Mark McGeever on stands 1 and 4. Stephen Wilson up there now. He's doing a right clean quality job up there now. Stephen Wilson on stand number 5. So it's belly time on stands 1 and 4 for Conor Reid and Mark McGeever. A long blow time there now for Fraser Caldwell on 2. And a couple of more shots will go in for Dean Loughlin. And it won't be long till he comes out with sheep number 2 on the board there now is Dean Loughlin on stand number 3. Goes in and comes out with sheep number 2 on the board. All Shearing for a place in this the All-Ireland and All-Nations semi-final. Each and every one of these shearers want to make the big final there now tomorrow. So it's Fraser Caldwell there now up there now, gets to the shoulder, turns her home and down the last side he comes. But still holding the pace is the man, the Donegal man on 1. Mark McGeever hits the shoulder and down he goes. Closely followed by Conor Reid. He steps through up the neck. Stephen Wilson comes out with 2 on the board. Undermine time there now for Dean Loughlin on stand number 3. Fraser Caldwell now first sheep in the pen there now on stand number 2 for Fraser Caldwell. Putting in 4 or 5 more blows there now. And he'll work for number 2, Peter.
Turn the cards, boys, in the pins. We can't keep up with you here, boys. Turn the cards in the pins. It's not fair on the timekeepers or on the commentators. Make sure you turn the cards, boys. Mark McGeever down the last side of the way goes Mark. Fraser Cadwell. Is that number 2 on the board, lads? Fraser. David O'Neill. Turn the cards, boy, on stands 2. David. Dean Loughlin there. Round the back. Last side of the way he goes on stand number 3. Stephen Wilson already working hard there with 2 on the board, breaking open the undermine. Down comes Conor Reid, cleaning up the last shoulder, out the flank and away he goes on stand number 4. Dean Loughlin, Dean down the last side, he'll soon go in for sleep number 3. Fraser Cadwell, hello lads. Who's in the pin there for Fraser? Turn the cards, boys, for Fraser, please, on stand 2. Turn the cards, boys. Mark McGeever up there on stand number 1, drops down into the long blow already with number 3 on the board. About Fraser Cadwell, round the back of the head. Dean Loughlin, Dean works hard there on the belly wool. Conor Reid. Oh yeah, good man. Thank you. Right, so Stephen Wilson having a cracker up there as well. Our timekeeper here today on stand number 5. So Mark McGeever, George, is going well there on stand number 1.
Yes, he's turning for home and down the last side he comes there. Fraser down in the long blows. He's about to get the turn as well. Dean steps up the neck. Conor dropping down that first shoulder on his 3rd and final sheep. And it's Mark McGeever. He's out there on stand number 1. Stevie Wilson, shearer come timekeeper, working there on stand 5. He's 1 more left in the pen. Conor Reid down in the long blows. Fraser down the last side he comes. Stepping over there is Dean Loughlin on stand number 3. But it looks like Fraser Claudwell will be next to finish there on stand. He's one more left in the pen for Fraser. Yeah, he's in now for his third and final lamb. The final lamb out for Stephen Wilson. And Conor Reid putting the finishing touches into his final lamb there on stand number 4. Dean comes down the last side. So Dean down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Little bit of a wriggle, settler down and away he goes again. That's his final lamb on the board. Fraser steps up the neck there on his final lamb. Stephen Wilson into the first hind leg.
Yep, so it's Fraser Caldwell there now on stand number 2. But next to drop is going to be Dean Loughlin. Hits the cord and his time watch has been stopped there now for Dean Loughlin on stand the number 3. So there's not much between now the shearers on stands 2 and 5 with their third sheep out on the board, their third and final sheep in this the second heat of the junior competition here at Clonmany All-Ireland and All-Nation Sheep Shearing, and away to go. So get the first to turn there now is going to be Fraser Caldwell on stand number 3. Hits the cheek and down the last side he comes there now with his third and final sheep on the board. Stephen Wilson up there now, the man doing the timekeeping. He's into the first front shoulder and away he goes. And now is Stephen on stand number 5. But next to drop is going to be Fraser Caldwell on 2. Rolls the handpiece under the shoulder and down to the last side he comes. So the next heat, heat 3, be getting yourselves ready. We'll be straight into it. You'll be shearing 3 lambs each. But it's Fraser Caldwell now. Cleans out over the back leg and away he goes. Couple of more blows there now and he'll pull the cord and the time will stop for Fraser on stand number 2. So it's Stephen Wilson up there now on 5. Watching his quality the whole way there now as he comes to the shoulder. Keeping the bottom tooth down and rolling around the skin he comes is Stephen Wilson on stand number 5. His third and final sheep out on the board. Down to the last side and away he comes there now is Stephen Wilson. Couple of more blows there now and he'll go out too, Peter.
Yes, Stephen Wilson. A bit of a yellow sticky wool there, and this one just got to take his time there. Oh, make sure he fills up that comb. With every blow, he settles it right back. Good big hug there. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for all the junior shearers in that heat. Well done, guys.
Off to the right-hand side, competitors, please. Off to the right-hand side. We'll have the names down, names up for heat number 3. On 1 will be Conor McLeod, 2 Neil McGeever, 3 John Doyle, 4 Andrew Gallagher, and 5 James Hopkins. Onto your stands, competitors, please. Come on up onto your stands. You don't have to wait.
Make sure you've got your 2 pin men with you as well, guys. Every shearer, make sure you've got your 2 pin persons with you going up. Keep the show moving. So again, shearing 3 sheep each, hoping to make the semi-final later on. As they say, the X Factor, the semi-final. So make sure you've got your 2 pin helpers with you, guys. Okay, the scene is set for the third heat. Just waiting to get the thumbs up there from John Corrigan. You nearly set, John? Has everybody got 2 pin helpers? Okay, George, are we ready to call it, George?
Have you a pen man there, James Hopkins? Have you a pen man? James, you have, yeah? You're okay? Okay, scene is set. We're ready to get underway. The third heat of the junior. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Out to come now with the first out our 3 sheep. Conor McLeod, Neil McGeever, John Doyle, Andrew Gallagher, and James Hopkins. Shearing for a place in the semi-final.
See James Hopkins up there on stand number 5. He's the left-handed shearer. He's what's known as a Kitog. Andrew Gallagher already breaks up the underbind there on stand number 4. John Doyle. Well-known shearer there, young John Doyle. Shearing a lot of sheep every year, young John Doyle up there. Shear the future. Niall McGeever round the back of the head of the way he goes on 2. And Conor McGlone already breaking open the first shoulder there, drops her into the long blow. Niall McGeever steps through up the neck of the way he goes there on 2. First of the 3 sheep on board, John Doyle. Cleans around the back of the head, does John. And Andrew Gallagher, he steps over. Couple of blows ahead there now is Conor McGlone on 1. But already turning down the last side on 4. Andrew Gallagher. And James Hopkins, the man from Drummond in County Mayo. Make sure, Ronald, you turn the card. John Doyle, couple of flicks over the tail head from John Doyle as well. He'll go in for number 2. Andrew Gallagher already with 2 on the board. James Hopkins down the last side, George. He comes on stand number 5.
Yes, down to the flank and out the back like he goes now. Keep those card pen numbers turned over, please. So it's James Hopkins now out the back leg, the left-handed shearer. Shearing on stand number 5. Gets the sheep away. He can get the sheep away quite easy. Get them out is a bit more difficult. And one more. I think that's his second sheep. So turn it again there, Penman.
Kieran Duffy. Turn it again.
Yes, he's on number 2, I believe.
Yeah, he has 2 on 2. 2. Gavin, turn that pin again on 2, please.
Between the 2, you'll probably get it right, I'm sure. So we've Conor there. He's up and around the back of the head, drops down the reverse shoulder. John Doyle on the undermine. Andrew Gallagher. He gets the turn. He's heading to home and down the last side. Down to the shoulder he comes. Heading down to the flank now. Down the money side to the lamb with 1 more left in the pen.
Yeah, Conor up there on stand 1 down the last side.
Owen McParlin, go see Jared Kelly, the scorekeeper, immediately, please. Owen McParlin, go see Jared Kelly immediately, please.
So Niall McGeever up the head of the neck of the way he goes there. John Doyle. Turn the cards here, lads, for John Doyle. Hello. Pinman for John Doyle, please turn his cards. Colum, tell him to turn the cards there, please. Andrew Gallagher. Andrew Gallagher breaks up already with 3 on the board. Good black hug this time. James Hopkins, couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll go in for sheep number 3. The man for Drummond in County Mayo. He goes in for sheep number 3. Nice job out of that sheep there. In for 3 he goes. 2 left in the pen. Andrew Gallagher. He turns to break up the undermine there on stand number 4. Down the last side comes John Doyle. Good, lovely, clean sheeting going on there on stand number 3 from John Doyle. Niall McGeever down the last side. Concentrating hard there. Up there is Conor McGlone. How many has Conor? Is that 3 on the board for Conor up there on stand 1? As he turns to break open the undermine. Good work on up here for all those junior shearers. These are the shearers of the future, ladies and gentlemen. Niall McGeever. Down the last side comes Niall. Out comes John Doyle with number 3. Turn the card again for John Doyle. Number 3 on the board for John Doyle. Andrew Gallagher already with 3 on the board. Dropping into the long blow. Young Jamesy Hopkins up there. Jamesy steps through. Up the neck and away goes James on 5 there, George. He's having a good cheer as the Mayo man on stand number 5.
Yes, he's up now and around the back of the head. His third and final lamb on the board. Andrew Gallagher, he's about to get the turn for home on his final lamb. Neil McGeever out with 3. He's out there. Flick that card over there. Penman on stand number 2. Yeah, turn that card on stand number 2, Penman. Penman on stand number 2.
Tom Holland, turn the cards, lads, on stand 2, please.
The shearer will be all right. He'll shear. Yep. Conor McGlone there. He gets the turn. He's down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. But it's Andrew Gallagher. He's out there now. He pulled the cord and his time is taken. We have James Hopkins. James down the last side. The left-handed shearer shearing on stand number 5. Down and out the back leg he goes. Little bit of a wriggle. Quite a big lamb there this time. It looks like he's going to get finished next, but very close there. Conor is there as well, but it is James Hopkins. Well done, James. Now you have Conor, Neil and John. And it's going to be Conor on stand number 1. He's next out there. Wants to pull the cord. Their time is taken. So it's quite close here with Neil and John on stands 2 and 3. The competitors for the next heat, be ready, please. Competitors for heat number 4. Get yourselves ready. Will be Paddy Dunn, Kerry Adams, Duncan Adams, Edward Call, and Andy Corrigan. Be there ready at the left-hand side, the shearing stand, please. So it looks like Neil is going to pull the cord first, and it's Neil is out there. John Doyle, the finishing touches going in there on stand number 3 for John. Another 2 blows, and he'll be there. And it looks like John Doyle. Put your hands together for another good heat in the junior.
Yeah, brilliant heat there again. Next heat, get ready. You know where you are. Make sure you've got your pen men with you. Turn back the cards there, boys, before you come down to 0 again, please. Turn back the cards there. Colin on stand 2. So again, shearing 3 sheep each. This is the 4th heat. 1 more heat to go after this.
On stand number 2, it is Harry Kimmel. Now, half us up there. Harry Kimmel.
Harry Kimmel. So on stand 2 will be Harry Kimmel. On stand 2 will be Harry Kimmel. He's up there on stand number 2. That's Harry Kimmel will be shearing on stand number 2.
Owen McParland on 3, Edward Call on 4, and Andy Corrigan on stand number 5. Come on up onto the stands, competitors, please.
Yeah, make sure you bring your pen men with you, guys. Make sure you bring your pen people with you. Make sure you got your 2 pen men. So Harry Kimmel, you're very welcome to Ireland. One of the Scottish boys over for the test, the development test later on. So you're very welcome, Harry. Hope you enjoy your stay here in Clonmany in the south of Ireland. And Duncan Adams is here as well, his teammate. So you're very welcome, guys. So again, shearing 3 sheep each. So Paddy Dunn, Harry Kimmel, Owen McFarlane, Edward Cahill, and Andy Corrigan. So you're very welcome, guys. Are we ready to call it, lads? We've got to keep moving. 1 more heat here in the junior.
Okay, make sure you have your pen man with you, Andy. You have, I think. Make sure you have your helpers there with you. Yep. Okay, handpieces on. We're ready to get underway. The scene is set. The 4th heat of the junior. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Paddy Dunn, stand number 1. Harry Kimmel on stand number 2. Ewan McParland, stand number 3. Edward Cahill on 4. And Andy Corrigan, stand number 5. There are 3 sheep. Pen men, don't forget those pen numbers when they go to their 2nd sheep. And they shearing for the place in the semi-final.
Yeah, Paddy Dunn up there, the man from the Curry Kildare, already. Harry, the Scottish boy up there, steps through on long blow time. Owen McFarlane concentrating hard there on stand number 3. Edward Cahill breaks open the undermine there. He steps forward on stands 4. Andy Corrigan, the man from the Curry in County Kildare. Round the back of the head and away he goes there, being closely judged there by David O'Neill on stands 5. But Paddy Dunn, this boy has improved immensely in his shearing, doing good work up there. He's travelled to New Zealand. He's on about going to Australia this time, I think. No, so Harry Kimmel, he's already out with 2 on the board. He'll be shearing with the development test again later on. Tomorrow, no, that's Harry Kimmel. Loving those hugs up there. His own McFarlane drops her down in the long blow. Edward Cahill. Edward is on long blow time. And Andy Corrigan, bit of a wriggler, but he settles her right back down again. But already, with 2 on the board, the Scottish boy, that's Harry Gamble. Breaks open the undermine there. He'll step through up the neck. He's being closely judged there by Colin McGregor. And Owen McFarlane. Owen is on long blow time, the young boy up there. The future of the Shearing, good to see him. Edward Cahill, down the last side comes Edward. And Andy Corrigan up there. Down the last side he comes George on stand 5.
Yes, he gets the turn. Down to that shoulder and down the last side he comes. Edward Cowell chasing him hard there. Owen McFarlane is right there as well. Harry gets the turn there on stand number 2. Paddy Dunn. Down and out the back leg goes Paddy. Another couple of blows. He must have done all right yesterday with his Wicklow Cheviot. So out he goes now, and Paddy is out with number 2 on the board. And we'll have that card pen number turned over there. Harry puts the finishing touches, gets that sheep out, and he comes out with number 2 on the board. Owen McFarlane. He very soon will be in for his second sheep as well. Paddy Dunn into the first hind leg there on stand number 1. Owen McFarlane now sends that sheep out the porthole, and he's out with number 2 on the board. Sean.
That's right.
Up the neck goes Paddy.
So Paddy Dunn up there already with number 2 on the board. 1 left in the pin there. Harry Gimel, the Scottish boy, he has 3 on the board. He's doing good work up there, loving those type hogs up there is Harry, all the way over from Scotland, as he drops her down into the long blow. Owen McFarlane fires away the belly wall.
Just a quick call, please. For the intermediate 3 competitors that haven't checked in, you have 2 minutes to do it. PJ Haughey, David Hurley, and Carl McGowan. If you have 2 minutes to check in, if not, you won't be shearing in the intermediate. You may wait till 2024.
Yeah, but Owen McFarlane already breaks up the underbite. Turn the cards there, boys, for Owen, please. Turn the cards in Owen's pin, please. Dean Loughlin. Dean, please turn the numbers, Dean, please. The man, Edward Cahill, already on long blow time, doing good work up there is Edwards. He turns for home, 2 on the board. Andy Corrigan up there on long blow time, good black hog up there. He drops her in the long blow time. Making a nice job of her up there. I think he used to shear against his dad one time. You're very welcome, Andy. And Paddy Dunn, he's already out. Turned the card, Ivan, for Paddy. Is that 3 on the board for Paddy, Ivan? 3 on the board, thank you. So Paddy Dunn already working hard on the very well there. And Harry Gamble, the Scottish boy, has gone out there. Well done there for the young Scottish lad. Owen McFarlane drops her into long blow time. These boys are hoping to make the semi-final again later on, lads, in the junior. Edward Cowell out the flank, and away goes Edward. Is he 1 left in the pen, lads? 1 left in the pen for Edward. Andy Corrigan, down the last side comes Andy. Oh, is there 1 left in the pen there for Andy, lads? Yes, 1 sheep left in the pen for Andy Corrigan on stand number 5. Edward Cowell with 3 on the board. Owen McFarlane. Is that 3 on the board for Owen McFarlane, boys? What's his name? Dean, has he 1 left in the pen? Has he 1 left in the pen? That's okay, thank you, Dean. And Harry Gimble had a great cheer up there, the Scottish lad. These boys are putting it up to the Irish young shearers here, the Scottish lads. Paddy Dunn. Paddy drops her in long blow time. He's going well there, George, on stand 1.
Yes, down in the long blow now, about to step over. Another couple of blows, he'll get the turn and head down the last side of his 3rd and final sheep. Owen comes down the last side, a bit of a wriggler there. He'll settle her down, and away he goes again. He's shearing on stand number 3. Edward Call and Andy Corrigan. He's into the first hind leg there on stand number 5. He's a little bit of a wriggler as well. Owen comes down, 1 more left in the pen for Owen there on stand 3. Paddy Dunn now, the man from the Garden County, shearing on stand number 1. Down and out the back leg he goes. 1 more blow, and he'll be there. Paddy Dunn it is. Well done, Paddy. And Owen comes out now with his third and final lamb on the board. Up the neck goes Andy Corrigan. Edward Call down and out the back like he goes.
Yeah, so Edward Call. Couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll have his third and final sheep. Shorn. Andrew Corrigan on a long blood time, but it's all about Owen Cahill now, ladies and gentlemen. He has a lovely job made of that sheep there. Good man, Owen, or Edward. Good lad, Edward. Good work done. Owen McFarland there. Owen McFarland, young boy up there down the north of Ireland. Great to see these young shearers. These are the shearers of the future, ladies and gentlemen. He'd have a good teacher every day there with Seamus Kelly. Seamus won the All-Ireland back in the day. A lot of people won't remember it, but I do. And Andy Corrigan. Andy's on long blow time as well, up around the Corrig Kildare there as well. Down the last side he goes with his third and final sheep on the board. One more heat left in the juniors. Owen McFarland, lovely work going on up there from, look at this handwork, look at the footwork there of Owen McFarland. And Andy Corrigan, concentrating very hard up there is Andy. On stand number 5 up there, bit of a wriggler. Oh, he's sure what he's saying to us is not too nice, ladies and gentlemen. We can't hear him. Andy Corrigan out the flank and away he goes there. And it's Owen McFarland on long blow time on stand number 3. So good work going on up there. We're straight into the last heat of the juniors after this, and then we're straight into the intermediates. George, good shearing going on there on stands, these two stands.
Yes, and Andy is out there now. He's finished his third and final sheep on stand number 5. With Owen McFarland gets the turn. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Yeah. Owen McFarland shearing on stand number 3. Right down to that shoulder. He's about to step back with the left now. Doing a quality job there on stand number 3. One more heat in the junior. He just pops up that head down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. Keeping that bottom tooth down on the skin. He doesn't want to give anything away to the judges. Starting and finishing each blow on the skin. Owen McFarland on stand number 3. The final touch is going into his third and final lamb. Well done. Put your hands together for another good heat at the junior.
Well done, Owen.
Off to the right-hand side, please.
So the 5th and final heat, George, have you got names for them?
Yes, we'll have Kieran McDonough, if you know him, Peter, on stand number 1. Christopher Begley on 2. Duncan Adams on 3. Sam Murphy on 4. And Ryan Deskren on stand number 5. Okay, competitors up onto your stands, please. You needn't wait around. Come on, keep it moving and have your helpers with you. Time doesn't wait, the clock won't stop.
That's okay. Yeah, okay. George,
Yeah, and Kieran is not shearing, so we won't have anybody on stand at number 1. Kieran won't be shearing. So just the 4 competitors in this heat.
That's good.
Christopher, Duncan, Sam and Ryan. Sam Murphy there, please. Stand number 4. Final call for Sam Murphy, please.
Lovely.
You must have checked in, must be here.
One, boys.
Would you have 20 seconds to be on the stage or you're not cheering?
Have you got your 2 pin people, guys, in the pins? Ready to call it, George?
Okay, scene is set. We have to move on. The clock is ticking. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Just the 3 competitors, Christopher Begley, Duncan Adams and Ryan Eskren there on stand number 5.
Yeah, Christopher Begley up there with 1 on the board. Duncan Adams concentrating very hard up there is Ryan.
Competitors to the intermediate, be getting yourselves ready, please. The first heat. Conal Diver, Kieran McNulty, Alistair Crawford, Luke McGee, and Katie O'Sullivan. That'll be heat number 1 of the intermediate. Get yourselves ready, please.
So Ryan Esker there on stand number 5 up there. Turns the brakes open the undermine there. Settling now that sheep there. Good work going on there from Christopher Begley. Already up the neck goes Duncan Adams. Round the back of the head goes Duncan, being closely judged there by Tom Holland, the man from the Gaeltacht area. In the place called Cloprack. That's Condonagaliva. And we've got Ryan Erkins. Up the neck goes Ryan. Bit of a wriggler, but he settles it right back down there on stand number 5. Duncan Adams. Bit of a wriggler there has Duncan, but he's on long blow time. Big sweeping blows going on up there, filling up the comb. That's where those shearers make up the time, ladies and gentlemen. There's no use buying a 10-foot more and only using 8 foot of it. You got to fill up that comb. That's where they make up the time on the long blows. Christopher Begley drops her in long blow time again, does Christopher. On long blow time with 1 on the board. Who's going to be first to make the drop? Down comes Duncan. Couple of blows ahead of the field there on stand number 3. Ryan Erkins. Down the last side. He's on long blow time up there on stand number 5 up there. But already in goes Duncan on stand number 2. George, good work going on there on stand 2.
Yes, he gets the turn down to the shoulder. I was just wondering, is the judging different in the Gaeltacht area, Peter? Is the judging different in the Gaeltacht area there? I heard you talking about the Gaeltacht area.
Yes. Oh, Tom has pull.
Christopher Begley now down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Duncan comes out. Number 2, flick over that number, please. Well done. And Ryan there on stand number 5. He gets the turn down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. The final heat of the junior, the first heat intermediate. Have yourselves ready, please. So it's Christopher Begley now. Down and out the back leg he goes. About 2 more blows and he'll be sending that sheep away and be out with number 2. Duncan on the second lamb. Down the last side comes Ryan. Christopher, he's out with number 2 on the board. And the card is turned over. So stands 2 and 3 now on their second lamb. Ryan down and out the back like he goes. About 3 more blows. And he'll be in for lamb number 2. The last heat of the junior. Of course, we're using the list of machines here today, and we have David John here looking after him. Ryan out now with lamb number 2. We'll have that card flicked over there on stand 5, please. That pen number, well done. Oh, all competitors now on their second lamb. And it's Duncan Adams there, right down the long blows on stand number 3. Right foot over, keeping that bottom tooth on the skin. He's about to get the turn now and head down the last side with 1 more lamb left in the pen. Couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine there for Christopher. He steps up the neck. Into the first hind leg goes Ryan on stand number 5.
Katie. Come running home again. So Christopher Begley round the back of the head. And Duncan Adams. Couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll go in for his third and final sheep. And Ryan Erkins up there on stand number 5. Is that 2 on the board for Ryan, boys? Is he 1 left in the pen? 1 left in the pen up there for Ryan. On stand 5. And Duncan Adams working hard there with sheep number 3 on the board.
The first heat of the intermediate. Have yourselves ready. Conal Diver, Kieran McNulty, Alistair Crawford, Luke McGee, and Katie O'Sullivan.
So that's Christopher Begley up there on long
Katie is
time.
doing wool as well, so Very hard to be in two places at one time. But I'm sure she'll manage that. You're watching the final heat of the junior.
Duncan Adams up the neck he goes with 3 on the board.
Yes.
Is that Ryan's third sheep on
Mr.
the board?
Noon.
Is that Ryan's third sheep on the board there, Colin, I wonder? Has he one left in the pen? On stand 5 there, boys. Ian Wilson, has he one left in the pen, Ian?
I think he's one left in the pen there. Maybe not.
One left in the pen? Thank you very much, Ian. So Ryan Eccles is there down the last side of the way he goes there. Duncan Adams on long blow time with 3 on the board. Christopher Begley, couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll go in for sheep number 3. Good shearing going on here. He has a nice hog left till last. They usually keep the good wine till last, ladies and gentlemen. And Duncan Adams, down the last side comes Duncan. He's concentrating very, very hard up there on stand number 3. Hoping to make the semi-final later on. Good work going on up there from Duncan Adams. We got Ryan Erkins. Couple of flicks over the tail head from Ryan, working very hard up there. Ryan Erskine with 3 on the board, but it's already about Duncan Adams. Couple of flicks over the tail head from Duncan, making a lovely job of that sheep up there. It's like peeling an orange to him, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely work going on there. Give Duncan a round of applause there, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to get a bit of support from the audience. Christopher Begley, he steps through. Up the neck goes Christopher. Ryan Erkins. Oh, he has a wriggler. But he's settling right back down again. Full control taken of that sheep there again on stand 5 by Ryan. And Christopher Begley. All long blow time up there is Christopher. This is the final heat of the juniors. Intermediate shearers, get ready. This is a good heat as well, George, in the final heat of the juniors.
Yes, the final heat of the junior now. I think that's the last sheep there on stand number 5. You can flick over that number, please. But it's his final, third and final sheep.
Steve.
Christopher Begley now. He's about to get the turn and head down the last side. Christopher Begley there, stand number 2. Last heat of the junior, shearing for the place in the semi-final. Ryan there on stand number 5. He drops down to the first shoulder. So Christopher now down to the flank. Down and out the back like he goes. Another 2 or 3 blows. He'll pull that stop cord and his time will be taken. Christopher Begley. Yes, well done. Christopher's out there. So we've Ryan now. He's right down the long blows of his third and final lamb. Just about to get the turn. Head for home, down the money side of the sheep he comes. Quite strong lambs. A big thank you to the farmers for supplying the sheep. So Ryan now down to the shoulder. Stepping back there with the left. Just wants that lamb to sit quite a strong lamb he has this time. There was no shortage of grass where that lamb came from. Down to the shoulder he goes. Right down to the flank. Down and out the back like he goes now. Another couple of blows. And once he pulls that cord, his time will be taken. That's Ryan there on stand number 5. The last of the junior heats. Put your hands together for all the junior competitors. Well done. So we have the names going up now for the intermediate. Tom Dunn, or Dunn Tom. The intermediate competitors will be shearing 4 sheep. Just a little bit of a change around there for a second, so we'll just give them a minute or two. And we have the judges. I'll just let you know who the judges are for the intermediate. You have a couple of minutes before you come up on stage. It will be Colin Crowe on 5, Tom Halloran on 4, John Corrigan 3, David O'Neill on 2, and Peter Webber. You're very welcome, Peter, stand number 1. And the spare will be Hazel Crowe. Judging out the back, John Murphy and Billy Donlan. With just a couple of seconds there to give them a chance out the back to get sheep organised. 4 sheep each for the intermediate, and we've 4 heats of 5. Just to mention some of our sponsors: McGinty Tractors, DMG Motors, they're all the one. A big thank you to all our sponsors: Cross Concrete, Inishowen Co-op, FBD Insurance, Robinson Concrete, Utah McGinty, Dooley Brothers, Inishowen Engineering, Department of Agriculture and the Marine, Lynch Brothers, Mass Construction. Mr. Concrete must be very special, Ballyliffin Hotel and Ballycree. So a big thank you to all our sponsors. Without the sponsors, we wouldn't have any shearing competitions. So if you can bear with us for 4 or 5 minutes there, we'll be ready to get underway with the first of the intermediate heats.
Do your head. Was he? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. You need your jacket. Yeah. You need your jacket. All right, Shawnee. Where'd you go? Oh, I see you down there. Okay.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Okay, we are ready to move on with the first of the intermediate heats. We have 4 heats in the intermediate and are shearing 4 sheep each. So if we get the judges for the intermediate, please. Stand number 5, Colin Crowe, Tom Halloran on 4, John Corrigan on 3, David O'Neill on 2, and Peter Webber, you're very welcome on stand number 1, and the spare is Hazel Crowe. Judging out the back will be John Murphy and Billy Donlan. Okay, competitors for heat number 1, please, if you can take your stands. Katie O'Sullivan, stand number 5. Luke McGee on 4. Alistair Crawford on 3. Kieran McNulty, stand number 2. And Conal Diver on stand number 1. If you can take your stands, please.
So the start of the intermediates, Colin Diver, Kieran McNulty, Alistair Crawford, Luke McGee, and Katie O'Sullivan.
Make sure you've got 2 helpers with you, please.
Maybe 2 helpers. That goes for all competitors. Make sure you've got 2 helpers going up on the stage with you guys. We've got to keep moving. So Colin Diver on 1, Kieran McNulty, Alistair Crawford, Luke McGee. You want a pin, man? Man, Ronald McDonald. Tommy, you got 2 pin men? Are we ready to rock and roll, boys? Yeah.
Stand for you.
Come on, boys, we're looking for judges.
Colin Crowe, you're on stand number 5.
Colin Crowe, leave down the cup, Colin. You're all the time drinking tea. Okay, the scene is set, boys and girls. Another judge.
Conal Diver, your stand number 1, please. You're there, ready. And
another judge.
Peter Webber. Peter, I seen him there. Peter, I think he's inside, is he? Peter Webber, you're judging on stand number 1, please. Yep, he's on the way.
Peter Webber, stand number 1, please. How many sheep, George? So shearing 4 sheep each, guys. Man, Peter, you're welcome to. You're welcome to Ireland.
Peter has had the journey trip over from the south of England, so he's very welcome.
Down Devon country.
So he gets that white coat on.
There'll be no stopping him, George. You want to get a smaller one, Peter?
Okay, the scene is set. We're ready to get underway. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. The first of 4 sheep. Conal Diver, Kieran McNulty, Alistair Crawford, Luke McGee, and Katie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, this is where it starts to heat up. Colin Diver up there on stand 1. Shearing 4 sheep each. These look to be good black Suffolk hogs. Kieran McNulty already fires away the belly wool there on stand number 2. Alistair Crawford working hard on the belly wool is Alistair. Luke McGee turns to break open the undermine there. These seem to be good shearing sheep. And the lady among the gentlemen up there. The lady among the gentlemen, that's Katie O'Sullivan. You can see her there all the time. Working on the wool. Great help at every show. Colin Diver. He steps through up the neck. Kieran McNulty, up the neck and away goes Kieran. Alistair Crawford, working hard and undermine time. Luke McGee, round the back of the head goes Luke. And Katie O'Sullivan, round the back of the head goes Katie. She's a fantastic shearer. I've seen her shearing over in the Royal Highland of the World's Champs. Done very well over there. And Colin Diver already on long blow time. Kieran McNulty, he's on long blow time as well. Alistair Crawford. Down into the long blow he goes. Luke McGee on long blow time. Nothing between those shearers. Kieran McNulty, first to turn for home. Down comes Colin Diver. Katie O'Sullivan, she turns for home. 3 left in the pen for Katie. And Colm Deaver up there, down the last side, cleaning up that shoulder. Kieran McNulty out the flank and away goes Kieran. And Alistair Crawford on stand number 3 there. On long blow time, good hugs. Luke McGee, bit of a wriggler, straightens her back up again. But it's all about Katie O'Sullivan, the lady among the gentlemen. Good work on it up there for Katie. In goes Kieran McNulty for sheep number 2. In goes Colin Deaver. Luke McGee out the flank and away he goes. In goes Katie O'Sullivan for sheep number 2. Good work on there, George, in the first heat of the intermediates.
Yes, now we've Alistair coming down the last side. Luke on 4. He comes out with his second sheep on the board as well. Keep those numbers turned over, penmen, please. Dennis, just flick over that number when you get a chance, please. Thanks. So Katie there on stand number 5. Four competitors to check in for the blades, please. Patrick Moran, Patrick Moriarty, George Mudge, and Seamus Rooney. And so those 4 check in for the blades immediately, please. Patrick Moran, Patrick Moriarty, George Mudge, and Seamus Rooney. You watch O'Connell Deaver there on stand number 1, down in the long blows. Kieran McNulty, he drops down to the first shoulder. Alistair Crawford, the belly wool comes off there. That's his second sheep. Flick over the pen number there. Pen man on stand number 3, please. Luke McGee up and around to the back of the head he goes. Drops down to the first shoulder. Katie O'Sullivan down into the long blows there. But it's Connell Deaver. It is down and out the back leg he goes on his second sheep. He's leading the way at the moment. Sends that sheep out the porthole and he'll be out with lamb number 3 on the board. Katie down in the long blow. Luke McGee is there as well. He's about to get the turn. Kieran McNulty, bit of a eagle, settler down and away he goes again. Katie gets the turn on stand number 5. Luke comes down to the shoulder, up and around the back of the head goes Alistair. But it's Connell Deaver on stand number 1. On his third sheep, into the first hind leg he goes. Kieran there, a bit of a wriggler, settles her down and away he goes again now. She's just another blower, so. And he's got that sheep away and comes out with sheep number 3 on the board.
Yes, so it's Connell Diver now, the Donegal man, steps through up the neck wall and away he goes. Kieran McAnulty there now on stand number 2, belly time for him. And Alistair Crawford now, long blow time as he turns to the cheek and down the last side he comes and now is the man on stand the number 3. So they're shearing 4 sheep each in this, the first heat of the intermediate, all shearing for a place in the semi-final later on this afternoon. Luke McGee there now, the man from Raffo on stand number 4. He clears out to the flank, out over the top leg, and it won't be long till he's into the first hind leg. Then now the man on stand number 4, Luke McGee. Katie O'Sullivan up there now, the woman from Scotland on stand number 5. The wife of Dennis O'Sullivan there now, the world finalist there. He watches over and goes out there now, steps through up the neck and away she goes on stand number 5. Bit of a wriggler there now for Alistair Crawford, but he'll sit her down and he'll put a few more shots out and he'll send her down the porthole and come out with number 3 on the board on stand 3. Long blow time for Kieran McAnulty, but the man setting the pace and leading the field is Alistair Crawford up there now on the third stand. Pulls her out with 1 left in the pin. Keep them numbers right there now, penmen. Keep changing them numbers around. Connell Diver up there now. He's going to be next to drop. Puts in the finishing touches there now as sheep. And number 3 as he comes out with his 4th and final sheep on the board up there now for Connell Diver. Kieran McAnulty gets to the turn. Down to the shoulder and away he goes. And now is Kieran McAnulty on stand number 2 with 1 sheep left in the pin up there now. Keeping the quality right up there now is Kieran McAnulty on stand number 2, Peter.
Yeah, good work going on there from Alistair Crawford on 3. Kieran McNulty, third sheep on the board, 1 left in the pen. But it's about Colin Deaver up there. He's got his 4th and final sheep on the board. Luke McGee, he turns down the last side, the Donegal man. And Katie O'Sullivan, she has 3 on the board. She's making a cracking job of that sheep up there on stand number 5. She's the lady among the gentlemen up there, ladies and gentlemen. We got Colin Deaver already with his 4th and final sheep on the board. He steps through. Up the deck and away he goes. Kieran McNulty, he goes in for sheep number 4. Turn the cards, boys. Turn the cards there for Kieran McNulty. And Alistair Crawford already on long blow time. It is Alistair. He's having a cracking shear up there. Luke McGee, one left in the pen for Luke. Out the flank and away goes Luke McGee there, the Donegal man. Katie O'Sullivan. Katie is 4 on the board as well. Good intermediate shearer. She'll soon be up shearing with the seniors. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a cracking shearer. As she turns, breaks open the undermine there on stand number 4. But it's about Colin Deaver. Colin Deaver down the last side with his 4th and final sheep on the board. Next 4 competitors, get ready, you know who you are. Colin Deaver cleaned off the last shoulder. Kieran McNulty with 4 on the board. Alistair Crawford, 1 left in the pen for Alistair. Luke McGee, he has his 4th and final sheep on the board. As does Katie O'Sullivan. Round the back of the head goes Katie, making a cracking job of that sheep up there. Is Colin Deaver on stand number 1. Down the last side, he's huffing and puffing, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to blow that wall away. So does Alistair Crawford, 1 in the pen. But it's all about Colin Deaver, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Colin Deaver on stand number 1. He had a cracking shear there, George.
Kieran McNulty up there now. He's going to be next to drop. Is it going to be Kieran McNulty or Katie Sullivan there now on stands 2 and 5 as they lock together as they come around the first front shoulder? But it looks like Kieran has a blow or 2 on the field as he lets down the straight blows down the last side, and away he comes out to the back leg. But it's still happening up there now on stands 3 and 4 with Alistair Crawford and Luke McGee. Finishing touches goes in for Kieran McNulty on stand number 2. And now you're watching Katie Sullivan putting in the last few shots there now with her 4th and final sheep on the board. It won't be long now till she gets her time taken. Is Katie O'Sullivan on stand number 5. So now next to drop is going to be the local man. It's going to be the man from Raffo. It's Luke McGee. He gets to the shoulder. You can guarantee that Luke will have the quality there now the whole way as he comes around the last front shoulder. There now is a good quality shearer. There now is Luke McGee on stand number 4 with his 4th and final sheep on the board. Keep them numbers right there now on stand number 3. I'd say Alistair Crawford at his 4th one on the board. But away to go down next to drop is going to be Luke McGee on stand number 4 on the 4th stand with the 4th sheep out and a finishing touches. Put your hands together for Luke McGee, ladies and gentlemen. So now it's not all about speed. You have to have the quality out the back too, and it looks like Alistair's making a real quality job of that. Nice little Suffolk lamb up there now on stand number 3 as he gets to the shoulder. Round the last side he comes there now with his 4th and final sheep on the board. He's not letting the judge take any second cuts off him there now as he keeps the bottom tooth down, rolls that handpiece under the shoulder, and away he goes with his 4th and final sheep on the board. Real quality job up there now from Alistair Crawford on stand number 3, the man from the north of Ireland, as he comes down out a couple of more shots and he'll get his time taken there now. A couple of more blows for Alistair Crawford there now. That looks a real quality job. A couple of more shots and away to go, hoping to make the intermediate semi-final. Put your hands together for the intermediate semi-finalists.
Off to the right-hand side, competitors, please. We'll have the names up for heat number 2. It will be Paul Conway on 1, Fraser Claudwell on 2, Kieran Lawless on stand number 3, Stephen Wilson as STEPHEN on 4, and Paddy Dunn on stand number 5.
So the second heat of the intermediates, the second of 4. So we got 5 shearers again this time. Paddy Dunn, Stephen Wilson, Kieran Lawless, Fraser Cadwell, and Paul Conway on 1. So again, shearing. 4 sheep each. Make sure, guys, you got your 2 pin men. Has everybody got 2 pin people up there to give them a hand, lads? Make sure you've got your 2 pin men, which is all the time. Right. Looking for 2 pin men there for everybody in the shearing stage there, ladies and gentlemen. So Paul Conway, Fraser Cradwell, Kieran Lawless, Stephen Wilson, and Paddy Dunn. Is everybody happy, lads? Shearers to the boards, lads, please.
Just flick back those cards on stand number 1, please.
2 pinmen.
1.
2 pinmen there for Stephen Wilson, lads. Anybody there to give Stephen a hand? Looking for 2 pinmen. Good man, Ronald. Has everybody else got 2 pen men? We're ready to rock and roll. Ready to call it, George?
Well done, Peter. Okay, the scene is set. We're ready to get rolling. Heat number 2 of the intermediate. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Paul Conway, Fraser Caldwell, Kieran Lawless, Stephen Wilson and Paddy Dunn. The first of the 4 sheep shearing for a place in the semi-final. Those floor blade shears to be called out. If you haven't checked in, please do so immediately, please. Also, any wool handlers, make sure you've checked in. Once again, big thank you to the farmers for supplying the sheep.
So Paul Conway, round the back of the head on stand 1 with his 4 sheep on the board. Fraser Cadwell, round the back of the head, nothing between those. What about the Galway man, the man from Minla? That's Cunda Galliva. That's Kieran Lawless. Round the back of the head goes Kieran. Stephen Wilson, our timekeeper here today. He's concentrating very hard there. When you see the tongue out with Stephen, it's all about shearing the sheep. And Paddy Dunn, the man from the Curragh in Kildare, working very hard up there. Look at the face of that man. He's concentrating very, very hard up there. That's Paddy Dunn. He turns for home, and it's great to see his grandfather here today. He's 86 years of age. So you're very welcome, Paddy Senior. And Stephen Wilson drops into the long blow. Bit of a wriggler there from Stephen. Kieran Lawless down the last side. Well used to shearing those type hogs at home is Kieran, the Galway man. And Fraser Cadwell. Down the last side comes Fraser. Paul Conway. Out the flank goes Paul. Who's going to be first to make the drop and go in for sheep number 2? Looks like it's going to be Fraser or Paddy Dunn up there on stand number 5. Kieran Lawless not far behind them there. And it's all about Fraser Cadwell. In goes Paddy Dunn. Where's Kieran Lawless? Out the flank goes Kieran. Paddy Conway up there. Bit of a wriggler from Kieran Lawless, but he settles it right back down again. Down the last side comes Stephen Wilson. Out comes Paul Conway there, George, on stand number 1.
Yes. So it's Stephen Wilson now. He comes down the last side of sheep number 1. Keeping the quality right there. He's shearing on stand number 4. Into the first hand leg goes Fraser. Paddy Dunn is right there as well, as is Paul Conway, Kieran Lawless. And a big thank you to all our sponsors, McGinty Tractors, DMG Motors, the All-Ireland Machine Plastering, Cross Concrete, Inishowen Co-op, FPD Insurance, Robinson Concrete, Newtown and McGinty, Dooley Brothers Limited, Inishowen Engineering. So a big thank you to all our sponsors. We wouldn't have any shearing competitions without our sponsors. Stevie Wilson, he has his second sheep out and the number is flicked over there on stand number 4. Paul Conway, Paddy Dunn, not a lot between them. It looks like Paul Conway could have a blow or 2 there at the moment. But remember, speed is only one part of it. You must have that quality job out the back. The judges out the back will be looking for a nice even level finish job with no ridges of wool or tassels of wool on the sheep. The judges on the board, you see them rotating here. They're watching that when you're shearing the sheep that you take off the wool cleanly with each forward blow, each movement of the handpiece. You're not second cutting the staple of the wool. Any second cut you do, you'll be penalised by penalty strokes. That'll be divided by the number of sheep and give you whole points. So that's what our judges on the board. They're also watching that you put each shortened sheep away properly, take him out with a pen properly. And of course, the only person that can touch the stop cord is the competitor or the judge. And the competitor must stay on the board, or the competitors must stay on the board until the last competitor is finished. Out comes Paddy Dunn with number 3.
Yeah, Fraser Cadwell there. You want to change the pin number there for Fraser, lads, I'd say on stand number 2. Is that his 3rd sheep there, lads, for Fraser? Turn the cards there, boys, for Fraser. Is that his 3rd sheep? Turn the cards. 2. I see 3 done. Paul Conway. You won't be up before me, young man. Paul Conway, round the back of the head and away he goes there on stand number 2. Fraser. With 3 on the board, he was no lint doing the last 2, I'll tell you. Kieran Lawless, the man from Galway. He has 3 on the board. Is that 3, Kieran? Kieran, is that 3 for Kieran Lawless? Stephen Wilson. Down the last side comes Stephen. He has 2 on the board as Stephen. Paddy Dunn. Beginning to set a pace up there, the man from the Curragh. That's Cunde Killara. Big sweeping blows going up there. Down the last side. And away goes Paddy, doing lovely work up there. On stand number 5 up there. In goes Stephen Wilson for sheep number 3. Ronald, turn the card, please. Ronald McDonald, turn the card. Down the last side comes, good man, Stephen Wilson. Kieran Lawless, round the back of the head goes Kieran Lawless, the man from Minlow at Condonegal. We got Fraser Cadwell. Fraser turns the last side. Down he comes. He's having a good shear up there, ladies and gentlemen. And Paul Conway, 3 on the board for Paul. Is the 1 left in the pen there for Paul Conway. He's shearing on stand number 1. Fraser Cadwell, Kieran Lawless, bit of a wriggler, but he settles it right back down. Good control of that sheep there has the young man there, Kieran, and Stephen Lawless. Stephen has 3 on the board. There's 1 left in the pen for Stephen. Paddy Dunn, already with 4 on the board, hoping to make, as they say in the X Factor, ladies and gentlemen, these guys are hoping to make the semi-final later on, ladies and gentlemen. Good shooting on up there, George, on every stand.
Yes, now it's Kieran Lawless. He comes out with his 4th and final sheep on the board, but it's already Paddy Dunn, the man from the Garden County of Wicklow. He's about to step over now with his 4th and final sheep on the board. Paul Conway, he's his 4th sheep out there as well, as has Fraser and Kieran. Stevie Wilson on 3, dropping down to the first shoulder. But it's the Wicklow man there on stand number 5. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. He done a season down in New Zealand last year. Down and out the back leg goes Paddy Dunn. Now 2 more blows. He'll pull the cord and his time will be taken. Well done. Put your hands together for Paddy Dunn there. So it's quite close there. Stands 1, 2 and 3. Stevie has 1 more sheep to get. Down in the long blows for Stevie Wilson. Now he's about to get the turn. Head down the last side with 1 more sheep in the pen.
As he won
Paul Conway down to the shoulder, and down the last side comes Paul.
Yeah, Ronald. Has he 1 left in the pen there for Stephen Wilson. Kieran Lawless making a sweeping job of that one up there. Yeah, soon time for the drop of tape. Kieran Lawless. Down the last side, the man from Minlow, County Galway, having a good shear. And it's about Fraser Cadwell up there. Paul Conway's gone on 1. Fraser with 4 on the board, bit of a wriggler, but he sets the right back down. Good work going on up there. Lovely job out of that sheep there from Kieran Lawless. He's hoping to make the semi-final. Stephen Wilson, well done, Kieran. Give them a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen, up here. It's not simple up here. This might be their first or second day out. In goes Stephen Wilson. He has 1 left in the pen. In goes Fraser Cladwell. He had a cracking cheer up there as well. These boys are hoping to make the semi-final later on and the final again tomorrow. So in goes Stephen Wilson. Stay on the stands, boys. Make sure you stay on your stands, Kieran Lawless. Make sure you stay on your stand. Paddy Dunn had a good cheer up there on stand number 5. But it's about Stephen Wilson. Next heat, get ready, George. Have you the names for the next heat there, George? I might call them out. We'll keep the show going.
Yes, Neil McGeever, Ian Wilson, Matthew Chambers, Stephen Donaghy and Ronald Kennedy. That'll be the 3rd heat of the intermediate. So get yourselves ready, please. Be over there at the left-hand side, the shearing stand. At the moment, you're watching Stevie Wilson there on stand number 4. Up and around the back of the head, drops down to the first shoulder. Keeping the quality right, keeping that bottom tooth on the skin, starting and finishing each blow on the skin. Stevie Wilson, when he's not shearing, he's down here timekeeping, so he's quite busy today. So Stevie gets the turn now. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Stephen Wilson. So rolls the handpiece down underneath that shoulder. Right down to the flank he goes. About 3 more blows now. He'll be finished. His 4th and final lamb. Put your hands together for another good heat of the intermediate. Well done.
Well done, Stephen. Well done, Stephen Wilson.
Off to the right-hand side, please, and we'll have the names up for heat number 3. Ronald Kennedy on stand number 5. Stephen Donaghy on 4. Matcher Chambers on 3. Ian Wilson on 2. And Neil McGeever on stand number 1.
So the next heat, ladies and gentlemen, of the intermediates, again shearing 4 sheep each. These boys are hoping to make the semi-final later on. Good quality shearing going on here all morning. The standard of sheep are very good, thanks to the farmers for supplying the sheep. Without
Okay,
the farmers,
competitors onto their stands, please.
how'd you go, Stevie? What, nothing like that? But you good clean shear?
I thought it was clean like that.
Yeah. I didn't even ask. Yeah, I know the feeling. I've been there, done that. So Niall McGeever on 1, Ian Wilson on 2, Matthew Chambers on 3, Stephen Donaghy on 4, and the famous Ronald Kennedy will shear on stand number 5. The man with the fast hand up there, I seen him last Saturday shearing in Sligo. Wow, could this man shear? So Niall McGeever, Ian Wilson, Matthew Chambers, Stephen Donaghy, and Ronald Kennedy. Again, shearing 4 sheep each.
Just put those sheep numbers back to 1, please. They're on stands 1 and 2.
Yeah, turn back the numbers there, lads, on 1 and 2.
Yeah, back to 1.
Go back to 1. Back to 1, Niall. That's 4. It's forward we come in this county. You should know that. Not backwards. We don't start at 4 and work down to 1. Okay, the scene is set, George.
Okay, we're ready to get underway. The second last heat of the intermediate.
Wow.
Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Neil McGeever, Ian Wilson, Matthew Chambers, Stephen Donaghy, and Ronald Kennedy. First of the 4 sheep, shearing for a place in the semi-final. Don't forget our sponsors there. McGinty Tractors and DMG Motors. The All-Ireland Machine Plastering. Cross Concrete, Inishowen Co-op, FPD Insurance. They're all big sponsors here of the All-Ireland Shearing in Donegal. So it's already Ronald Kennedy drops down that first shoulder, down into the long blows. Up the neck goes Neil McGeever. Ian Wilson is up. Matcher Chambers and Stephen on stand number 4. Ronald Kennedy steps over.
Yes, sort of Donegal man there now. Neil McGeever dropping down into the first front shoulder he goes. But first to get the turn is Stephen Donaghy, closely followed by Ronald Kennedy up there now. The man from Derry on stand number 5. He gets to the turn. Who's going to get the drop first in this, the third heat of the intermediate now as they come down the last side together. Out to the flank and out the back leg and away to go. It looks like Ronald Kennedy's stolen a blow or 2 now on the field as he comes out with a sheep number 2 on the board for Ronald Kennedy up there now on stand number 5. Stephen Donaghy comes out with 2 on the board. So there's still a real battle on now with these other 3 shearers. Stands 1, 2 and 3 as they all turn to the shoulder. But Matthew Chambers must have a blow or 2 around him. Shearing 4 sheep each now and away they go. Stephen Donaghy there now out with 2 on the board with Ronald Kennedy as well on stands 4 and 5. Next to drop is going to be Ian Wilson there now. The man from Antrim up there now on stand number 2. Out to the back leg and away he goes. Few flicks out over the tailhead and he'll come out with sheep number 2 on the board. A real bit of a slider there now for Niall McGeever on 1, but he'll settle her down and he'll give her a few more shots and he'll say bye bye and come out with number 2 on the board. Matthew Chambers pulls out 2, but it's still the man on stands 4 and 5, Peter. They're starting to set it up there now on is Stephen Donaghy and Ronald Kennedy.
Yeah, turn the cards. Good lad, you're learning. Niall McGeever with 2 on the board as well. Ian Wilson working very hard up there as he turns to break open the undermine there. Good quality hogs. Turn the bars cards there, lads, for Ian Wilson. Hello, lads. Turn the card for Ian Wilson on stand 2. Hello. Hello. Thank you very much. Turn the card for Ian Wilson on stand 2. We got Matthew Chambers. Matthew already with 2 on the boards. Hello. Turn the card for Matthew, please. Turn the card for Matthew Chambers on stand 2. Thank you very much. Stephen Donaghy already with 2 on the board. Down the last side, Ronald Kennedy. Ronald McDonald, he's better known as, ladies and gentlemen, down the last side. He's having a cracking shear up there. He's hoping to make the semi-final here of the intermediates. Good shooting going on up there between stands number 4 and 5. Out the flank goes Stephen. Out goes Ronald, who's going to be first to make the drop and have number 3 on the board. Ronald Kennedy, couple of flicks over the tail head. In goes Stephen Donaghy. He comes out with sheep number 3. In goes Ronald Kennedy. There's a real battle going on up here, ladies and gentlemen. There's a rumble in the jungle up here between stands number 4 and 5. Niall McGeever. Niall McGeever, he's on long blow time. He has 2 on the board. Round the last side of the way he goes there. Ian Wilson. Good quality shading on up there on stand number 2 from Ian Wilson. Matthew Chambers. Couple of flicks over the tail head from Matthew Chambers. Ladies and gentlemen, he will go in for sheep number 3. Stephen Donaghy. Turn the card there for Stephen Donaghy, please, guys. Turn the card for Stephen Donaghy. Hello, hello, hello. Absolute Kieran McNulty, good man Kieran, and Ronald Kennedy. You're at home, Kieran, at last. And that's Ronald McDonald, the man from the north of Ireland, the man that showed in Sligo last week, had a cracking shear down there. In goes Niall McGeever. He's having a good one there, George, on stand 1.
Yes, Neil out there now. That must be his third sheep on stand number 1. Ian Wilson. The belly will comes off. He's into the first hind leg. Matthew Chambers. Stevie Donaghy there on stand at number 4. And Ronald Kennedy. He's on 5. But he turns her home. Down the last side he comes up. Sheep number 3. Keep those pen numbers turned over. On stand number 1. Stand number 2. I'm sure they're all on 3. Get those numbers right. What as Ronald Kennedy is putting the finishing touches in there on his third sheep, and he'll be soon going in now for lamb number 4. His final lamb out on the board there for Ronald Kennedy. Stephen Donaghy, he turns her home. Down the last side he comes with 1 more in the pen. Not a lot between stands 1, 2 and 3. 1 more heat of the intermediate. Stephen Donaghy now out the back leg he goes. Just another blow or 2, and he'll be in for his 4th and final lamb. Out he comes on stand number 4. Ian Wilson turns. Down the last side he comes. Right down the long blow is Matthew Chambers. Neil McGeever, he turns her home as well. But it's Ronald Kennedy at the moment. He drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blows now. He's 4th and final lamb on the board. Ian Wilson. Out the back leg goes Ian now. Just another blow or 2. And Ian comes out with his 4th and final lamb on the board.
Yeah, so Niall McGeever now, a couple of more blows, and he'll come out with number 4 on the board up there now on stand number 1. Ian Wilson out with his 4th sheep on the board there now as well. Finishing touches going in there now on stands 3 with Matthew Chambers, 1 left to go. But it's the man on stand number 5. He's really set the pace there now as he's down the last side, and away he comes. And now is Ronald Kennedy with his 4th and final sheep on the board with only 6 minutes 20 seconds gone as he comes out the back leg, and away he goes up there now on stand number 5. His 4th and final sheep, hoping to make a place in that intermediate final afterwards as he takes his time there now on stand number 5. Next to drop is going to be the man on 4. The man on the 4th stand is Stephen Donaghy. He gets to the shoulder and away he goes. He's looking like he's doing a good quality job up there now on stand number 4 as he's down the last side and out to the back leg, and away he goes. And now with his 4th and final lamb on the board. Couple of more shots and he'll pull the cord, and the time will be taken for Stephen Donaghy on stand number 4. So now you're watching Neil McGeever, Ian Wilson and Matthew Chambers battle it out there now as they're bowled into the first front shoulder there now. Stands 1, 2 and 3. There's not much between any of them there now. All with their 4 sheep out on the board. The numbers just aren't right up there now on stand number 2. Long blow time. Who will be first to turn? It's the man on stand number 1, Niall McGeever. He gets to the shoulder now. Down the last side he comes is the man from Donegal on stand the number 1. It's the Antrim man on 2, Ian Wilson. Clears to the cheek and down the last side he comes around and off the last front shoulder and away he goes up there now is Ian Wilson, but looks like the man going to be next finished is going to be Niall McGeever. Couple of more blows, putting in the finishing touches to his final sheep up there now, hoping to make that intermediate semi-final. One heat left to go, so you know to be ready. Who's going to get the drop? It's going to be Matthew Chambers and Ian Wilson coming down together out to the back leg, but it looks like Matthew Chambers has a blower to on Ian as he pulls the cord, and the time has stopped for Matthew Chambers and Ian Wilson. Put your hands together for the third heat in the intermediate.
So 1 heat left. George.
Okay, the 4th and final heat at the intermediate. Callum Kelly, Stephen Wilson, Steven, Dean Loughlin, Duncan Adams and Patsy Corrigan. Get yourselves ready, please.
Make sure you've got your 2 pin men coming to the stage as well, guys. 2 pin people.
On competitors off to the right-hand side.
So Callum Kelly on 1, Stephen Wilson on 2, Dean Loughlin on 3. Competitors off to the right-hand side, lads, please. Duncan Adams on 4. So 4, who's on 5? Patrick Corrigan, the big man from the Curran Kildare, Shearing on stand number 5. Again, shearing 4 sheep each. Quick look at the sheep, boys. We're going to ready to rock and roll. So Callum Kelly, Steve Wilson, Dean Loughlin, Duncan Adams and Patrick Corrigan. Okay, boys, the scene is set, George. Are we ready? Is everybody happy?
On your doors, please.
Come on, lads, quick look.
Is there penman, sheep?
No sheep. Sorry, David.
Sheep,
sorry,
penman.
Ronald.
Probably got on all right with no sheep.
Yeah, just waiting for a few sheep to come in there for Stevie Wilson. Referee to stand number 2, is it? Stand 1. Referee there, lads, please. Who's the referee? Hazel. Great to see Hazel Crow judging up there. She's referee on the boards there for the intermediate, Hazel. Big decision to make now. Won't take long to make it, Hazel. It's a yes or no.
What does the teacher say?
Come on, guys, it's yes or no. You have to shear her at home, you have to shear her here. Yeah, you can't throw her out over the wall at home when you're in the shed. You're good enough to shear the good one, you're good enough to shear the very good one.
Okay, we're ready to get on the way. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Callum Kelly, stand number 1, Stephen Wilson, Steven, Dean Loughlin, Duncan Adams and Patrick Corrigan, the man from the Curra of Kildare. And he had to go to New Zealand to get a penman, so Patrick Corrigan must be very special. Duncan Adams, the belly wool comes off there, stand number 4. Dean Loughlin into the first hand like he owes. Stephen Wilson. Up the neck goes Callum Kelly. Callum Kelly drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blows. Up the neck goes Dean Loughlin. Duncan Adams, he's up the neck, but it's already Patrick Corrigan. Dropping down into the first shoulder, down into the long blows. Shearing there on stand number 5. He's about to step over now. Chasing him hard is Callum Kelly. The Longford man there on standing, number 1. Stevie Wilson is up the neck. Dean Loughlin down there in the long blows, as is Duncan Adams. Patrick Corrigan. Down the last side he comes. Down and out the back leg. Just another 2 or 3 blows and Patrick will be in for Lamb and number 2.
In goes Colum on stand number 1 for Lamb number 2. Colum Kelly, Stephen Wilson on long blow time. Having a good shear up there. Young Dean Loughlin down the last side. He's hoping to make the semi-final later on. And it's all about Paddy Corrigan. Fires away the belly wool there on stand number 5. I think this is the final heat of the intermediates. Duncan Adams. Couple of flicks over the tail head. That's what's known as the last side, ladies and gentlemen. That's the muddy side of the sheep when you're contract shearing. You're nearer to your €2 or your €3, or if the farmer might even give you €4. Farmers are very generous like that, ladies and gentlemen. And we got Paddy Corrigan already with 2 on the board as he breaks open the undermine. Duncan Adams. Turn the pin there, lads, for Duncan, please. Turn the cards for Duncan Adams. Good lad yourself. And we got Dean Loughlin. Couple of flicks over the tail head. In goes Dean. He has a cracking job made of that sheep there. Stephen Wilson with 2 on the board. Turn the cards there for Stephen, lads, please. Turn the card for Stephen Wilson, boys, please. Callum Kelly already with 2 on the board. Beginning to set the pace up there on stand number 1. As he turns for home. Down the last side he comes there, Sean, on stand number 1.
Yeah, so it's Callum Kelly there now as he turns to the shoulder. He spent a bit of time over in Australia there now last winter as he rolls the handpiece under the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Stephen Wilson up there now. You've seen him shearing in the junior earlier on as he's his second sheep. Belly time for him on stand number 2. Dean Loughlin up there now, another man from the north of Ireland. He steps through up the neck and away he goes with his second sheep on the board. Duncan Adams, the Scottish man up there now on stand number 4. He's over to represent Scotland in the junior development test tomorrow at 1:30 as he drops down into the long blows and away he goes with sheep 2 on the board. But it's the man from the Curran Kildare. Patrick Corrigan comes out with sheep number 3 on the board. There's not much between stands 1 and 3. Patrick Corrigan there now spent a stint of time over in the North Ireland, New Zealand with Sudden Shearing there now. Who's going to get the belly wool away first? Is it going to be stands 1 or 5? Patrick Corrigan fires the belly wool away and into the first time leg and away he goes. But now next to drop it's between stands 3 and 4. It's between Dean Adams and Duncan Adams. Dean Loughlin and Duncan Adams as they come to the shoulder and away they go there now. But it looks like Duncan Adams has a blow or 2 on the field as he comes down and out to the back leg and away he goes. Long blow time up there now for Stephen Wilson on stand number 2. He's flying it up there now as he steps over. He won the Royal Highland Junior there now last June at the World Golden Shearers World Championships. Is Stephen Wilson there shearing on stand number 2. But next to drop is Duncan Adams from Scotland on stand number 4. But it's still all happening up there now on stands 1 and 5. It's Callum Kelly and Patrick Corrigan who's going to get the turn. Callum steps over there now, long blow time for him, puts a big shot over the backbone and comes to the cheek and comes down the last side and away comes Callum Kelly on stand number 1, closely followed by the Kildare man as he hits the cheek and down the last side, rounding off the last front shoulder. Who is going to go in for sheep number 4, first or 4th and final sheep? They're locked together, they're blow for blow as they come down the last side there now. It's Patrick Corrigan and Callum Kelly right out to the flank and out to the back leg and away he goes. Is Patrick Corrigan there now, a bit of a wriggler for Callum Kelly. Patrick Corrigan finishing touches, real quality job up there now for Patrick Corrigan, who top qualified out of the junior heats, and he goes into the pin for sheep number 4. Callum Kelly flies in for 4 with their 4th and final sheep on the board. George.
Yes, and away to go up the neck there goes Dean Loughlin. The belly wool comes off for Callum Kelly. Stevie Wilson into the first hind leg. Duncan Adams.
Yeah, Callum Kelly up there on stand number 1 with his 4 sheep on the board. Stephen Wilson, turn the card there, boys, for Stephen, please. Is that number 3, 1 left in the pen? Thank you very much. And we got Dean Loughlin there. He has 3 on the boards as well. Down into the long blow he goes. Duncan Adams, 3 on the board. 1 left in the pen for the Scottish boy. He's done a good job up there, keeping the bottom tooth on the skin. Take off the wool, leave on the skin. You'll be brought back again and again. That's the name of the game, ladies and gentlemen. We got Patrick Corrigan, the big lad up there from the Curran Kildare, after coming back from spending a stint in New Zealand. From a great shearing family up there, just to wish his granddad a very happy birthday there. He was 90 during the week. He never missed an All-Ireland. This is his first All-Ireland that he missed, I think, in 62 or 3 years. So a very greetings to you at home. Paddy Corrigan, a true soldier when it comes to shearing. But Paddy Corrigan down the last side. That's his grandson now. We got Callum Kelly. Callum Kelly out the flank. Okay, I was just being told Paddy was the first one to miss, and that was his 17th All-Ireland. Callum Kelly goes in. Good shear there. Well done, Callum, on stand number 4, George. Good shearing going on there. This the final heat of the
Patrick Corrigan
intermediate.
is out there now on stand number 5, so stands 1 and 5. Dean Loughlin, the finishing touches, goes in there. If the numbers are right, so we'll take it as his last sheep, because it doesn't look like he has another one in the pen. Keep those pen numbers right. Dean Loughlin now, he's in, he's out. Wood sheep number 4. Duncan Adams, is that his final sheep, or has he one more in the pen? Well done. So all competitors now with their last sheep. Stands 1 and 5. They're relaxing at the moment.
So good shearing going on there in stand number 1. The number 2 is Stephen Wilson. Up the neck and away he goes there. Dean Loughlin round the back of the head. 4th and final sheep on the board. Duncan Adams. Duncan is having a cracker. Out the flank and away he goes there. Good quality work going on there on stand number 4. Couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll have his 4th and final sheep shorn. Put your hands together there, ladies and gentlemen, for Duncan. All the way over from Scotland. Give him a cheer on. It's a long, long way from Clare to here, ladies and gentlemen, but it's a longer way from Scotland. Dean Loughlin, down the last side comes Dean. He's having a cracker there, George, on stand number 4.
Yes, and it's Dean there now. Rolls the handpiece underneath that shoulder, down the last side, down to the flank he comes. Another 3 or 4 blows. He'll pull the cord and his time will be taken. Dean Loughlin there on stand number 3, the last of the intermediate heats. Just another 1, 2 blows. Yeah, well done. Out goes Dean. Now we've Stevie Wilson. Cleans onto that shoulder. Down the last side he comes. Shearing there on stand number 2. Stephen Wilson. Another 3 or 4 blows. He'll pull the cord and his time will be taken. Put your hands together for all the intermediate competitors. Okay, I want to emphasize now there's good news. It's golden wonder time, lunchtime for judges and all those people that have been working. And we'll be back here at 1 o'clock sharp with the junior semi-finals. So junior semi-finalist, if you're not here at 1 o'clock, it will be the next person in will take your place. So you need to be here ready. That'll be followed by the intermediate semi-finals at 1:30 and the blade shearing heats at 2 p.m. And we'll be moving into all the finals then. Donegal, Novice Blade, Woolhandling Heats and Woolhandling Final, followed by the presentation of prizes. So we'll see you here at 1 o'clock for the junior semi-finals. Thanking you.
Hello. Could I have the judges and helpers to the stage? Do we leave to go for dinner?
That's all right. I'll go later. Carry on.
voices otherwise, you know, Liam. Got your voice message there. I understand. I know what you're saying. That's 100% Liam. 100% Liam, and thank you very much for your help, alright? And all the best for you. Well, I'll be on the Liam. Thanks, Liam, for your help. I'm about.
2 Peter Webber, 1 John Murphy. The floater spare judge Colin McGregor. Judging out the back, Billy Donlan and Mark McGee. If I could have the judges to take their stand, please. And competitors' names are up. Make sure you have your helpers with you.
How many sheep, George?
We're 6 minutes behind schedule at the moment.
How many sheep?
I'm not sure.
4 sheep. Thanks, John.
Mark McGeever, stand number 6, Alistair Crawford on 5, Martin Hopkins on 4, Neil McGeever on 3, Patrick Corrigan on 2, and Duncan Adams on stand number 1.
Make sure you've got your penmen with you guys. Make sure you've got 2 penmen coming to the boards at all times. On what? Flexi there on 6, John. Flexi on 6. David, if you're there, David. Flexi dropper on stand 6. Thank you, David.
4.
So Duncan Adams, Patrick Corrigan, Niall McGeever, Martin Hopkins.
On judges, take your stands, please. We keep moving. The clock and time won't wait for us. Hazel Crow, you're on 4.
Come on, shearers to the boards, please. Make sure you've got your 2 penmen with you guys.
Competitors on, take your stands, please. Come on.
The scene is set, boys and girls. The first semi-final of the day, the juniors. These boys hoping to make the final tomorrow.
And remember, it is the shearer's responsibility to put away each shortened sheep. It's not necessarily the penman's responsibility to come out on the board and take him away.
So Duncan Adams, Patrick Corrigan, Niall McGeever, Martin Hopkins, Alistair Crawford and Mark McGeever. Mark will be shearing off the flexi dropper up there on 6. Shearing 4 sheep each. Come on, boys.
Peter Webber, stand number 2. Yeah, Peter, you're on 2. Thomas on 3. Hazel 4. David O'Neill is on 5. And Colin Crowe is there on number 6. And Colin McGregor is ready waiting as the float or spare judge. Judging out the back is Billy Donlan and Mark McGee.
Come on, boys, the scene is set.
David O'Neill, when you're ready, please. I'm sure that the sign language is for David O'Neill from John Murphy.
Come on, David.
You're on stand number 5, David, or you will be shortly.
Well, John, you're the only man he's afraid of. What's wrong, Tom?
Plenty of reach in this fella, so he'll get over that very quickly.
Referee to stand 3, lads. Referee to stand 3. Who's referee? Colin, referee to stand 3, please.
And it'll be yes or no quite quickly, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a yes or no. Okay, boys, the scene is set. Waiting for Colin to give the thumbs up, Colin.
Okay, we've got the thumbs up. The scene is set. On your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go.
So shearing on stand 1, Duncan Adams up there. We're shearing at 44 sheep. Patrick Corrigan, the man from Kildare. Niall McGeever, the Donegal boy. He's shearing on 3. Mark Hopkins, the man from County Mayo. We got Alistair Crawford there, the man from Rotherham Ireland. All working very hard there on the Bellywood, but already Mark McGeever, the man from County Donegal. He turns the brakes up in the undermine there. He's shearing on stand number 6. Shearing up the flexi dropper. We got Duncan Adams. He turns the brake up in the undermine. Paddy Corrigan, the man from the Curran, County Kildare, already on undermine time. Who's going to be first to stick him up the neck? It's Martin Hopkins, the man from Drummond in County Mayo. He turns, cleaned off the first shoulder, drops down to the long blow. He's shooting on stand number 4. Alistair Crawford already turning to break up in the undermine. Up course Mark McGeever. He's shooting on stand number 5. It's beginning to heat up here now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first of the semi-finals here. In the intermediate game, go on the juniors. Duncan Adams there, George, is having a cracker on stand number 1.
Yes, down into the first shoulder to go now, but it's Martin Hopkins there, down and out the back leg he goes. He's setting the pace here. Another blow. He says goodbye. Number 1, come on, number 2, Martin Hopkins.
One Martin.
And he could, we could equally see him out there with the blades, of course, so we will see him later on. So Martin already on his second sheep there. It's Mark McGeever, Alistair Crawford, Neil McGeever, Patrick Corrigan, and Duncan Adams there. So Patrick Corrigan with the New Zealand Dream Team there doing his pen and taking in the sheep, so he can't go wrong. Neil McGeever out with number 2. We'll have that card flicked over, Ivan, when you get a chance, please. So Patrick Corrigan out the back leg there now, shearing on stand number 2. Down the last side comes Duncan Adams. Martin Hopkins already up the neck there. Alistair Crawford gets the turn down to the shoulder, and down the last side he comes. Mark McGeever into the first hind leg he goes.
Yes, Duncan Adams there, down a couple of flicks over the tailhead. He'll go in for sheep number 2. Already Patrick Corrigan with 2 on the board. He's having a cracker. Niall McGeever, in goes Duncan on stand 1. Niall McGeever with 2 on the board as well. Martin Hopkins, the man from County Mayo. A big sweeping long blows going in there from Martin. He turns down the last side. Alistair Crawford, that's upper head there on stand number 5. These are good quality shearing hogs up there. Mark McGeever, the Donegal boy, shooting off the flexi dropper round the back of the head. And away he goes there with 2 on the board as well. Turn the cards there, Tom. Make sure they turn the cards for Mark McGeever on stand number 6 over there. Duncan Adams, he turns, breaks open the undermine. Paddy Corrigan, the man from Sunny Hill in the Corrigan County Kildare, from the great shearing family, the Corrigan family. Round the back of the head, and away he goes there, dropping her down into the long blow. Niall McGeever, the man from the peninsula here in County Donegal. Round the last side, and away he goes there. Martin Hopkins, already with 3 on the board. Beginning to set up a bit of a pace there. Here's Martin Hopkins, the Mayo man. Alistair Crawford turns, breaks open the undermine. Good quality work going on over there from Mark McGeever on stand number 6 over there, George. This is a good semi-final.
Yes, Neil McGeever, he's out there now on stand number 3. Martin Hopkins on the undermine. He's his 3rd lamb on the board. He's already stepping up the neck there. Stand number 4. Down and out the back leg goes Mark McGeever. Alistair Crawford drops down to the first shoulder. Patrick Corrigan turns her home down the money side, and the lamb he comes. Duncan Adams, he comes down to the shoulder and down the last side. Neil McGeever into that first hind leg. It's the man in the Curra in Kildare. Down and out the back leg he goes, and about 2 more blows, and he'll be in for lamb number 3. Patrick Corrigan it is. Stepping over there is Martin Hopkins. Bit of a wriggler there with Patrick Corrigan. And he says goodbye, number 2, and takes out lamb number 3. Out there for Patrick Corrigan. Duncan Adams down and out the back like he goes. Duncan now will be heading in for lamb number 3. Down the last side comes Martin Hopkins. Out the back leg goes Alistair Crawford. Mark McGeever, he's up the neck there. Stand number 6. But it's still Martin Hopkins leading the way at the moment. Very little between himself and Alistair Crawford at the moment. A bit of a wriggler will cost a blow or 2 to Alistair and gives Martin Hopkins a chance to come out with lamb number 4, his final lamb on the board. And of course, he has the brother there to complain if something goes wrong in the pen. So lamb number 4 on the board on stand number 4, so it's 4s all the way. And
Yeah, she nearly got away there, but she didn't, ladies and gentlemen.
Penman mustn't have been getting paid money enough that time.
Yeah, where's the penman? We have Martin Hopkins there, breaks open the undermine there on stand number 4. He's having a cracker with 4 on the board.
Shearers, remember, it's your responsibility to get away each short and sheep properly. Don't depend on your penman.
Yeah.
Neil McGeever now up and around the back of the head he goes, dropping down to that first shoulder, down into the long blow. Patrick Corrigan turns down the money side of the lamb. down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes there. Duncan Adams, he's down in the long blow as well. But it's already Martin Hopkins dropping down into the first shoulder. Up the neck goes Alistair Crawford. It's Mark McGeever there. Into the first hand leg goes Mark. Martin Hopkins down into the long blows. Now he's final sheep. He's about to get the turn. Neil McGeever gets the turn for home as well. Down the last side. He's pulled a few blows back this time. And Patrick Horrigan, he's out with number 4 on the board. The top 6 will go through to the junior final. Out goes Neil McGeever there. Good shearing there on stand at number 3.
Yeah, good work there on stand number 3. Martin Hopkins, couple of flicks over the tail head. He has 4 on the board as well. Alistair Crawford has Alistair 1 left in the pen. He has 3 on the board. Mark McGeever is that his 4th and final sheep, lads. Turn the car there for Mark McGeever, please. On stand number 6, 4th and final sheep. In goes Martin Hopkins. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy up here. We got Duncan Adams. Duncan already up there with 4 on the board. Paddy Corrigan, the man from Sunny Hill in the County Kildare. His granddad was 90 the other day. It's the first All-Ireland he missed in 70. He was at 69 All-Ireland. So we wish Paddy the very best to look back home in Curra in the County Kildare. Niall McGeever already gone there. Martin Hopkins, the Mayo man. They said that Mayo couldn't win in All-Ireland, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully they might win it in the shearing when they can't do it in the football, but I said I wouldn't mention it. We have Alistair Crawford. Alistair's having a cracker as well. He fires away at the belly wool there. On stand number 5, Mark McGeever, the Donegal man. He's gone. Patrick Corrigan, couple of flicks over the tailhead. The man from the Curra, County Kildare. Couple of flicks over the tailhead. He goes in with sheep number 4. Good shearing there, George, in the first of the semi-finals.
Yes, out goes Patrick now. With Duncan Adams turns her home. Into the first hand leg goes Alistair Crawford. Mark McGeever, he's out, so it stands 1 and 5. They're on their 4th and final lamb at the moment. And it's going to be Duncan Adams who will be next to finish. They're on stand number 1. Down and out the back leg he goes to second junior semi-final. Have yourselves ready, please. And Duncan is out there on stand number 1. Well done. Alistair now. Up the neck he goes. And always remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor or competitors that will get through or be deemed the winner. You need that quality out the back as well. So it's Alistair Crawford now you're watching there on stand number 5. He's about to step over with the right. Pumping in those long blows, a little bit of a wriggler. Settles her down and away he goes again. Keeping that bottom tooth on the skin. And of course the judges are rotating away when this is all happening. That doesn't change. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Alistair Crawford. Stepping back now with the left. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Right down to the flank. About 3 or 4 more blows. He'll pull the cord and his time will be taken. Alistair Crawford shearing there on stand number 5. He's 4th and final lamb on the board. Put your hands together for the first of the junior semi-finalists. Well done.
Well done.
Off to the right-hand side, please. Competitors off to the right-hand side.
Off to the right-hand side, lads, please.
We'll have names up, and we're ready for the second of the junior semis.
Again, shearing 4 sheep each in the junior semis. Just waiting for the names to go up. Shearing 4 sheep. These boys hoping to make the junior final tomorrow.
John Doyle on 1, Christopher Begley 2, Andy Corrigan on 3, Dean Loughlin 4, Edward Cahill on 5, and Paddy Dunn on stand number 6.
The great Paddy Dunn. John Doyle, Christopher Begley, Andy Corrigan. Dean Loughlin on 3, on 4. Edward Cahill on 5. And shearing on stand number 6 will be Paddy Dunn. Make sure you've got your 2-pin man, boys. Your 2-pin people with you. Make sure all shearers at all stages you got your 2-pin guys with you. Just loading the sheep again out the back. We'll be up and running again in 2 minutes.
Okay, competitors, handpieces on. Your sponsor signet, and we're ready to get underway. Referee to 4, please.
Quick look, Colin. Come on, boys. It's a yes or a no. So has everybody got their 2 pin, guys? 2 pin men? What's the hold up, Tom?
Just a lamb being changed there on stand number 4. And once that lamb comes in, that's the lamb you'll shear.
2 minutes, okay. 2 minutes, Colin. Just 2 minutes here, George, from the referee. Wyoming is a point. United Kingdom, no points. So we're just waiting to get a sheep changed out the back there, lads. The shearers are entitled to have a look at the sheep. They're allowed to change 1 sheep if they're not happy, provided the referee gives them the okay to change that sheep.
Pat Moriarty and Patrick Morton, you need to check in for the blades immediately, please. The 2 Kerry men, 2 men from the Kingdom. Patrick Morton and Pat Moriarty, check in for the blades immediately, please. Okay.
John Doyle, Christopher Begley, Andy Corrigan, Dean Loughlin, Edward Cahill, and the great Paddy Dunn. Okay, the scene is set. I think just waiting for Colin to give the thumbs up. Who's the referee? Colin McGregor.
Referee to
referee.
5, please. 5,
referee
Colin.
to stand 5. You're making a habit out of it now, lads. How you fix Paddy on stand 6 while he's over there? She's good enough, Colin said, I think. She's good enough. Thumbs up, George. Thumbs up.
Yes, we've got the scene is set. We're ready to get on the way with the second of the junior semi-finals. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. And away to go. John Doyle, Christopher Begley, Andy Corrigan, Dean Loughlin, Edward Cowell, and Paddy Dunn. 4 lambs each to shear. As a 50-50, the top 6 will get through to the junior final. We cannot tell you who to be. They're in control up there themselves to do what needs to be done and don't give too much to the judges out the back or on the board. They're always in with a chance. Always remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor that will be deemed the winner or get through to a semi-final or final. Quality is number 1. It's already Dean Loughlin. He's up the neck there. Andy Corrigan is up the neck as well. Closely followed by Edward Cowell. The man from the Garden County, Paddy Dunn, drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blows. Up the neck goes John Doyle, Christopher Begley. He's down in the long blows as well. Who's going to get the turn? It's Paddy Dunn, the man from the Garden County. He gets the turn there on stand number 6. Down to the shoulder he comes. Stepping back with the left. Down the last side he comes now. Not a lot between any of the competitors here. The last of the junior semis. This will be followed by the intermediate semi. So, intermediate semi-finalists, you know who you are. Get yourselves ready. And it looks like Paddy Dunn is going to get the drop first. A good lamb there this time. And out comes Paddy with lamb number 2 on the board.
Yeah, good shearing there from Paddy Dunn. Already with 2 on the board. Who's going to be next to make the drop? Looks like it's Andy Corrigan. Another Kildare man. Out he comes on stand number 3 with sheep number 2. In goes Dean Loughlin. In goes Christopher Begley. It's beginning to heat up here now. Edward Cahill with 2 on the board. Change the pins, lads. Change the number there for Christopher Begley, boys. Change the number. John Doyle, couple of flicks over the tail head. He goes in for number 2. Change the board there, lads, for Christopher Begley, please. On stand 2. Andy Corrigan, he turns, breaks open the undermine there. But already, Dean Loughlin, he turns to break open the undermine. He's concentrating very hard there on stand number 4. But it's all about the man over there on stand number 6. Up the neck and away he goes there. That's Paddy Dunn. He's after doing a stint over there in the North Ireland and New Zealand. He's shearing very well up there. Had a great shear over in the Royal Welsh Show over in Scotland there in June. Paddy Dunn drops her down into long blow time. John Doyle up, turns, breaks open the undermine there on stand number 1. Christopher Begley, up the neck and away goes Christopher. Andy Corrigan cleans up the first shoulder, round the back of the head. And away he goes there on stand number 3. Dean Loughlin, he's having a cracking shear there. He's on long blow time. And what about Edward Cahill? Bit of a wriggler, but he settles it right back down again. But it's all about the man over there on stand number 6 over there at the moment. That's Paddy Dunn from the great Dunn family up there as well, having a cracking shear. Down the last side comes Edward Cahill. He has 2 on the board. And Dean Loughlin. Dean has 2 on the board down the last side of the way he goes there. Who's going to be first to make the drop? And going for sheep number 3, John Doyle. John is on 1. He turns for home. Christopher Begley. Christopher doing a lovely job up there, but it's all about the man up there on stand number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, get him a cheer on here, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to hurt you to get him a cheer on. This is the semi-final up here. Good shearing going on there from Edward Doyle. Out comes Paddy Dunn. He's on stand number 6. And he has sheep number 3 on the board there, John. He's going well. Or George on stand number 6.
He is, yeah. Edward Cahill, he's out there as well. Shearing on stand number 5. Down the last side comes Andy Corrigan. Christopher Begley out the back like he goes. Blow for blow with John Doyle at the moment. Stands 1 and 2. Andy Corrigan right there as well. But it's Christopher Begley. Out comes Christopher now with lamb number 3 on the board. Keep those pen numbers right, pen men, please. Andy Corrigan, he comes out there. He's on 3. John Doyle, he's in and he's out with lamb number 3. Edward Cahill there, a couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine. Up the neck goes Dean Loughlin. Up the neck goes Paddy Dunn. They're on their 3rd sheep. Turn over that card number for Dean Loughlin there, please. I'm sure he's on lamb number 3. Stand number 4, lamb number 3. Pen man. The shearer will shear, you can, that's it, well done. So way to go. Yeah. Christopher Begley's pen man there, that's it. We're all on 3s now. Stepping over there is Dean Loughlin. Getting the turn is Paddy Dunn. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes there on stand number 6, closely followed by Dean Loughlin. But always remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor that will get through or be deemed the winner. You must have that quality. The judges out the back will be looking for a nice, even, level finish job. No ridges or bits of tassels of wool left on the sheep. So it's Paddy Dunn. And out comes Paddy now with lamb number 4 on the board. Chasing him hard is Edward Cahill and Dean Loughlin. John Doyle, Christopher Begley and Andy Corrigan. Not a lot between these 3 on stands 1, 2 and 3. Edward Cahill. Down to the flank and out the back like he goes. Dean Loughlin is right there as well. They want to make this junior final later on in the afternoon. But now is their chance. And it's Dean Loughlin. It's Edward Cahill. So stands 4, 5 and 6 now with the 4th and final sheep on the board. Up and around the back of the head goes Paddy Dunn. Now drops down to the first shoulder. Down into the long blows of his final sheep. The 4th sheep is out for Christopher Begley. The 4th is out for John Doyle. Andy Corrigan putting the finishing touches in there. He could be running dogs up this country as well. You wouldn't be sure. Andy Corrigan. He got rid of that one quite quickly. Look at the pen man, was a good grabber. So he's his 4th and final sheep on the board. But it's Paddy Dunn now. the man from the Garden County. Down the last side he comes, down to the flank he goes. 4 more blows now. He should pull the cord and his time will be taken. Paddy Dunn there, stand number 6. Fourth and final sheep, the last of the junior semis. And it's Paddy Dunn it is. Put your hands together for him there and stand number 6.
Yeah, he had a great shear there, Paddy Dunn. These are the shearers of the future, ladies and gentlemen. John Doyle. John Doyle is already on long blow time. Christopher Begley. Down the last side comes Christopher. Keeping concentrating very hard there on stand number 2. Take off the wool, leave on the skin. But it's all about Edward Cahill now. He's shearing on stand number 5. Out the flank and away he goes. Out goes John Doyle up there on 1. And Christopher Begley's on 2. Put your hands together for Edward Cahill there, ladies and gentlemen. He had a good shear up there as well. As did Christopher Begley. Couple of flicks over the tail head from John Doyle. Shearing on stand 1. Having a cracking shear up there is John Doyle. Up from County Wicklow. Good man John. Fair play there. Good shearing. Andy Corrigan. Down the last side comes young Andy. Good quality shearing going up down there now between stands number 3 and 4. Nothing between them, ladies and gentlemen. They're blow for blow. These boys are hoping to make the final later on. As they say in the X Factor, this is the semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Andy. Couple of flicks over the tail head. Out goes Dean Loughlin. Concentrating very. In goes Andy Corrigan. Well done, Andy. Give Andy a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And keep it going there for Dean Loughlin. Couple of flicks over the tail head from young Dean. These are the shearers of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, great work going on up there from all those young shearers. And that's the semis of the junior.
Off to the right-hand side, competitors, please. We'll have names up, which is on the way. And the competitors of the first of the intermediate semi-finals. Ready, please. The first semi-final of the intermediate. Patrick Corrigan on 1. Matthew Chambers on 2. Fraser Caldwell on 3. Ian Wilson on 4. Katie O'Sullivan on 5. And Ronald Kennedy, standing number 6.
So is it 5 sheep, George?
I am sure. I take it is. We'll find out.
Yeah. So Paddy Corrigan, Matthew Chambers.
And of course, don't forget our sponsors, McGinty Tractors, DMG Motors, the one company there, the All Ireland Machine Plastering, Cross Concrete, Inishowen Co-op, FBD Insurance, Robinson Concrete, Newtown and McGinty, Julie Brothers Limited, Inishowen Engineering, Department of Agriculture and Marine, Lynch Brothers, Mass Construction, Mr. Concrete, whoever Mr. Concrete is, Ballyliffin Hotel and Ballycree. A big thank you to all our sponsors. Without the sponsors, our competitions just couldn't happen.
So it's beginning to heat up here now, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see as we go along.
Intermediate judges, stand number 6, Colin McGregor. Colin Crowe on 5, Tom Haller on 4, John Corrigan 3, Hazel Crowe on 2, Peter Webber 1, and the spare being David O'Neill. Judging out the back, John Murphy and Billy Donlan.
So the scene is set, boys. Make sure you've all got your 2 pen men.
Did you find out how many sheep?
How many sheep there, lads, in the intermediates? How many sheep is in the pen there, boys? Hazel, how many sheep? None. So they're shearing no sheep each.
Very, very difficult to shear them.
So no sheep each this time. Paddy Corrigan, Matthew Chambers, Fraser Cadwell, Ian Wilson, Katie O'Sullivan, and Ronald Kennedy. These boys and girls are hoping to make the final tomorrow afternoon. The All-Ireland Clonmany Agricultural Show. We got the blade shearing as well later on. We got the Donegal Final, we got the Novice Final and the Blade Final. The Woolhandling Heats, the Woolhandling Final, and the presentation hopefully around 4:30. Any sheep yet, guys? No sheep, Paddy? Okay, going to take 2 minutes here to load the sheep. Thanks, John. And the blade shearers get ready for the first heat. The blade shearers, once we get going, will be Tom Holleran, Gavin Hopkins, Seamus Kelly, and Eamon Heaney. And the second heat will be James Hopkins, Martin Hopkins, and George Mudge. All shearing 44 lambs each, I think. 5 rams and 14 wethers. And a couple of culios. Yeah? That's for sure. So we're just waiting for the sheep pens to be loaded, boys, for the intermediate semi.
I see John Murphy gone out the back to make things happen there quite quickly, so there will be sheep arriving into the pens fairly smart. Takes a good team out the back to keep shorn sheep away, the woolly sheep in, keep them right.
Forget we've got the Six Nations here tomorrow. It's going to be fast and furious, ladies and gentlemen. We got the seniors, we got the open final, we got the open blade shearing as well. It's going to be a cracking day here tomorrow. 5 sheep each, thanks Tom. 5 sheep each. So you'll see now the wool handlers are going to get busy, the judges are going to get busier as we go up the grades. It'll start to get fast and furious. So you got to put on your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, for this one. We're going to be rocking and rolling. So fair play to the lads out the back. It's not simple to keep a show running like this. Probably take the goods of around 2,000 sheep between today and tomorrow. All those sheep have to be crutched and brought to the show and brought home. So an awful lot of work goes on out the back that people don't even know about. Okay, I think we're nearly set, George.
Patrick. 5. So 5 lambs each for the intermediate semis. 5 lambs each.
Have you got both pinmen? We're 1 pinman short there for Fraser, are we? Are we pinman short, John? Huh? Do we need another pinman there on stand 3? Come on, lads.
The one man will do the 2 jobs, it'll be all right.
That's all right. Just waiting to get it. Who's the referee there? Is it David? You referee, David? Who's referee? Davey, you referee, I think. So, David, we're just waiting to get the thumbs up there from David O'Neill.
Okay, the scene is set. We're ready to get on the way with the first of the intermediate.
Hold it.
We have to cause a bit of excitement.
This is where David comes into play. He's a star.
False alarm. Thumbs up again. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Patrick Corrigan, Matthew Chambers, Fraser Caldwell, Ian Wilson, Katie O'Sullivan, and Ronald Kennedy. He's back. Ronald is back on the same stand as he was in the heats there. Maybe looking for himself, stand number 6. Katie O'Sullivan into the first hind leg. Ian Wilson, couple of big sweeping blows up the underline, hops up the neck. Patrick Corrigan has already gone up the neck there. He's after changing up the gears now in the intermediate. Matthew Chambers. Ronald Kennedy drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blows. He's about to step over. That right hand was moving pretty fast there. So he's about to get the turn and head for home, down to the shoulder, and down the last side he comes. That's Ronald Kennedy there. Shearing on stand number 6. Katie O'Sullivan steps over. You've seen Katie helping out with the wool there all morning as well. She can wool handle, shear, blade shear, no problems. She gets a turn now down to the shoulder and down the last side she comes. But it's already Ronald Kennedy out with lamb number 2 on the board.
Yes, so away Ronald Kennedy goes now on stand number 6. He's starting to set the pace up there now as the man from County Derry on stand 6 with his second of sheep out of 5. The man from Kildare, Patrick Corrigan, he comes out with lamb number 2 on the board. Patrick Corrigan now, he topped the junior heats and he topped the intermediate heats there now as the man on stand 1 as he takes the belly away. Matthew Chambers from the north of Ireland comes out with lamb number 2 on the board. Fraser Caldwell down the money side of the sheep, the last side, and away goes Fraser on stand number 3 there. Shearing 5 sheep each, trying to make it into the big intermediate final tomorrow here at Clonmany Agricultural Show.
Stephen turned the card, Stephen Wilson.
It's still all happening up there now on stand the number 6 with Ronald Kennedy, the man from Derry. Long blow time for him up there now on stand number 6, Peter.
Yes, Stephen Wilson turned the card there for Ian Wilson, please, Stephen. We got Fraser Cadwell there. Fraser already turned the card there for Fraser as well, please. Penmen for Fraser turned the cards. Dean Loughlin turned the cards, please, Dean, thank you. Matthew Chambers already round the back of the head. Good shearing going on up here from the intermediates. Patrick Corrigan, the man from the Corrigan Kildare, bit of a wriggler. He's shearing on stand number 1, but he settles it right back down again. These boys are hoping, and girls are hoping to make the final later on tomorrow. Fraser Cadwell with 2 on the board. Ian Wilson drops her down into long blow time, but in goes the man from County Derry. That's Ronald Kennedy. He's better known as Ronald MacDonald, ladies and gentlemen. As he fires away the belly while they're on stand number 3 and number 6. He's having a cracking shear. He's hoping to make the intermediate final over there as well. As Patrick Corrigan, down the last side comes Patrick. He has 2 on the board. And he's got 3 left in the pen. Matthew Chambers, bit of a wriggler, but he settles her down on 2. Fraser Cadwell. Fraser is on long blow time. He's huffing and he's puffing over there, ladies and gentlemen. He wants to blow that wall away. Out goes Ian Wilson. Down the last side, Katie O'Sullivan. 3 on the board for Katie. The lady among the gentlemen up there, ladies and gentlemen, Ronald Kennedy. Already with 3 on the board. He'll soon drop her into long blow time up there on stand number 6. In goes Ian Wilson with 3 on the board. Fraser Cadwell down the last side. Is that 2 on the board for Fraser? And Matthew there. Turn the card for Matthew Chambers there, please. Turn the card for Matthew Chambers on stand number 3. Thank you very much. Good man. We got Paddy Colligan with 3 on the board as well. Paddy's having a cracker there, Sean, on stand number 1.
Yeah, Patrick Corrigan up there now on 1. He's really starting to get into his work there now as he sends the blows up them on the mind and steps through up the neck, and away he goes there now with his 3rd sheep out of 5 on the board for the man, the Kildare man there now on the first stand. And on 2, we've Matthew Chambers, steps through up the neck, and away he goes. This is Matthew's first year shearing up in the intermediate. He was a junior last year and he won a lot of competition there now as the man on stand number 2, Fraser Caldwell. We've seen him shear in the junior earlier on, won a good few junior shows around the country so far, but now he's shearing in the intermediate semi-final here now in Clonmany. On stand 4, Ian Wilson, he prefers the sheep with the horns, he says, but he can't do anything about that now as he's shearing a nice little Texel lamb, dropping down into the long blows there now for Ian Wilson on stand number 4. I think he's number 3 on the board, but we'll keep going as long blow time for him. But it's still all happening up there now on stand number 6 with Ronald Kennedy. Clears the cheek, dropping down to the first run shoulder. In the round the back of the head there now is Ronald Kennedy on stand number 6 with 4 sheep on the board. Katie O'Sullivan there now, the woman from Scotland. She comes down the last side of 3 with 2 sheep left in the pin. There now is Katie on stand number 5. Long blow time for Ronald Kennedy on stand number 6, the Dairyman. He's setting the pace up there now on stand number 6. Patrick Corrigan comes out with 4 on the board, closely followed by Matthew Chambers as they locked into the pin together on stands 1 and 2. But the next to drop is still the man setting the pace. He's nearly a sheep on the field there now is Ronald Kennedy. He's out to the back leg, out to the flank, clears off the top of the leg, and away he goes with 1 sheep left in the pin, trying to make it in to the big intermediate final tomorrow. He dives into the pin for sheep number 6. There's Ronald Kennedy up there now, the Dairyman on stand number 6. Belly time for him there now is Ronald Kennedy. Katie O'Sullivan now at 4 on the board. Keep them numbers changed over there. Dennis now 4 on the board for Katie O'Sullivan as she goes into the first hind leg on stand number 5. Ian Wilson steps through up the neck. I'd say he's on sheep number 4 there now as well. Stephen Wilson, keep them numbers changed. The It's hard work, Peter, getting them numbers changed.
Yeah, Dennis, is that number 4 on the board for Katie, Dennis? Dennis O'Sullivan, is that number 4 on the board for Katie? Ronald Kennedy, round the back of the head. He goes on stand number 6. He's having a cracking shear. He's hoping to make the final. Has he one left in the pen, gentlemen? Has he one left in the pen? That's Ronald Kennedy. Drops her down into the long blow time. Is that number 5 or 4 for Ronald? He's having a cracking shear. Carl, you're not listening. Ian Wilson. Ian Wilson is good man, Carl. Welcome to Donegal. We got Ian Wilson down the last side. And away goes Ian Wilson. He has 4. 1 left in the pen. And Fraser Cadwell. He drops her down in the long blow. He's shearing on stand number 3. Matthew Chambers. Bit of a wriggler there on 2. Big strong hug up there from Matthew Chambers. Out the flank goes Paddy cutting it up there. What number is on the board there for Paddy? But it's about Matthew Chambers. Couple of flicks over the tail head. But it's all about the man down there on stand number 6. That's Ronald McDonald. Put your hands together for Ronald Kennedy on stand number 6. He had a cracking shears, George, on stand number 6.
Now we've Katie O'Sullivan there. Katie gets that one away and she comes out with a final sheep. Ian Wilson, Fraser Clodwell, Matthew Chambers and Patrick Corrigan with his 5th and final sheep on the board. Matthew Chambers of the final sheep. Fraser there now putting the fidget touches into 4. 1 more left in the pen. Ian Wilson into the first hind leg. Katie into the first hind leg. She goes there, shearing on stand number 4. It's already up the neck on stand number 1. It's Patrick Corrigan. Matthew Chambers, he steps up as well. Fraser on, I think that might be number 5, is it? Penman on stand number 3 there. Just check the numbers. I think that might be his 5th and final sheep there on stand number 3. Ian Wilson on his final sheep. He's up the neck. And I think that's Cahey's final sheep as well, is it? I'd say that's Cahey's final sheep.
Is that Katie's final sheep, Dennis?
Yeah, it must be. The numbers are turning over. So Katie down in the long blow gets the turn. He's off the cheek. Down the last side she comes there. Ian Wilson. He's about to get the turn. Patrick Corrigan about to get the turn as well. Matthew Chambers heads her home down the money side. Fraser Clodwell. He gets the turns on a lot between them. But Katie down and out the back leg she goes now. Just a couple of more blows for Katie. 1, 2, 3. The cord is pulled and Katie Reid is out. Well done. So Patrick Corrigan, he's pushing hard there.
Well done, Katie.
Patrick Corrigan on stand number 1, and Patrick Corrigan is out there as well, the man from the Curra and Kildare. Matthew Chambers, Fraser, Ian Wilson is out. Not a lot between them there now. Fraser is out as well. Matthew Chambers, put your hands together for the first of the intermediate semi-finals. Well done.
Great shearing there in the first of the semi-finals. Next up, George, we have.
Off to the right-hand side, please. Right, left, left, right. We won't confuse you.
Come on, boys. All the shearers off to the right-hand side.
The second intermediate semi-final. Duncan Adams, Paddy Dunn, Neil McGeever, Luke McGee, Stephen Donaghy and Paul Conway, and the names are already going up. The junior finalist will be as follows: Patrick Corrigan, Christopher Begley, Alistair Crawford, Paddy Dunn, John Doyle and Duncan Adams. That's the junior finalist.
Well done, guys. So we got Duncan Adams, Paddy Dunn, Niall McGeever. We've got Luke McGee in the second of the intermediate semis. We've got Stephen Donaghy. And on stand number 6, make sure you got your 2 pinmen, guys. Paul Conway.
Once again, don't forget our sponsors: McGinty Tractors, DMG Motors, the All-Ireland Machine Plastering, Cross Concrete, Inishowen Co-op, FBD Insurance, Robinson Concrete, Newtown and McGinty, Dooley Brothers Limited, Inishowen Engineering, the Department of Agriculture and Marine, Lynch Brothers, Mass Construction, Mr. Concrete, Ballyliffin Hotel and Ballycree.
So just waiting for the sheep to be loaded again in the pens, guys. Again, shearing 5 sheep each. These boys hoping to make the big intermediate final in the All-Ireland tomorrow. So Duncan, Paddy, Niall, Luke, Stephen and Paul. Great quality hogs being supplied here thanks to the farmers. They say there's no show like a Joe show. There'll be no show without the sheep, ladies and gentlemen. So thanks to the farmers, the holliers, the boys that done the crutching, the boys out the back, the wool handlers, the judges, and especially the commentators. But she not all clap together now for us, it's okay. So just waiting for the sheep to be loaded out the back, guys. Again, shearing 5 sheep each. Have a quick look at those sheep, lads, ladies. And Carol. It takes a lot of work out the back to fill up all those pens, to offload the sheep, make sure they go back to the right farms. And fair play to all the lads that are helping out the back there. Many hands make light work. So it's good to see the shearers getting involved out the back there, helping there with the locals to run the show. So Duncan Adams, Paddy Dunn, Niall McGeever, Luke McGee, Stephen Donaghy and Paul Conway will shear on stand number 6. Okay, boys, is the scene set? And the blade shearers will be Tom Holland, Gavin Hopkins, James Kelly, Eamon Heaney the first heat, James Hopkins, Martin Hopkins, and George Mudge will shear in the second. Okay, the thumbs are up, George. Thumbs are up from David.
Okay, on your doors, please.
Well, how are you now? How are you all in Sligo?
Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go.
And all over the world.
The last of the intermediate semis, Duncan Adams, Paddy Dunn, Neil McKeever, Luke McGee, Stephen Donaghy and Paul Conway. Their final chance to make the intermediate semi. It started with a 50-50, so they know what happened in the first semi-final. But officially they haven't seen the results, but they know what they have to do. Some good shearing lambs, and a big thank you to the farmers for supplying the lambs here for the All-Ireland shearing in Donegal. Paul Conway up the neck, Stephen Donaghy up and around the back of the head, drops down to the first shoulder. The man in the Garden County, Paddy Dunn, he's up and around the back of the head on stand number 2. Neil McGeever, Luke McGee, and Duncan Adams, they're on stand at number 1. But remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor. They will be get through or be deemed the winner. That quality out the back is so important. A little bit of a wriggle there with Luke McGee. Settles her down and away he goes again. Stephen Donaghy gets the turn for home. Paddy Dunn is down in the long blow. Duncan Adams gets the turn. Neil McGeever down to the shoulder and down the last side. Luke McGee down the last side he comes. Stephen Donaghy down and out the back leg. So it looks like stand the number 5 gets the drop first and out with lamb and number 2P.
Yeah, good shooting good on there from Paddy Dunn, the big man up there from the Curragh. Neil McGeever, he goes in for number 2. Make sure you turn the cards, boys, for us now. You're doing a great job all day. Good man, Aaron McGee. Luke with 2 on the board. Stephen Donaghy, he's shearing on 5 there. He's concentrating very hard there on the second sheep as he turns to break open the undermine. In goes Paul Conway. He comes out with number 2 on the board. Make sure you turn the cards there for Stephen Donaghy. Turn pinmen for Stephen. Turn the cards, please. Good man, Ronald. Paul Conway. He has a little black hog up there, ladies and gentlemen. She's one that the fox wouldn't see at night. She's the black one up there. She's a good shearing sheep up there, though. Duncan Adams. We've often heard of Brian Adams, but this is Duncan Adams the shearer. Brian Adams the summer of 69. But it's all about Duncan Adams in the summer of 23. We got Paddy Dunn. Up the neck goes Paddy, the man from the current County Kildare. Niall McGeever, the Donegal boy. Round the back of the head goes Niall McGeever there. Luke McGee, another Donegal man. Stephen Donaghy. Stephen is on long blow time. That's where these shearers make up the time, guys. There's no use buying a 10-foot more and only using 8 foot of it. You got to fill that comb. This is where the time is made up on the long blow, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Conway. Up the neck goes Paul up there with that good black Suffolk hog up there on stand number 6. On long blow time. Duncan Adams, he's huffing and he's puffing. He's soon going to step over. You'll see his right leg stepping over. That's what they do when they're on the long blow time. This is what's known as the Godfrey Bone type shearing. The New Zealand man that invented the easiest way to shear a sheep. Even though I don't think it was invented yet, because there's no easy way to shear a sheep, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's known as the money side there, Paddy Dunn. He's coming down the last side. When you're contract shearing, that's what's known as the money side of the sheep. You're near your €2 or your €3, or maybe if the farmer had a few pints, your €4. We got Niall McGeever already with another sheep on the board there. Turn the cards for Niall, thank you very much. Luke McGee, he has 3 on the board. Stephen Donaghy. Stephen turns, breaks open the underbind there. Paul Conway's having a cracker over there on stand number 6, George.
Yes, I was just going to get you to shear a few sheep there, Peter, when I heard you talking about the €2, but you went up very quickly to €4 after that, so I'm not so sure I want you. It's Duncan Adams there now. He's the third sheep out on the board. Paddy Dunn with 3. Up the neck goes Neil McGeever, Luke McGee, Stephen Donaghy, and Paul Conway. Paul is out there as well. He's out with another sheep on stand number 6. He's very anxious about something there, but away he goes. The belly will comes off for Paul Conway. Stephen Donaghy, he's down in the long blows, pumping in those blows now. Luke McGee, he's into the first hind leg. Neil McGeever drops into the first shoulder. Up the neck and up around the back of the head and dropping down to the first shoulder is Paddy Dunn from the Garden County. Duncan Adams, he's up there, stand number 1. But it's Neil McGeever now gets the turn. Down the last side comes Stephen Donaghy. Paul Conway up and around the back of the head, drops down to the first shoulder. Luke McGee, lamb number 3, he's down into the long blows as well. Neil McGeever, he gets the turn and comes down the last side, but it's Stephen Donaghy it is, and he's out now with lamb number 4, Pete.
Yeah, great shearing going on there from this young Stephen Donaghy. He's one for the future, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Conway, he's on long blow time. He'll soon turn for home and down the last side. Where is Duncan Adams? He said, I'm up here on stand number 1. By God, she's waiting quite for him. He must have a word in the rear before he started. We got Paddy Dunn, the man from County Wicklow. Down the last side comes Paddy Dunn there. Niall McGeever, the Donegal boy. Already with 4 on the board is Niall McGeever. Luke McGee, down the last side comes Luke. He's another Donegal boy. As Cunday Donegal, as they say in Irish. Stephen Donaghy steps through. Up the neck and away he goes. Paul Conway down the last side. Out comes Paddy Dunn on 2. Paul Conway making a lovely job of that sheep up there. On stand number 6. It's like peeling an orange, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely flying. Take off the wool. Leave on the skin. He goes in for sheep number 5. Is that his 5th and final sheep? I can't see there with the judge. Must be his final sheep on the board there for Paul Conway. Duncan Adams. Turn the cards there, lads, for Duncan. Duncan Adams already down the last side of the way he goes there. But it's about Luke McGee. Luke goes in for sheep number 4. Number 4 on the board there for Luke. Turn Paul Conway's card there, boys, please. Turn the card for Paul Conway. We got Luke McGee with 4 on the board. He's having a cracking shear. But it's all about Stephen Donaghy. Stephen down the last side. He's making a lovely job of that sheep there on stand number 5. It's all about take off the wool, leave on the skin. You'll be brought back again and again, ladies and gentlemen, in any farm. We got Paul Conway up the neck. Turn the card there, lads, for Paul Conway, please. Turn Paul Conway's cards on stand number 6. You're not listening. We got Duncan Adams. Duncan is having a cracking shear there as well. Up the neck and away goes Duncan there. Paddy Dunn. Paddy already with 4 on the board. Down the last side. The money side of the sheep. But it's all about Paddy Dunn now. Down the last side. 1 left in the pen. Niall McGeever. 1 left in the pen there for Niall McGeever. Luke McGee. He's steering on stand number 4. He's on long blow time. Stephen Donaghy. Up the neck and away he goes. Paul Conway's having a cracker there, George, on stand number 6.
Yes, he gets the turn for home and down the last side he comes. Stephen Donaghy Donaghy is up the neck on his final sheep. Paddy Dunn, the man in the Garden County, he comes out with his 5th and final sheep on the board. Duncan Adams down in the long blow and forward, one more in there. Neil McGeever in and out with number 5. Luke McGee gets the turn for home. He's one more in the pen. Stephen Donaghy, he gets the turn. That's his final sheep on the board for Stephen Donaghy. Paul Conway, down and out the back leg he goes. Just another couple of blows there. Paul Conway, he's in, he's out now with his 5th and final sheep on the board. But it's Stephen Donaghy it is. Down and out the back leg he goes. And it's Stephen Donaghy there on stand number 5. Put your hands together for him. Luke McGee now heads in for his 5th and final sheep. Up the neck goes Neil McGeever. Out comes Duncan Adams with 5. Paddy Dunn, he's down in the long blows now. He's about to step over with the right. Another blow, a long blow, and right over the backbone, and he'll bring up the right foot and be heading home and down the last side. That's Paddy Dunn, the man in the Garden County, shearing on stand number 2.
Yeah, good shearing going on there, ladies and gentlemen, down the last side. Come Paul Conway. Is that his final sheep, lads, there for Paul Conway? Come on, boys, you got to turn the cards for us. Is that his last sheep there for Paul Conway? Thank you very much. And Stephen Donaghy had a great cheer. Luke McGee, the Donegal boy. Down comes Niall McGeever with 5 on the board. Paddy Dunn, he has 5 on the board as well. Who's going to be first to make the drop? In goes Paul Conway. Couple of flicks over the tailhead from Paddy Dunn. Good shearing on stand number 2 there. Give them a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy up there in front of the crowd. They're shearing in an All-Ireland semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. Out goes Niall McGeever. A couple of flicks over the tailhead. Well done, Niall, the local man. And Duncan Adams there. Down the last side comes Duncan. Duncan Adams, ladies and gentlemen, Luke McGee. Luke is a bit of a wriggler, but it's all about Duncan up there on stand number 1. Out the flank, the money side of the sheep. You're near your money. High pin man, keep your feet in off the boards, pin men. Right, this one again, that's Duncan Adams. Couple of flicks over the tailhead. In goes Duncan Adams. He had a cracking cheer. Give him a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. These boys are hoping to make the final in the intermediates tomorrow. We got Luke McGee, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot of boys from Donegal. We got Daniel O'Donnell. We got our own Luke McGee, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Luke. He's having a cracking shear. Out over the final leg he goes. He'll soon go out the flank, keeping the bottom tooth on the skin. Take off the wool, leave on the skin. He'll be brought back again and again. Watch his left hand. This is important as his right hand. As he works the wool, as he pulls the skin. Big sweeping blows got in there. Bit of a wriggler. She's what's known as a bit of a Michael Flatley, ladies and gentlemen, but he doesn't want it for dancing. Just get that wool off, ladies and gentlemen. That's all he wants it for. Couple of flicks over the tail head. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a cheer on there for young Luke McGee. He's a Donegal boy. Well done to the intermediate semi-finalists. Well done.
Okay, off to the right-hand side, please. We'll have the droppers off, we'll have the blade holders up, and we'll be ready for the blade shearing heats. We're just about 3 minutes behind schedule, so we'll keep pushing on. And the first heat of the blade shearing, Tom Halloran, Gavin Hop. Well, I know he's a Hopkins anyway. Seamus Kelly and Eamon Henanu. The second will be James Hopkins, Martin Hopkins, and George Mudge.
There's the blade list. I'll have you in the blades. Huh? Why? In the final? What? Yeah. One second. I'll go this way. Take out Sean there. There's Lee. Kenny Donlan. We'll only... Kenny Donlan. We don't need anyone there for the final.
How many? 4. The names should be stands 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the blade holders are up. We'll find out. Okay, the judges for the blade are as follows: Hazel Crow, John Murphy, Peter Webber, John Corrigan, and the spare or float will be David O'Neill. And judging out the back will be Colin Crow and Colin McGregor. Okay, if we get the judges take their stands, please. 2 sheep each to Shearing for a place in the blade shearing final. Hazel Crow, John Murphy, Peter Webber, John Corrigan, and the spare being David O'Neill. Judging out the back, Colin Crow and Colin McGregor. Okay, competitors, if you can take your stands, please. Eamon Henanur, Seamus Kelly, Gavin Hopkins and Tom Halloran.
So the blade shearing, the first of the semis, Tom Halloran, Gavin Hopkins, Seamus Kelly, and the man, the overseas visitor, the man from Inish Turk, Eamon Henanur. So make sure you got your 2 pinmen, guys. How many sheep?
2 sheep. 2 sheep.
Who is Brendan?
Hazel, you're on the lower stand. Yeah, it starts with Hazel Crow, John Murphy, Peter Webber, and John Corrigan. So John Murphy, you're on 4.
You're on 4, John.
Peter is on 3, John Corrigan is on 2, and David O'Neill is the spare.
It's great to see the young fellas taking up the blade shearing. I see young Gavin Hopkins. I haven't seen him shear before. He's from the great blade shearing family down in Drummond in County Mayo.
And then we have on stand number 2 with young Tom there as well.
Yes, indeed, young Tom. He's on stand 1. He was 21 last year, 21 the year before. 21 the year before. He's about 76. Don't let the hair into your eyes now, Tom. Tom has a problem with his hair always going into his eyes. And we got Seamus Kelly, the boy from the north of Ireland. Where's Seamus? Seamus Kelly, we're looking for you, Seamus. He's part of the Northern Ireland team of the blade shearing. We're just waiting for Seamus Kelly.
Well, Seamus.
Oh, Seamus, you're here. Good lad, Seamus.
Okay, the scene is set. We are ready to get underway with the first of the blade shearing heats. 2 sheep each to shear, and the time will stop when you put the blades back in the holder when you finish the final sheep. When you put the blades back in the holder when you finish the final sheep, the time will stop. It's the same for everybody. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. The rules are the blades must be in the holder when you're going in for your first sheep. They must go back in between each sheep, and the clock will stop when you put the blades back in the holder when you finish your final sheep. So you're watching Tom Halloran on stand number 2. You've Gavin Hopkins on stand number 3. Seamus Kelly, stand number 4, was a member of the Northern Ireland team that represented him in the Golden Shears World Championships in Edinburgh earlier on this year. And Eamon Henanur on stand number 5. Blade shearing, quite different. There's still a lot of sheep in different parts of the world shortened by blades. If you go down to countries like South Africa and Lesotho, there could be 70-75% of the sheep are still shortened by blades. Even here in the west of Ireland, there's still quite a few sheep shorn by blades, and down south, down in the high country in the South Island of New Zealand, there's still shear quite a few sheep with blades, and that's mainly to leave a bit of cover of wool on in some of the harsh or colder weather. Some of our blade shearers actually hold the blades different. The South Africans and from Lesotho, because they are shearing fine wool sheep generally, they want to take all the wool off and they get closer to the skin. Whereas here we often use the blades to leave a little bit more wool on, so it can be quite different. The judges out the back will be looking for a nice even level finish, anywhere from a 0 to 15 mil of wool, but if you're right down to the skin in one place and quite a bit of wool in more, you'll be penalised both ways. They're looking for that nice even cover all over the sheep, so you don't hear any noise. They can put in quite a long time here sharpening the blades and setting the blades. And if you're having a good edge on the blades, you won't get too far in blade shearing. You don't even hear the click of the sheep, completely silent there. They're not up between any of the competitors. Tom Halloran, we've seen him up judging up to now. And now it's the shoe is on the other foot. He's been judged himself this time. Gavin Hopkins there. He's about to... very shortly will be heading down the last side of that sheep. Seamus Kelly, the Ballymena man, stand number 4. Yeah, quite a big sheep there and a good bit of wool coming off. And then we've Eamon there on stand number 5.
Yeah, that's Eamon Heaney. He's the man from Innisturk, ladies and gentlemen. Great supporter of the shows every year. Came all the way in the boat this morning, and he probably flew from Mayo to Donegal. Down the last side of the way goes there Seamus Kelly. Seamus concentrating very hard there on stand number 4. Part of the Northern Ireland team that a great shear over there, as George said, over in the Highland Show at the World Championships. Young Martin Hopkins. It's my first star, young Gavin, I should say. His first time seeing him shearing. His 2 brothers are in the pin there. These are the boys that won the Six Nations for Ireland. And Tom Halloran, the man from Glentraig, has Clonmany. Down the last side of the way goes Tom. A very experienced shearer, won the national title a few times, won the Six Nations one time. Give him a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen, Tom. One of the youngest competitors up there today is Tom. Well, he was wishing he was. As he works hard there on the second sheep. Turned the card there, caring for Tom Halloran. And young Gavin Hopkins. Couple of flicks over the tail head. Out the flank and away he goes there. Seamus Kelly, he's concentrating very hard there on stand number 4. And what about Eamon Heaney? Couple of flicks over the tail head from Eamon. He's having a cracking shear. As George said, making a nice even job the whole time. In goes Gavin Hopkins. Cheer on this young man, ladies and gentlemen. He's about 16 years of age. He's having a cracking shear. It's great to see the young fellas taking up the art of blade shearing. Tom said he taught him all he knows, but Tom said I didn't teach him all I know. That's Tom Halloran as he drops her down in Longblow time. Having a good shear up there on stand 1. Young Gavin Hopkins. He turns. Seamus Kelly. Couple of flicks. In goes Eamon Heaney there, Sean. He's having a cracker on stand number 4.
Yes, and away to go. So is the judge up there now, Tom Halloran. He's got a few blows around the field as he drops her down into the long blow. Then now the man from County Galway on stand number 2. Gavin Hopkins, now the youngest of the 3 Hopkin brothers. James in the pin's only 19, so he must be very young. Gavin up there now on stand number 3 as he steps up the neck and away he goes. Seamus Kelly, he represented Northern Ireland at the Golden Shears World Championships back in Scotland and back in June for representing Northern Ireland. There now is the Ballymena man on stand number 4. He came second in the Northern Ireland National now the last 2 years as Seamus Kelly there now. And the man there now from Inishturk on stand number 5 is Eamon Heanue. He drops down into the long blow there now, and away he goes on stand number 5. But it's still the man on stand 2, the Galway man. He has a couple of blows around the field as Tom Halloran shearing 2 sheep each for a place in the straight All-Ireland Blade Shearing Final. Tom Halloran now gets to the turn and around the last front shoulder he goes there now as Tom Halloran on stand number 2. Gavin Hopkins now keeping the job right up there now, the man on stand 3 from Drummond in County Mayo is Gavin Hopkins dropping down into the first front shoulder. Long blow time for him up there now is Gavin. He's one of the 3 Hopkins brothers there now that shears for Ireland on stand number 3. Seamus Kelly up the neck while he goes there now with his second and final sheep on the board. But it's still happening there with the man on stand number 2. Tom Halloran there now down the last side and out the back leg, and away he goes there now. Couple of more blows and Tom Halloran will put up his hand and his time will be taken on stand number 2. Couple of more blows now for the Galway man, hoping to make it in to that All-Ireland Blade final later on this afternoon. It's Tom Halloran. Out goes Tom Halloran. Put your hands together for Tom Halloran in the Blade.
Yeah, great shearing went on there from Tom Halloran, the Galway boy. And Gavin Hopkins. Down the last side comes young Gavin. Give this lad a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. He's one of the youngest competitor up there today. Great lad to go up there and take the stand. Seamus Kelly. Round the back of the head goes Seamus. He'll soon drop her down in the long blow. And what about the man from Inishturk, ladies and gentlemen, runs a good show out there every year. Down the last side comes Eamon Heanue. He's a long way from home today, ladies and gentlemen, but he's doing good work there. Down the last side, couple of flicks over the tail head. One time you would hear click, 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 click. But they must put silencers in them now. You can't hear the click at all, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Gavin Hopkins. Gavin concentrating very hard there on stand 3. Seamus Kelly, the man from Ballymena. On long blow time is Seamus. Fantastic shearer, won the All-Ireland back in the 90s with the machine. Eamon Heanue, couple of flicks over the tailhead from the Inishturk man. It's a big day for this man today, ladies and gentlemen. Out the last side and away he goes. Couple of flicks over the tailhead from the man from Inishturk. He's a long way from home. Couple of flicks and in she'll go. His second and final sheep. Put your hands together for Eamon Heanue, George. He had a good shear on stand 4.
Eamon had a good shear there. Stand number 5, he's out there. So now we have Gavin and Seamus. And Gavin now down. Not a lot to go there for Gavin as he comes out the last leg of his second and final sheep. Hoping to make it through to that final. Seamus Kelly, the Ballymena man. Great support, and he was a machine shearing All-Ireland champion in 1992. He's competing here in Donegal in the Blades today. You'll see him competing in the open machine tomorrow. Out, well done. Gavin Hopkins is out there. The youthful Gavin Hopkins is on stand at number 3. Now we've Seamus Kelly, the Ballymena man. Down the last side he comes. The judges, it's the same thing on the board as for the machine. They're looking for any second cut in the wool you do. And out the back, they'll be looking for that nice, even, level finish job with no tassels to try and get the same cover of wool right all over the sheep. They have to be cleaned up just because there might be second growth or that around the side of the face or that. It still has to be cleaned up. So, Seamus Kelly, the Ballymena man. We have one brother up shearing. We have another brother scorekeeping, and there's probably another brother at home farming. So a good combination. They might change around then. Another stage, it could be, we might see a different Kelly here tomorrow, we can't be sure. But big supporters of the shearing. Seamus Kelly down the last side and out the back leg he goes. His second and final sheep, hoping to make it through to this 6-man final later on this afternoon. The Ballymena man shearing on stand number 4. The finishing touches goes in. Made the Northern Ireland team for the Golden Shears World Championships. And what a spectacle that was earlier on this year. And of course that this year was won by the South Africans in the Highland in Scotland. Seamus Kelly, once they put the blades back in the holder, his time will be taken. Getting very close to finish there. The Ballymena man, stand number 4. Put your hands together for the first heat of the blade shearing. Well done.
Well done. The second heat will be James Hopkins, Martin Hopkins, and the boy over from England, George Mudge. Off to the right, shearers, please. All off to the right.
We'll have names down, names up, please, and we're
Off to
ready
the
for
right,
heat
Gavin,
number
off to the
2.
right, off to the right, off to the right, off to the right. Hello, Mark Culling, Austin. Go off to the left, you, Gavin, you'll be okay. Oh, yeah, through. Through. Yeah. Off to my right. Man Tom. Man Eamon, good shearing. On the right, Tom? Yeah. No harm, so James Hopkins, Martin Hopkins and George Mudge.
I've something in mind for you. I have, yeah.
So shearing 2 sheep each, boys. We have a late entry. Matthew. Oh yeah, Matthew. So we've got Matthew McGeehan as well. Matthew McGeehan, so we have 4 competitors in this one as well. Matthew McGeehan.
Tom, just Peter, I want Tom Halloran for a second. This will be no problem to you. In half a minute, in Gaelic, I want to tell me what that was like up there.
One, Tom.
Come on, he's letting down the Irish language now when he got the chance. And I wouldn't mind that he's a fluent Irish speaker, so...
He's a fluent Polish speaker as well, I heard him last night.
He won't get away with it the next time. I'll make sure he's in a corner the next time we do that. He won't get away with it, so...
And he talks a lot of right talk as well.
Okay, the competitors are up. The sheep are in the pens.
We got 4 competitors now this time, George, as well.
Tom, I just don't think you've got away with that one. You won't have got away with it. We've 2 days still to catch up with you.
He's gone down right in his speech, George.
Oh.
So have we named for
James
the 4th
Hopkins,
competitor?
Martin Hopkins and George Mudge. So it's James Hopkins, Martin Hopkins and George Mudge. That's the order.
We've got another competitor, George, as well.
So
4 competitors.
James Hopkins on 2, Martin Hopkins on 3, and George Mudge will be on stand number 4. So the Hopkins brothers.
Hello. Martin Hopkins is on stand 3 there, lads. Martin Hopkins is on 3. The wrong name has gone up there. The man, John Murphy. So the 3 competitors we have.
Matthew McLean, I believe, is in there now as well. He simply was entered. Matthew McLean, if you're entered and ready, you need to be up there very, very shortly.
So Matthew McGreen, if you're there, Matthew, good man. I see him taking the stage away. Have you blades? You need shears to shear them, you know. He has to go out in the car to get the shears, I think. Might have to go home for a jet. What? Matthew, have you a set of blades? Yeah. That one started, yeah. So is Matthew going shearing, lads? David O'Neill, is Matthew shearing? Have you blades, Matthew? Okay, the scene is set, lads. George, call him. Just call him again one more time. Call him again.
Yeah, Matthew, have you got your blades? Are you ready? Tom, is Matthew shearing? Well, it's very hard to shear without blades. He was there a second ago.
Matthew! Hello! Can he shear next? Matthew, get a set of blades there or someone. Come on. He's giving out to me now.
Just, there was a little bit of confusion there when it's getting sorted out. Don't forget all our sponsors there, McGinty Tractors, DMG Motors, All Ireland Machine and Plastering, Cross Concrete, Inishowen Co-op, FBD Insurance, Robinson Concrete, Newtown and McGinty, Julie Brothers Limited, Inishowen Engineering, Department of Agriculture and Marine, Lynch Brothers, Mass Construction, Mr. Concrete, Ballyliffin Hotel, and Ballycree. A big thank you to all our sponsors. Go on, put your hands together for all our sponsors there.
Yep.
We'd have no shearing only for our sponsors.
Okay, I think the scene is set, George.
And not to forget our sheep suppliers as well. All the farmers are supplying the sheep. And Mr. Matthew, is the blades in the post are on the way.
Are you coming, Matthew? Have a cup of tea first, Matthew, or something. Is anybody there giving a set of blades, lads? Anybody give him a set of blades?
Yes, I think he has a set of blades there now. There's blades there now, so they're not to hold up. There you are.
Come on, Matthew.
Grab the blades and away you go. No phone needed.
He's only one hand now, so one set will do.
You're over there on stand number 5.
Matthew, have you got 2 pin men now as well while you're coming?
Away you go. Yeah.
No rush.
They are made to work.
You want a cup of tea?
Just be careful with those blades, please. Be careful moving around with those blades in your hand.
Hey, put your hands together, ladies, for Matthew. Hey. There's only one Matthew.
You're down on stand number 5.
Thank God.
Helpers, helpers. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Here's the posse coming. Okay, the scene is set, George. Call it. We're running behind time.
Now the scene is set. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. 1 in each pen, boys.
1 of you go in the other pen, lads. 1 go in the other pen for Matthew. Come on, take out the sheep.
Away you go. Now he has the first sheep out. The scene is set. What a line up here we have. James Hopkins, standing number 2, the left-handed shearer of the Hopkins brothers. Martin Hopkins, the teacher, stand number 3, the right-handed shearer. All the way from Devon in the south of England, George Mudge, who has represented his country more times than any other competitor in the Golden Shears World Championships in both machine and blade, competing on stand number 4. And we have Matthew competing on stand number 5. And he's making these blades work as well. He's the man shearing there on stand number 5. The top 6 of the blades will go through to the final. So George Mudge there on stand number 4. And we've the Hopkins brothers on 2 and 3. And they are the current Six Nations blade shearing champions. So put your hands together there for the 2 Hopkins brothers. What an achievement. So way to go. As I mentioned earlier, there's still quite a lot of sheep short in different parts with the blades. In the west of Ireland, still quite a lot of sheep. Down south this year, quite a few sheep with the blades. But if you go to countries like South Lesotho and South Africa, there's still probably 75% of the sheep are still shorn by blades there. They're fine wool sheep. They actually, most of the blade shearers there hold the blades different. They get all the wool off. They want all the wool off right down to the skin. It's worth more money. It's the fine wool. Where in general, in this part of the world, we shear sheep with the blades to leave a little bit of a cover of wool on the sheep. But it's a great tradition. It's great to see it continuing, and it's one of the most popular competitions at the World Championships. So James Hopkins now the left-handed. There's very little between them. George Mudd is right there with him, so very, very little in it. And Matthew is there as well. He's got the turn for home. Down the last side they come now. The top 6 will go through to the blade shearing final.
Yeah, great shearing going on there from James Hopkins. On stand number 2, ladies and gentlemen, the man from County Mayo. Couple of flicks over the tailhead. He'll go in for sheep number 2. His brother Martin Hopkins. Out the flank and away he goes there. What about the boy over from England? That's George Mudge, great supporter of all the shows in England, and especially the All-Irelands here as well every year. Matthew McGeever, the latecomer, down the last side of the way he goes. He's having a cracking shear up there. In goes Martin Hopkins. Give him a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the blade shearing semi-final. Out comes his brother Jamesy Hopkins. That's a big hog James has this time, but he's going to make use of her. He had a cracking shear over in Scotland, ladies and gentlemen, where he won the open competition on the Saturday. Fantastic young shearer. These two brothers here, the young brother shore a while ago, Gavin. But it's about Martin now, not between the two brothers. This is the one they'll talk about tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I got first and I got second and I got third. That's be the talk tomorrow around the dinner time table. George Mudge. Couple of flicks out the flank and away he goes. In goes the latecomer Matthew. Give Matthew a cheer on there, ladies and gentlemen. He's up there. I'd say he's a local boy. He comes out with sheep number 2. That's a big hug he has this time. As he turns to break open the undermine. In goes George Mudge, the Englishman. Out comes the Englishman, George Mudge. You often heard the one about the 3 paddies, but this is about the 3 paddies and the Englishman, ladies and gentlemen. As he turns to break open the undermine there. George Mudge having a cracking shear. Matthew McGreever, round the back of the head goes Matthew. Must be well used to shearing those sheep at home every day. And James Hopkins, the man from Drummond in County Mayo. He's a fantastic shearer. I think he's the current All-Ireland champion. Martin Hopkins there, his brother, drops down into the long blow. He's shearing on stand number 3. George Mudge, the English boy. He's having a cracking shear up there is George from the great shearing family as well. And Matthew McGreen there on stand number 5 there, Shawnee. He's having a cracker on stand 5.
Yeah, he's flying it up there now as Matthew McGreen in there as he dropped down to the first front shoulder. George Mudge there now. I think he's 76 years of age and he's travelled over here all the way from England to shear in their All-Ireland competition. And away he goes. He made the World Team Final along with his son Andrew over in Scotland at the Golden Shears World Championships at the Royal Highland. Now you have the Six Nations champions on stand 2 and 3, the 2 brothers from County Mayo, James and Martin Hopkins. Now as Martin cuts the turn, he's leading the pace there now as he comes down the last side of the sheep, second and final sheep on the board. And today we're going to have a new All-Ireland champion because the current champion Peter Hardy he's not here today, so we're going to have a new champion, someone new is going to win it as James Hopkins gets to the turn and Martin comes around the last front shoulder. James is coming right back with him at every single blow, and away they go there now as the 2 brothers on stands 2 and 3. Some say James is 19, but I think he says himself he's 23. So now he turns for home and down around the last front shoulder. He comes there now is James Hopkins, but Martin has a few blows on him there now as the man from Drummond in County Mayo. Away out to the back leg and away he goes there now as Martin Hopkins, who represented Ireland at world level and Six Nations there now, is the man on stand the number 3. Couple of more blows there now and he'll put the blades in the holder and have his time taken, but James is coming right back with him at every single blow. Who is it going to finish first? Is it going to be James or Martin? Who is going to put the blades away first? It's Martin. Put your hands together for Martin Hopkins. So now it's all about James Hopkins. He's the current All Nations World Champion up there now. He won it at the Royal Highland Show. The real good quality shearer. James Hopkins up there now on stand number 2. Finishing touches the way he goes. Put your hands together for James Hopkins up there on stand number 2, George.
So now we are watching George Mudge there and Matthew on stands 4 and 5 as George Mudge turns and comes down the last side. And if you watch the wool handlers here with the wool off the blackish sheep, they will throw it the opposite way. It's rolled the opposite to crossbred wool. So it'll be thrown with the clean side up, where we're throwing crossbred wool, it'll be the opposite way. It's all about the presentation of the wool. Of course, it's thrown out and rolled from breech to neck. So now we see George Mudge, who was on the English team, along with his son there, represented England in the Golden Shears World Championships, but he's done it also in the machine, and he holds the honour of having represented his country more times in World Championships than any other competitor worldwide. George Mudge, the man from Devon in the south of England, puts the finishing touches in there now on stand number 4. Down and out he goes. Once he put the blade in the holder. Yes, and his time is taken for George Mudge. Put your hands together for him. And he won't have left much there for the judges to get off out the back, that's for sure. Now you're watching Matthew. He was a slow starter up there, but once he got going, he is really going. On stand number 5. Down the last side. He's quite a big sheep there this time with a big fleece of wool. And you can see that little bit of yellow in the wool, which means it's a bit more dense. And if you hadn't a good edge, it wouldn't be quite as so easy to get that wool off. That's Matthew there, shearing on stand number 5. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes, P.
Yeah, I'd say James Hopkins must have given him the blades. He gave him the worst one he had. Down the last side and away he goes there. That's all tactics, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Matthew. Come on, cheer him on. He's the local man here, ladies and gentlemen. He's the man from Donegal. Out the flank and away he goes. He's having a cracking shear. Being closely judged in there by, I'd say, the 2 young bucks. And this one, them handing out the sheep and the other pulling them in, but it's all about Matthew. Down the last side comes Matthew. I'd say he's a cool customer, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing that put him away, I'd say. Out the flank and away goes Matthew. Loving the shearing stage up there. Making a lovely job of that sheep up there is Matthew. Great horned hogs up there. Couple of flicks out the flank and away he goes. That's what's known as the flank, the money side of the sheep. So Matthew is well used to shearing those sheep with the blades. Seems to be making a good job of her. Couple of flicks over the tail head. That'll be the second semi-final of the blades. I think we're straight in there with the Donegal Confined final, so you know who you are, boys. Get ready. But it's all about Matthew McGreen in there on stand number 5. Couple of flicks over the tail head. She'll go back in the pen. He says, I never want to see you again. Just get the wool off. We're in no rush, Matthew. We have lights. Put your hands together for Matthew, ladies and gentlemen. He had a cracking shear. And to the 2 semi-finals, fair play to them.
Just okay. We'll have the competitors off to the right. We'll have the droppers back on. And we will be ready for the first final of the afternoon. The blade holders will come off. They'll be needed again for the final. We'll have the first final of the afternoon, and that's the Donegal Confined. So we'll have the sheep in the pens, and I take it there'll be a draw made for stands then. Once the sheep are in the pens, we'll make a draw for stands, and we'll introduce the competitors up. Hey, Tom, Peter has a microphone as well there, you know.
Yeah, now we're going to have Tom is going to explain in Irish what's going on here at the All-Ireland Shearing, especially the blades. Here, Tom.
You can stand up and do it, Tom. You don't have to kneel down, you know.
You ready, Tom?
No, we're not starting for a couple of seconds. The crowd is waiting for your speech there.
We'll all help you out, Tom. So we're getting ready for the Donegal Confined, the first final of the day.
And the competitors for the Donegal final, they need to get their signets for the final. I think it's a different signet there for the final. So the finalists of the Donegal, pick up your signets, please.
Make sure you got your pen men as well, guys. We're running behind time. We want to keep her going. Who are the judges, George, for the Confined? Who are the judges?
The judges for the Donegal Confined will be John Murphy, Peter Webber, Colin Crowe, John Corrigan, Tom Halloran, Hazel Crowe, and the spare float will be Colin McGregor. Judging out the back will be Billy Donlan and David O'Neill. And I think Tom Halloran has that speech almost ready now.
Okay, boys, the scene is set for the first final. Have we the competitors, George, for the first final? Are they making a draw?
Yes, once the sheep are in the pens, we'll make the draw. We'll find out the number of sheep.
Yeah.
And once the sheep are in the pens, how many sheep, Tom?
6 sheep. 6 sheep.
6 sheep. So it's only when the draw is made, then we'll have the names up. And the Murphy sisters are there ready to make the draw. Okay, if we can have the sheep in the pens, 6 sheep in each pen. We're not really going too bad. We're just 1 minute behind schedule, so 60 seconds, not too bad. We often were 3 or 4 hours, so it is a final, so they'll be getting the sheep in as even as possible to make it fair for all the competitors. They're ready to make the draw. Okay, the Donegal finalists, make the draw, please. Come here to the front of the stage and make the draw. Come on, you know who you are. The finalists of the Donegal, come along and make the draw, please. Come on, if you don't want to make the draw. Yes, we see. We've 2 of them on the way. He arriving us there. Make the draw first. If they're not going to come along, use make the draw and be ready. We've already 3 of the finalists are there ready. Come on, boys. Come on, make the draw. Okay, I think everybody is there. And I don't want anybody up on the stands till we introduce you up there. There's no going up on the stand till you'll be introduced up onto the stand. Make sure you have your helpers ready. You can send your helpers up there, but there's no going up onto the stand till you're introduced. So the names are going up, and once all the names are up, we'll introduce the competitors up onto their stands. Judges, if you can take your stands, please. John Murphy on 6, Peter Webber on 5, Colin Crowe on 4, John Corrigan on 3, Tom Halloran on 2, and Hazel Crowe on 1. And our spare judge of float is Colin McGregor. Judging out the back is Billy Donlan and David O'Neill. Now there is a dropper change here on one of the stands. Competitors, no going up on the stand until they're introduced up. Patience. It's the same for everybody and for all finalists. When we introduce these competitors up onto their stands, we want you to get behind them and give them all a very warm welcome as they come up onto their stand.
On stand number 6, we got Christopher Begley. Come on, cheer him on.
On to stand number 5, it's Luke McGee.
On stand 4, Colin Deaver.
Stand number 3, your very own Ivan Scott.
And on stand number 2, we got Aaron McGee.
And on stand number 1, it's Mark McGeever.
The best of luck, guys, in the first final at the All-Ireland.
6 sheep each to shear. The sheep are in the stands. The draw's been made. There won't be any change to the sheep. They were put in even, and the draw's been made for stands. So the sheep you've got are the sheep you'll shear.
So this is where it starts to heat up, ladies and gentlemen. We got some top shearers up there. We got the McGees, we got Ivan, we got Cullum, we got Luke McGee, Christopher Begley, and Mark McGee are over there on stand number 1. It's going to get fast and furious, ladies and gentlemen, shearing 6 sheep each. Well, boys, there's no change in sheep. So who's the chief referee? There's the Colin. Chief ref, you ref. Ready, scene set. Thumbs up. Come on, boys, shearers to the board.
Okay, on your doors, please. On your doors.
Hold it, Aaron McGee. Aaron has a problem.
The sheep are drawn.
Referee Colin, stand 2, please.
It should be the sheep you should be shearing.
Waiting to get the thumbs up from Colin. Okay, George, thumbs up.
Okay, the scene is set. The first final of the afternoon. We need to get you need to get behind your favourite shearer from the start and cheer them on and give them a bit of support. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. Out to come now with the first of our 6 sheep. What a line up. Mark McGeever, Aaron McGee, Ivan Scott, Colin Diver, Luke McGee and Christopher Begley. The 6 sheep out on the board. The belly wool comes off. Luke McGee into the first hind leg. Christopher Begley is right there as well. Aaron McGee, Ivan into the first hind leg. Mark McGeever. Aaron McGee pops up the neck there and stand to number 2. Up goes Ivan. The lead could change a couple of times throughout this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a cracker, ladies and gentlemen. The first of the finals today. The Donegal Confined. Christopher Begley round the back of the head. Luke McGee, the young Donegal boy, already on long blow time. Ivan Scott, the world record holder, he's on long blow time. Aaron McGee, he's already turning for home. Down the last side, beginning to set a pace there. There's Aaron McGee. Mark McGee are up there on stand number 1. The man shearing off the flexi down the last side. But it's about Aaron McGee and Ivan Scott. They're blow for blow, ladies and gentlemen. Turning for home, Luke McGee. Christopher Begley down the last side, he comes. Who's going to be first to hit the button and go in for sheep number 2 of 16? Goes Aaron McGee, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, cheer them on. This is the final up here, ladies and gentlemen. In goes Ivan Scott, the world record holder. He has 2 on the board. And what about the man over there, Christopher Begley? In goes Christopher Begley. Down the last side comes Luke McGee. He's having a cracker. Out comes Christopher Begley with sheep number 2. Turn the cards, boys. Make sure you turn the cards. In goes Colin Diver. He's having a cracker of a shear. But it seems to be Aaron McGee there. Already on undermined time. Who's going to be first to step up? Is it going to be a self for Ivan? Up goes Aaron McGee. Up goes Ivan Scott George on stand number 3.
Yes, he's up there as well. On the way to go now. Mark McGeever, the flexi man there. Down and out the back like he goes. And out he comes with lamb number 2 on the board. Aaron McGee drops down to the first shoulder. Ivan is there as well. Belly will off McConnell. Luke McGee into the first hind leg. And up the neck goes Christopher Begley. And it's Ivan already down the long blow for blow with Aaron McGee at the moment. Who's going to get the turn? Who's going to get the drop and in for sheep number 3 first? Not a lot between them. Down to the shoulder and down the last side they come now. Christopher Begley down into the first shoulder, down into the long blows, and it's Mark McGee, Aaron McGee, he's down and out the back leg. Out the back leg goes Ivan there. 1, 2 more blows and they'll get the drop and be in for sheep number 3. And your sheep need to go into the pen, shearers. It's your responsibility. Ivan Scott there. He's out with lamb number 3 on the board as well. Aaron McGee, the 3rd sheep on the board there for Aaron. Mark McGee for there on stand number 2. Colin Diver. Come on, get behind your favourite shearer and give him a bit of a cheer on. Come on, give him a clap and a cheer there.
Yeah, great shearing going on up there for young Christopher Begley. Couple of flicks over the tail head. He goes in for sheep number 3. 3 left in the pen. Luke McGee down the last side comes Luke. Done well to make this final. Colin Diver there. Colin is having a cracker as well. Deaver down the last side, but it's all about stands number 2 and 3. That's Aaron McGee and Ivan Scott. They're blow for blow. They're actually blow for blow now. They're on long blow time. Come on, cheer them on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first of the finals here in Clonmany. Who's going to be first to make the turn? Aaron McGee. He turns down the last side. Mark McGeever up there. Couple of flicks over the tail head. He'll go in for sheep number 3. But it's already about Aaron McGee and Ivan Scott. Aaron is huffing and puffing up there. Ladies and gentlemen, out the flank and away he goes. In goes Mark McGee on stand number 1. Aaron McGee there. He goes for sheep number 4. He's having a cracking shear. Ivan Scott, the local boy. In goes Ivan for sheep number 4. Come on, cheer them on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final up here. We got Colin Deaver. Colin doing lovely work up there on stand number 4. Luke McGee, the brother of Aaron there, fires away the belly wool. And Christopher Begley up there, 3 on the board for him. Make sure you turn the scorecards. But it's all about Mark McGeever up there on stand 1. Aaron McGee firing up in the undermine. He's having a cracker there as Ivan on stand 2 and 3, George.
Yes, and away to go. Paddy Dunn, Sean Dunn, Paddy Dunn. Change the numbers there on Ivan's pen, please. Aaron McGee, up the neck he goes. And it's already Ivan Scott up the neck now, up around the back of the head, drops down to the first shoulder. On his second last sheet, that's it, get the cards turned. Connell Diver there, he turns her home down the last side. Luke McGee's up the neck. Christopher Begley, down and out the back leg he goes. He's in, he's out with lamb number 4 on the board. But it's already Ivan Scott. That gets the turn for home, down the money side of the lamb he comes now. Down the last side, right down to the flank he goes. About 5 more blows and Ivan will be in for sheep number 5. Aaron McGee turns her home as well. Down the last side comes Mark McGeever. He's on 3 if the numbers are right. But out comes Ivan Scott now with lamb number 5 on the board. But the crowd is too quiet. Come on, is there anybody here at all? Give him a bit of a cheer on.
Yeah, cracking shearing going on up here from the Donegal boy. In goes Aaron McGee. This is the Donegal Confined. But it's about Ivan Scott, ladies and gentlemen, the world record holder. He turns, breaks open the undermine there. He's having a cracker. And what about Mac McGeever over there on stand 1? Aaron McGee fires away the belly ball. But Ivan beginning to set it up there now. Round the back of the head and away he goes. The more he shears, the faster he gets, ladies and gentlemen. Colin Diver with 4 on the board as well. Luke McGee. Luke is having a cracker as he goes in for sheep number 4. Christopher Begley. He has 4 on the board. Down the last side comes Christopher, but Ivan Scott with 5 on the board. Has Aaron McGee 5 on the board there, lads. Turn the cards for Aaron McGee. And Mark McGee are there, already flying there on stand 1. And Ivan Scott beginning to show his pace here now. Down the last side, out the flank. In goes Christopher Begley for another sheep there. But it's about jiving Ivan, ladies and gentlemen. Cheer them on up here. It's not simple up there. This is a good final, George.
Yes, out now with his 6th and final sheep on the board for Ivan Scott, I believe. Paddy, is that the last one? Yes, I believe it is. The final sheep on the board there for Ivan Scott, shearing on stand number 3. Aaron McGee turns her home on, it must be 5, I'm sure, if you have those numbers right. Pen man for Aaron McGee. That's it, keep those numbers right. Mark McGeever, Colin Diver, he comes out. Diver, he's out there now with lamb number 5 on the board. Luke McGee drops down to the first shoulder. Christopher Begley. Out comes Aaron McGee. But it's already your own Ivan Scott steps over there now. He's pumping in those blows. He's about to get the turn and head down the money side of the lamb. Ivan Scott down to the shoulder. He comes and down the last side. Now is the time to get behind him and cheer him on. Down to the flank goes Ivan Scott. About 3 more blows for Ivan Scott. Down and out the back leg goes Ivan now. 1, 2, 3. Another blow there for Ivan Scott. Put your hands together for him.
He had a cracking cheer, ladies and gentlemen. That's Luke McGee over there on stand number 5. Down the last side. Is that his last sheep, Ronald? Has he 1 left in the pen? And it's about Mark McGeever over there on stand number 1. He is on 5 on the board as well. This is the Donegal Confined. Aaron McGee there. He's going to be next to make the drop there. He's on long blow time. In goes Christopher Begley there on stand number 6. Aaron McGee, bit of a wriggler. Settles the right back down again. What about Colin Diver? Colin Diver, 1 left in the pen for Colin. He's having a cracker as well. Luke McGee, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, cheer them on up here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final up here. We got Christopher Begley. He turns, working very hard up there on stand number 6. But it's about Colin Diver. A couple of flicks over the tail head. In goes Aaron McGee. Aaron was, is he 1? He has 6, I was thinking. Couple of flicks over the tail head from Aaron McGee. Another Donegal man. Come on, cheer on Aaron McGee, ladies and gentlemen. Cheer him down the last side. In goes Aaron McGee, Georgia, with a cracker.
Yes, out they go. So now we have stands 1, 4, 5 and 6 and away they go. And it's Connell there on stand at number 4 now. He's into the first hind leg, pumping in those rows. Up the deck goes Luke McGee there on stand at number 5. Christopher Begley turns her home at his 6th and final sheep. Mark McGeever there, he has one more left in the pen, but it's going to be Christopher there on stand number 6. About 3 more blows now. He'll pull the card and his time was taken. Christopher Begley on stand number 6. Put your hands together for him. Well done.
Well done, Christopher, up there, the young man up there. Luke McGee, one left in the pen for Luke. Out comes Mark McGeever up there with his 6th and final sheep on the board. We got Column Diver here, 6 on the board as well. He's on long blow time. This is Donegal Confined, the first final of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Huffing and puffing up there, doing good work up there is Column Diver. Luke McGee, another member of the McGee family. Come on, let's see, one left in the pen, lads. One left in the pen for Luke McGee there. He's number 5 on the board. Down come Column Diver. Out the last side, cleaning up the last shoulder there. Good work going on up there. Mark McGeever up there with 6 on the board as well, but it's all about Column Diver, ladies and gentlemen. Out the flank, come on, cheer on Column. This is a Donegal man as well. Down the last side comes Column Diver. He's huffing and he's puffing and he's going to blow that wool away, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic shear this young man had here, George, on stand number 5. And Mark McGeever up there with 6 on the board down the last side. Give young Mark a cheer on up there as well, ladies and gentlemen. He had a cracking cheer on stand number 1. And Luke McGee, George, there on stand number 5, George. He's having a good cheer.
Yes, a very good cheer there. Luke McGee up and around the back of the head he goes now. Dropping down into that first shoulder. That's Luke McGee there. Stand number 5. He's 6th and final sheep on the board. The Donegal Confined competition. Pumping in those long blows now. Stepping over with the right. He'll get a blow over the backbone and then he'll get the turn and head for home and down the last side. Brings up the right foot, turns her home, cleans off that cheek, down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Luke McGee, stand number 5, sheep number 6, Donegal Confined. The last sheep, the last man standing there, Luke McGee it is. Under that shoulder, down to the flank he goes. Another 2 or 3 blows. You can give him a bit of a cheer on there now as he finishes out that sheep. Luke McGee there, out the back leg he goes. Put your hands together for the six finalists. Well done.
What a final, great final for the Donegal Confined. A fantastic final. Well done, guys. Well done. The next final way up is the Novice Final. So we'll just wait for the sheep to be judged out the back. We'll get the sheep in the pens again and we'll keep moseying.
Okay, off to the right-hand side, competitors, please.
Off to our right-hand side, your left-hand side. That was a great final for the first final of the big show, ladies and gentlemen.
Our next final will be the novice. The novice is the next final. So the sheep will have to go into the pens and the draw made. And you need to get your finalist signets as well.
Running.
So.
Yeah.
That's the next final, the novice final.
So we're going to have the novice final now, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the young shearers, the big day for them. To shear up on stage, to shear in front of the big crowd of people here in Clonmany. Then we have the blade shearing final. The Woolhandling Heats are on then, and then we have the Woolhandling final. Sheep. Sheep, yeah, 3 sheep. Okay, boys, are the sheep in? Okay, good man. Have you the judges, George, for this one?
Yes, I have the judges. So the novice finalist, go see the Murphy sisters there to make the draw, please. The sheep are in the pens. So make sure you've got your finalist singlet and go make the draw for the novice final.
Make the draw, boys. Come on, girls and boys. Front of the stage, please. Come on, lads. We've got to keep it rocking.
And the judges will be as follows. On stand number 6, John Murphy.
It's a long way from home, John. The long, lonesome walk.
Mark McGee will be on 5, David O'Neill on 4, John Corrigan on 3, Tom Halloran on 2, Colin Crowe on stand number 1, and our spare floating judge, Colin McGregor. Judging out the back will be Billy Donlan and Hazel Crowe.
So you know who you are, judges. So we get the draw done, we get the names up, we call them on.
Somebody might just take down the names there, please, so it'll speed up things a little bit.
Take down the names, guys.
Somebody just take down the names there when you're waiting.
Take down the man, John Murphy.
Yeah, Colin McGregor is going to do it, or Colin is doing it, yeah. John Murphy is doing it, so everyone does a little that makes things easier.
Many hands make light work. So just waiting for the draw to be made. We'll introduce the shearers, the novice shearers, onto the stage from 6 back to 1. I see young Sean Dunn is there, made the novice final as well. Well done, Sean.
So the names are going up now. Competitors not up on the stands. No competitor up on the stand, please. It'll be the same for everybody. This is why we have novice. If you're in the open, you'll be invited up on the stand, so it's the same for everybody. You're shearing 3 sheep each, and the time is 1:40, I believe. If you want to check out that for sure, but that's what I believe is 1:40.
Okay, the scene is set, boys and girls.
So the time is 1:40. Okay, we'll have the judges take their stands, please. You know who you are, or where you are.
Come on, judges.
John Murphy is already there. Mark McGee, David O'Neill, John Corrigan, Tom Haller and Colin Crowe. The spare being Colin McGregor. Out the back, Billy Donnellan and Hazel Crowe.
Mark McGee, if you're there, Mark.
Is Mark McGee there on stand number 5, please?
Mark McGee to stand 5. Come on, judges, you know who you are. Tom, have you got anyone to hop in there for Mark? Right, Mark will be here in 2 seconds.
So, Mark McGee is on the way. Okay, Peter, do you want to start off? And we want to give these a very, very warm welcome as they come up onto the stand.
On to stand number 6, Sean Dunn. Young fella, come on.
Stand number 5, Kevin Noon.
On stand number 4, we got Joseph Scal.
On to stand number 3, Madison Rafferty.
And on stand number 2, we got Adam Killian.
On to stand number 1, it's Tommy Mullen.
Come on, boys, give them a cheer on. This is your only novice shearer, first time shearing on stage. Well done, boys, for making the final. Good man, Mark. Was there many in Donegal town? And girls? People, we should say. Okay, the scene is set. Who's the chief steward? Who's the referee? Colin, have a quick look. Call there and see if we get the thumbs up. Thumbs up, we see. Thumbs up.
And just to let you know as well, for if you want to search for it, the All-Ireland and All-Nations Shearing and Woolhandling Championships 2023 on YouTube. It's all been live streamed, so if anybody anywhere wants to see it, they can see it there. It's all live streamed, so that's what modern technology does. We've got the thumbs up. The scene is set. The novice shearing final. What a spectacle for these 6 competitors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors, go. Out to come now with the first of the 3 sheep. And remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor who will be deemed the winner. Quality is so important out the back. And of course, our judges here on the boards, they keep rotating and they're looking for any second cut in the wool you do. If you don't keep that bottom tooth on the skin all the time, start each blow and finish each blow on the skin. So it's so important. A good line up here. Tommy Mullen, Adam Killeen, Madison Rafferty, Joseph Scal, Kevin Noon, and Sean Dunn, the fellow commentator on stand number 6, Peter.
Yeah, great to see Sean Dunn up there. From the great shearing family, Sean. Working very hard up there, keeping the bottom tooth down. On stand 6, young Kevin Noon. This is a big day for those boys and girls up here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the novice, the first time up there shearing on stage, young Joseph Scal. His dad was a great shearer in his time, still is. All the way from Westport in County Mayo. We got Madison Rafferty up there. She steps through up the neck. I've seen her shear before. She's a cracking young shearer. Adam Killian, another Mayo shearer. We got Tommy Mullen up there round the back of the head. He's shearing on stand number 1. 3 sheep each, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big day up there. Give them a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. These are novice shearers. Come on, guys. Adam Killian, round the back of the head goes Adam. Madison Rafferty, she turns in. Cleaned off the first shoulder. She's the lady among the gentlemen up there, but already young Joseph Scahill. Down the last side and away he goes there. He has a good hug and he's making use of her. Kevin Noon, he turns for home. That's what's known as the money side of the sheep, ladies and gentlemen. When you're out trying to earn your few bob, that's the only side of the sheep you want to see. You're near your money. That's the money side. Sean Dunn. Sean Dunn is having a cracker as well. He's on long blow time up there. Big sweeping blows gone in from Sean Dunn. There's no use buying a 10-foot more and only using 8 foot of it. This is where they make up the time. Out comes Joseph Scahill. In goes Adam Killian, the 2 Mayo boys. Tommy Mullen. Down the last side comes Tommy. He's concentrating very hard up there. Madison Rafferty. She's on long blow time. Joseph Scahill already working on the belly wool there. Down comes Kevin Noon. Sean Dunn. Down the last side. He's having a good one there, George, on stand number 6.
Yes, gets the turn for home. And it's Kevin Noon there. He's down the last side as well. On sheep number 2 is Joseph Scahill. He's into the first hind leg. Madison Rafferty there on stand number 3. She turns her home as well. Adam there on stand number 2. He pops up the neck. Number 2 is out on the board for Tommy Mullen. Sean Dunn down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. He's on sheep number 1 there. Quite a big lamb there this time for him, but he's doing a beautiful job. Joseph Scahill, he's up the neck there. A bit of a wriggler there with Sean. Settle her down now and away he goes again. Down and out the last side goes Madison there. Shearing on stand number 3. Doing a beautiful job there. Madison Rafferty it is. Adam Killeen there on stand number 2. Right down the long blows of his second sheep. He's getting a little bit away there at the moment now, but you must have the quality as well. And Madison got the finishing touches there. And she's got that sheep away and comes out with lamb number 2 on the board. Keeping those numbers flicked over. It's Adam there. He gets the turn down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Up the neck goes Tommy Mullen. Number 2 on the board for Sean Dunn and the belly wool comes off. Kevin Noon, he's up the neck there. Don't forget to get behind your favourite shearer and give him a bit of support and cheer him on. Come on, it's the Novice Final.
Yeah, it's great to see these young shearers up there, both boys and girls. Tommy Mullen, he drops in long blow time. He has a big black hog up there and he's making use of her, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Killian, couple of flicks over the tail head. He goes in for sheep number 3. He's beginning to set the pace there on stand number 2 with his 3rd and final sheep on the board. We got Madison Rafferty. She's a cracking shearer. She has 2 on the board as well. Young Joseph Scahill, the man from Mayo. Out the flank goes Joseph, keeping the bottom tooth on the skin. Couple of flicks over the tail head. He goes in for sheep number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a cheer on up here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Novice Final up here. Big day out for those. They always said that Mayo would hardly win in All Ireland. They might win it in the Shearing here in Clonmany. We got Kevin Noon. Down the last side comes Kevin. He's having a cracker. Big hug up there, but he's a big man as well. She's a bit of a wriggler. She's what's known as a Michael Flatley, ladies and gentlemen. But he settles her right back down again. Sean Dunn up there. He's concentrating very hard with sheep number 2 on the board. Up the neck and away he goes. Round the back of the head. But it's all about Joseph Scahill up there. Wow, lovely undermine work going on up there. On stand number 4 from young Joseph Scahill. We got Madison Rafferty. Round the back of the head goes Madison. She's concentrating very hard up there, ladies and gentlemen. On stand number 3, Adam Killian, the other Mayo boy. He drops her into the long blow time up there. He has a 3rd and final sheep on the board. He's beginning to set the pace up there. Tommy Mullen. Tommy with 2 on the board. Is that 2 on the board for Tommy or 3? Make sure you turn the pin there, lads, for us. Madison Rafferty. But it's all about Adam Killian up there already on long blow time. Big sweeping blows are going up there. What about young Joseph Scahill, ladies and gentlemen? The other Mayo boy. These boys only about 17 years of age, I'd say. Down the last side comes Adam Killian. Come on, cheer them on, ladies and gentlemen. This is their 3rd and final sheep. They need a bit of support up here, George. Good shooting going on up here from the novice shearers.
Yes, definitely is. And it's Adam there now leads the field at the moment. Shearing on stand number 2. He's on his 3rd and final sheep there. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Down the money side of the sheep. Down to the flank and out the back leg now. Adam Killeen there on stand the number 2. About 3 more blows left there. Madison Rafferty, she's down on the long blow as well. But it's all happening on stand number 2 at the moment. Down and out the back leg he goes. 1, 2 more blows. He'll pull the cord and his time is taken. Put your hands together for Adam there. Well done. Now we've Sean Dunn. Sean turns her home there. I think 1 more left in the pen for Sean. Down the last side, keeping the quality right there on stand number 6. Kevin Noon, he's down in the long blows of his 3rd and final sheep. Out the leg goes Joseph Scal there. He's on his final sheep as well. Madison gets the turn. Tommy Mullen there on stand number 1. And it's Joseph Scal is out there. Well done, Joseph. Put your hands together for him.
Yeah, down the last side there comes Kevin Noon, the big boy up there, the novice shearer. On stand number 5 up there, who's going to be next to make the drop? It seems it's going to be Tommy Mullen up there on stand number 1. With his 3rd and final sheep on the board. Give them a bit of encouragement up here, ladies and gentlemen. It's not simple up here. This is their first time on stage. I'm sure they're nervous up there, but these are the future shearers. Tommy Mullen, couple of flicks over the tail head. Kevin Noon, in goes Kevin Noon. Give Kevin a round of applause and give Tommy Mullen a round of applause. And what about Madison Rafferty? The lady among the gentlemen up there, ladies and gentlemen, great to see this young girl shearing sheep. She's a cracking shearer. She has a lovely soft hand in her for the machine. Down the last side, she has 1 left in the pen. We have Sean Dunn up there. He has 3 on the board. In goes Madison. Give Madison a big cheer for her 3rd sheep, ladies and gentlemen. She's the young lady among the gentlemen. She's having a cracking shear up there, Madison. Bit of a regular, big strong hug there for Madison, but she says, I'm the boss. I'll hold you no matter what you do. Sean Dunn. Round the back of the head goes Shawnee. Shawnee Dunn, our fellow commentator. Round the back of the head goes Sean. It's not all about time, ladies and gentlemen. It's about quality work on the boards. It's about quality work out the back. Take off the wool, leave on the skin. You'll be brought back again and again at the shearing game. And it's great to see these young shearers taking part. Madison Rafferty, she's having a cracker as she fires away the belly wool there. You can see all those shearers. They're all shearing off the solid dropper, which is a great thing, ladies and gentlemen. And it's the Godfrey Bone type shearing. But it's about Sean Dunn as he steps over. He's huffing and he's puffing and he's going to blow that wool away as he turns for home. On stand number 6, filling up that comb. No use buying a 10-foot more. You got to use use an 8 foot of it. You got to fill up that comb on the long blow. Fill it up on the last side. Down the last side, George, come Madison. She's having a cracker there on stand number 3.
Yes, a bit of a wriggly lamb this time, but she's controlling it well there. And now we have Sean Dunn gets the turn for home down the money side. He sees light at the end of the tunnel. Sean Dunn there on stand number 6. It's Madison Rafferty there on stand number 3. She's up the neck. Good control again. Has got that lamb settled down. Doing a beautiful job there. Sean Dunn pinking up that lamb there. The judges won't get a lot off out the back. Down to the flank and out the back leg goes Sean Dunn. He thought he'd left something on the shoulder. He goes back to have a look. Down and out the back leg he goes now. Shearing on stand number 6. It's Sean Dunn. About 2 more blows and he'll be finished. His 3rd and final sheep. The novice machine shearing final. And it's going to be Sean Dunn down and out the back leg. Put your hands together for Sean Dunn.
Yeah, Madison Rafferty there. She's on long blow time, ladies and gentlemen. A great young girl to go up there among the gentlemen. She's working very hard up there. She's being closely judged there by Colin McGregor there from Scotland. He's on long blow time. Ladies and gentlemen, concentrating very hard as she pumps in the long blows. Give her a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. She's up here on her own now. She needs all the support she can get. Lovely shearing going on here from Madison Rafferty. Get young girls to go up there among the gentlemen as she pumps in the long blows. She'll turn for home. She has a bit of a wriggler. That's what's known as a Michael Flatley, ladies and gentlemen, a dancer. But she doesn't want her dancing. She just wants to take off that wool. And hopefully she said, I'll never see you again. Down the last side comes Madison. She's having a cracking shear up there. Concentrating very hard. It's not all about time. It's about quality work done on the boards. It's about quality work done out the back. And Madison knows that too well, especially in the novice. It's 1 in 40. That's the way it's timed in the novice shearing. Fantastic shearing, George, going on there from young Madison. Cheer her on, ladies and
Madison
gentlemen.
is there now. She turns to the shoulder and down the last side she comes. Her 3rd and final sheep on the board. Rolls the handpiece underneath that shoulder. Under the watchful eye of Judge John Murphy at the moment. Down the last side she comes now. That was a wriggly sheep. She controlled it really well. And doing a lovely job there, pinking up that sheep. Madison Rafferty it is. Her 3rd and final lamb. The novice final. Down the last side she comes now. Leaving nothing there out the back for the judges to get off. Really good control. And it's Madison Rafferty it is now. Her final sheep. Down that last side. Down and out the back leg she goes now. Making sure she pops up the head, so this sheep has to stay with her. There's no getaway. Yeah, quite a strong hogger. If she got one chance would be gone, but that's not going to happen. Down and out the back leg she goes now. Come on, clap and cheer as she finishes off a final lamb.
Come on, lift
That's
the house
it.
for her.
That's
Lift
what
the
we
house.
want to hear. Keep it going now.
Come on,
It's
Madison.
hard work up there. Madison Rafferty, our third and final sheep, the novice machine shearing final. Down and out the back leg she goes. Come on,
cheer
one
her
big
on,
more
ladies and
cheer
gentlemen.
there. Put
Well
your
done,
hands
Madison.
together for the novice finalist. Well
Cracking
done.
shear. She had a cracking shear. I don't think these are two novices up here. Maybe they are. Ivan, when did you qualify to be a novice shearer? These boys are just shearing off a few sheep, get the load ready for the farmers to get the same set of sheep home. Fair play to Paddy and Ivan for giving a hand out there to blow off the wool there of them two sheep.
And our next final will be the blade shearing final, and that's due to take place in 5 minutes.
The blade shearing final, lads, you know who you are. We'll have it to the front of the stage. We'll make the draw for the blade shearing final.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Okay, we're very close to being ready. The sheep are in the pens. We'll be making a draw very shortly for the blade shearing final. After the blade shearing final, we will have the Woolhandling Heats and final. That promises to be a real spectacle. If you haven't seen it before, it's well worth looking at. So the sheep are in the pens, and there is blade shearers going around getting quite anxious there, looking at what tactic they're going to use to try win this blade shearing competition. It's a world-class lineup of blade shearers, so we're going to have a very, very exciting blade shearing final very shortly. If we could have the blade shearers together and our good lady friends there, we'll get the draw made for the blade shearing final. So the judges were just grabbing a well-earned and quick cup of tea there, and I think we're ready to get underway. So the Murphy sisters, who've been doing great work there, when they're ready, they'll make that draw for the final. I think they're there ready to make that draw. So if we could get the blade shearing finalist to come and make the draw, please. Blade shearing finalist on over here to the front of the stage and make the draw for the blade shearing final, please. Come on, blade shearers. Well, George Mudge will lead the way. George, come on in here and get the draw made, because nobody else will come if you don't. Hopkins brothers, come on over here to make the draw, please. Come on. Come on in here. Over here to make the draw, come on. Come on, blade shearers. And once the draw is made, we'll have the names up, and no competitor up onto the stage before you're introduced up there. Okay, the judges for the blade shearing. Tom, where's Tom Dunn? Tom Dunn. Tom Dunn, please.
Tom Dunn. Tom Dunn. So they're just making the draw, the blade shearers, for the final. I think there's 3 Hopkins in it. Tom, did you make the final? Tom, you did? Are you going to give us the speech now?
I just need to get the judges there for the blade shearing. I'll have the judges in a second, please. Huh? Right.
Ask him to do it.
Yeah, we'll ask him there first. I'll let you know who the judges are for the blade shearing in just a second.
Ladies, Tom. Ladies first. Have you pinned me in? Have you pinned me in?
Well, Tom. Okay, the judges for the blade shearing. On stand number 6, it's Seamus Kelly, Billy Dondon on 5, Hazel Crow on 4, John Murphy on 3, Peter Webber on 2, and John Corrigan on 1. The spare judge being David O'Neill. Judging out the back is Colin Crow and Colin McGregor. No competitors up onto their stands, please, until the names go up, and we'll introduce you up onto your stand then. John, how many sheep? 3 sheep. So they're shearing 3 sheep each.
This is the All-Ireland final of the blades. So the draw is made and the scene is set. Have we anyone else to do the time, George? This man has to go. Yes. Is Sean Dunn there? Sean Dunn, if you're there, you might come to the competitors' box, please. The commentators' box, Sean.
Just a couple of little issues that we need sorting here, and then we'll introduce the competitors up onto their stand. Okay, are we still a couple of judges missing there? We have Seamus Kelly. We have Billy Donlan, Hazel Crow.
Shirley.
John Murphy,
Good girl,
John
Shirley.
Corrigan, and David O'Neill. Hazel is on the way, is she? Hazel Crow. Dennis O'Sullivan is in judging for Hazel Crow. Yeah. Dennis, you'll be on stand number 4, Dennis.
Man, Dennis. 1, 2.
John Murphy is on 3. I'll just run to the judges again. It's Seamus Kelly is on 6. Billy Donlan is on 5.
I didn't tell you nothing.
Dennis O'Sullivan is on 4. John Murphy on 3. Peter Webber on 2. And John Corrigan on 1. The spare being David O'Neill. Out the back, Colin Crowe and Colin McGregor. Okay, Peter.
Okay, welcome on to stand number 1. Gavin Hopkins, ladies and gentlemen.
Stand number 6 that was. And on to stand number 5, it's Martin Hopkins.
And on to stand 4, Eamon Heaney, ladies and gentlemen.
On stand number 3, it will be James Hopkins.
And on stand 2, Tom Holland.
And all the way from Devon in England on stand number 1, it's George Budge. Come on, give them all a big warm welcome there.
This is an All-Ireland final, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a new All-Ireland champion this evening.
So 3 sheep each to shear.
And
the
3
All-Ireland blade shearing final.
And we've got 3 Hopkins brothers, ladies and gentlemen. There must be a record, George, to have 3 young brothers shearing in an All-Ireland final in the blade shearing.
Yes, I certainly think that's a record in itself. So, referee to stand number 3, please.
Referee to stand 3. Our referee is David O'Neill. Just having a look at the sheep there, David.
Sure.
We got a new timekeeper, Shirley. So, quick look at the sheep, boys. Shearers to the boards. Tomorrow will be practicing Fury. Have all the top ones? And a few others. Might even shear myself. Come out of retirement. I'm not. Too old. Too old. Long enough, I done it. Okay, guys. Just waiting to get the thumbs up from David O'Neill, our referee on the boards. George Budge on 1, Tom Holland on 2, James Hopkins on 3, Eamon Heaney on 4, Martin Hopkins on 5, and Gavin Hopkins, the young boy over there, will shear on stand number 6. Everyone happy, David? Shearing 3 sheep each. This is the All-Ireland Blade Shearing Final, ladies and gentlemen. Best of luck to all the shearers. George Mudge, the English boy. Tom Holland, the man from County Galway, the west of Ireland. James Hopkins, Mayo. Eamon Heaney from Inishturk. Martin Hopkins from Mayo and Gavin Hopkins. We've got 3 Hopkins brothers up there, ladies and gentlemen, on stands number 3, 5 and 6. It must be a record to have 3 brothers shearing in an All-Ireland Blade Shearing final. Okay, David. Are we happy, David?
The scene on.
Yeah, no bother. You'll be fine. You'll be here all day tomorrow. You'll be here all day tomorrow. You'll be sound. Good practice.
Yes, we've got the thumbs up this time, so we are ready to get on the way with the All-Ireland Blade Shearing Final. What a lineup here. The scene is set. You need to get behind these shears and chairman and give them a bit of support. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. Out they come. What a lineup on stand number 1, George Wood. On 2, it's Tom Halloran. On 3, it will be James Hopkins. Eamon Henninger on stand number 4. Martin Hopkins, the teacher, on stand number 5. And if 2 Hopkins weren't enough, we have Gavin Hopkins on stand number 6. So it's a lot of Hopkinses here. And away to go now, the Blade Shearing Final. What a spectacle. An All-Ireland title at stake. You may see some slightly different techniques of blade shearing here. The man shearing on stand number 1, George Mudge, the man from Devon down in the south of England. He has represented his country more times in world championships between machines and blade than any other competitor worldwide. I'm not quite sure of the number, but it's definitely 11 at this stage, if not more. And he's competing there on stand number 1. Tom Halloran on stand number 2 has represented his country, 1 national titles, has prepared his speech in Gaelic. He's shearing on stand number 2. James Hopkins, one of those Hopkins brothers, and a Six Nations blade shearing champion. He's competing there on stand number 3. We've seen him competing in the machine earlier on as well. Eamon Henninger on stand number 4. He could be the dark horse here. He's into that first hind leg and competing on stand number 4. The teacher of the Hopkins brothers, Martin, he's competing on stand number 5. And he was the other team member there when they pulled off that Six Nations at the Royal Welsh Show only a couple of weeks ago. And then we have Gavin Hopkins competing on stand number 6. And he's right up there with the pace as well, so not a lot between them. This could be a very, very close All-Ireland Blade Shearing Final, Peter.
Yeah, series shearing going on up here. I see the English boy there, George Mudge. He's absolutely on fire. He's hoping to bring this All-Ireland back to England, the Open All-Ireland back to England. He's having a cracking shear. Down the last side of the way he goes. Tom Holland, the man from the west of Ireland. James Hopkins, one of the Hopkins brothers. He's a fantastic shearer. He won over there at the Royal Highland Show. He won the big open against all the countries in the world. Eamon Heaney. This boy is in from Inishturk. He's our overseas visitors. In goes Tom Holland, ladies and gentlemen, for sheep. Give him a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. This is an All-Ireland final. Out comes Tom Holland with sheep number 2. James Hopkins down the last side. Eamon Heaney, he turns. Where's Martin Hopkins? Martin Hopkins down the last side doing lovely work up there on stand number 5. And young Gavin Hopkins. This is his first time shearing up on stage, lads and ladies. He's only about 17. Give him a cheer round of applause up there on stand number 6. He's having a cracker. And George Mudge, I think he's about 17 as well. He's shearing on stand number 1. He was 17 a few times, I'd say. He comes out with sheep number 2 on the board. He's having a cracking shear. Tom Holland, the man from the Gaeltacht area, is Connemara, a place called Glentraig. He's having a cracking shear. Tom is a fluent Irish speaker, a fluent English speaker, and if he talks a lot of rubbish, I mean, good talk as well. We got James Hopkins. James is having a cracker. He turns. Breaks open the undermine there, young Jamesy. Jamesy's having a cracking shear. Eamon Heaney, the man from Inishturk, down the last side, he's having a cracking shear as well. Martin Hopkins concentrating very hard there is Martin. He's the older of the three brothers. And what about young Gavin? Give Gavin a cheer on. First time shearing on stage. And he made the All-Ireland final, George. He's having a cracker on stand 6.
He certainly is, yes. And away he goes there. The finishing touch is going in. And he's going in now for sheep number 2 coming out on the board. It's Martin Hopkins. He's up the neck there. Eamon Hennew there. He has number 2 on the board as well. It's James Hopkins, the left-handed shearer there. He's on stand number 3. The Gaelic speaker there, the fluent Irish speaker on stand number 2. He gets the turn and heading for home and down the last side. The man from Devon in the south of England, George Mudge on 1. As we mentioned earlier on, there's still a lot of sheep in different parts of the world shorn by blades. If you go to countries like Lesotho in South Africa, probably 75% of the sheep are still shorn by blades. They're mainly fine wool merino sheep, and some of those shearers hold the blades differently to get the wool off much closer to the skin. Down in the high country in the South Island of New Zealand, they still shear quite a few sheep with the blades, but that's mainly to leave a bit of cover of wool on when it gets cooler. And in the west of Ireland here and down south, there's still quite a few sheep shorn by blades as well. It's a great tradition, and it's brilliant to watch. And some of these competitors get behind many hours setting the blades, sharpening the blades, and even sometimes searing certain types of sheep. You may see them giving the blades a quick touch up there between sheep. That's how important it is to have that edge perfect. If you haven't a perfect edge or can't sharpen your blades, you're going to have a problem blade shearing. So it's Tom Halloran there and George Mudge. They battle it out on stands 1 and 2. You have James Hopkins and Eamon Hennew. They're battling it out on 2 and 3. And then you have the 2 Hopkinses, Martin and Gavin. They battle it out here, stands 5 and 6. Come on, give Tom Halloran a big cheer as it comes down with it. Final sheep on the board.
Great shearing there from the oldest competitor up there. Well, the second oldest, I'd say. He's having a cracking shear as he breaks open the neck. Well, they're on stand number 2. The man from the west of Ireland. We got James Hopkins down the last side, the left-hander. He's a fantastic shearer. There is James. We got Eamon Hennew, the man from Inishturk, down the last side. Huffing and puffing there. Big blade, sweeping blades going in there on the last side of sheep number 2. Martin Hopkins doing a lovely job there on stand number 5. And what about the youngest Hopkins guy over there? That's Gavin Hopkins. Couple of flicks. He's on long blow time. That's where they make up the time, guys, is on the long blow. There's no use buying a 10 foot more and only use an 8 foot of it. You got to fit up the blades coming down on the long blow and down the last side. And what about the Englishman? Give the Englishman a cheer on here, ladies and gentlemen. All the way over from Devon. Couple of flicks over the tailhead. He goes in for sheep number 3. But it's all about Tom Halloran. Tom, the Piper's son. He stole his sheep and the way he run, ladies and gentlemen. He's having a cracking shear there on stand number 2. James Hopkins, Jamesy, the left-hander. We call him a lot. We call him Seamus. We call him James. We call him Jamesy. But once you call him a Hopkins and not call him too early in the morning, he's happy enough, ladies and gentlemen. We got Eamon Hennew. Eamon Hennew there, the man from Inishturk. Breaks open the undermine wall there on stand number 4. Martin Hopkins. Martin's having a cracking cheer up there. And young Gavin. Give young Gavin a cheer on. He's only 17 years of age, ladies and gentlemen. He needs a bit of support up here, George, on stand number 6.
Yes, he's going well there. He gets the turn. Up the neck goes Martin there. He's on stand number 5. It's Eamon Hennew. He drops down on the first shoulder. Young James Hopkins. He's the left-handed cheer on stand number 3. But we've Tom Halloran there. He says, come catch me if you can, as he heads down the money side of the sheep, down the last side of his third and final sheep. George Mudge on stand number 1. He's around into the first shoulder. Another quite big sheep there, quite a bit of work on her this time, but no problem to this man from Devon in the south of England. Down into this first shoulder he goes, getting a lot of wool off there. When he gets a turn to the last side, he will have a quick finish there. But it's Tom Halloran at the moment, down to the flank and down to the back leg he goes now. His third and final sheep. Come on, have you got a favourite blade shearer up here? Come on, let us hear it from him. Give them all a big cheer on there. That's what we want to hear. Yes, come on. When you chap and cheer, you've been live streamed all over the world for this one. The All-Ireland Blade Shearing Final. Gavin Hopkins with his final sheep out. But it's going to be Tom Halloran, the fluent Irish speaker there on stand number 2, down and out the back leg. Come on, give him a big cheer. He's nearly there. It's Tom Halloran! Gavin.
Good man, Tom. Tom with a great shear there. Well done, Tom. He's hoping to win this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Jamesy Hopkins down the last side. George Mudge is on 1. He comes down the last side as well. Nothing between stands number 1 and 3. And Eamon Hinu, the boy from Inish Turk, he steps through. Round the last side and away he goes. We got Martin Hopkins. He's shearing on stand number 5. He's shearing out of his skin, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about the brothers. It's about James. He's got about 3 blows ahead of him. But Martin is getting right back at him. And young Gavin there, the youngest Hopkins brother up there, about 17 years of age. Their father and mother should be proud of them. 3 great young blade shearers. But it's about George Mudge. George Mudge beginning to pick it up down the last side. He's having a crack and cheer, ladies and gentlemen. James Hopkins, come on. Cheer them on, ladies and gentlemen, up here. Turn the boards there, lads, for Eamon Hinu. How many sheep has Eamon Hinu on the boards, boys? Absolutely flying there, Eamon Hinu down the last side. See why he's on sheep number 3 as well. But it's about Martin Hopkins and James Hopkins and George Mudge as he comes down the last side. Cheer on young Jamesy, ladies and gentlemen. Cheer him down the last side as he hits the button on stand number 3. Great cheering there on stand 3, George.
Yes, now we have a battle going on with Martin Hopkins and George Mudge there. Stands 1 and 5 as they battle it out. They're practically locked together. Come on, give them another big cheer on there. It's George Mudge and Martin Hopkins now on their 3rd and final sheep, and then we've Gavin Hopkins on stand number 6. Is it going to be George or Martin? Martin or George? Who's it going to be? George Mudge is out there. Put your hands together, the man from Devon. And out goes Martin Hopkins. There wasn't a second between them there. Wonderful shearing there. Now we have Gavin Hopkins. Gavin is down into the long blows, if there is such a thing in blade shearing. He'll very soon be getting the turn and heading down the last side. His 3rd and final sheep for Gavin Hopkins, stand number 6. The All-Ireland Blade Shearing Final. Our sponsors will be happy with this one. And there was wonderful sponsors here for the All-Ireland Sheep Shearing here in Donegal. Gavin Hopkins with his down to the shoulder he comes, Peter.
Yeah, young Gavin Hopkins up there, ladies and gentlemen, his first time shearing. He made the All-Ireland Blade Shearing Final. Down the last side he comes. He's doing great work up there. Big strong hug up there. Look at that. He lets up her head to take more control over there, shearing on stand number 6. He's having a crack and shear, ladies and gentlemen. Couple of more blows. He cleans off the last shoulder. Out the flank and away he goes there. Big sweeping blows got in there. He's been well taught there by his 2 brothers, Martin and James. But it's all about young Gavin. First time shearing on stage. He made the All-Ireland Final. Come on, give him a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. He's up there on his own now. He's 17 years of age. He's having a crack and shear. He's hardly old enough to use the blades on himself, ladies and gentlemen. Not mind the middle shearing sheep, but he's having a crack and shear up there on stand number 6. Cheer him down the last side, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, couple of flip. Put your hands together for the All-Ireland Blade Shearing Final. Well done, Gavin. A crack and shear from young Gavin Hopkins. That was a good final, George.
A very good blade shearing final there. A great spectacle. So it'll be interesting. It'll all depend a lot how it went out the back there. It'll be a quite close one for the judges and for the scorekeeper when he starts adding up those scores. So now we'll have the droppers back on. We'll have a big tidy up. And we are going to get ourselves organised for the All-Ireland Woolhandling competition. There'll be 3 heats in it, and then there will be the All-Ireland Woolhandling final. So we had one of our judges went back to get a bit of practice in there for wool handling. We had a timekeeper went away to get practice in for wool handling, and then we had a wool handler to come timekeeping. So it's quite complicated, this wool handling. So there'll be a little bit of tidying up now. We need to get the machines ready. The blade holders are already gone away. We need to get wool handling tables out. We need to get fleece baskets out, oddment bins out and set up. And we'll explain to you as things start to develop on how it all happens. We need to get the sheep into the pens. We have shearers already picked that are going to shear for the wool handling. But it's promises to be a real spectacle, this wool handling. But we'll keep you informed and give you a lot more information. We see John Murphy and Jared Kelly. And if there's not a bit of help there with wool handling tables, someone can help them there and get out those wool handling tables. And of course, a big thank you to our friends in the north of Ireland there for bringing on a lot of the stuff here and helping out with this wool handling as well. So these are they have bought some fleece baskets. We have the tables now are going to be sorted out. and get him set up here for the Woolhandling.
Watch me. Yes, don't you discuss the job? I hope so. I fucking hear. I do look in. I do look in the section. I fucked that to give you a big slow. Okay, don't put them up. Yeah, I go look. What colour is down the jacket?
Blue, navy, yeah. Huh?
3 and 2. No, 3 and 1. 2 and 1. Yeah. So just if you can bear with me for a couple of seconds when the Woolhandlers are getting organised, I'll tell you a bit more about what's happening then. It'll take a couple of seconds just to get organised. Okay, each wool handler will look after 3 fleeces. They'll be looking after 2 shearers. The shearer on stands 1, 3. They'll be taking out the sheep first, and 5, 1, 3 and 5. And when they step up the neck, the shearers on stands 2, 4 and 6, they will come out with their sheep then. They'll be shearing the sheep in approximately about a minute or maybe a bit less. They need to keep up the same speed for each competitor. Referee Davy is acting referee, I think, yeah. When the shearers, they cannot interfere with the shearer or do anything with the wool until the belly wool is thrown clear. The shearer or the wool handler can ask the shearer where they want the belly wool placed. And I think we have agreed on the stage here, because it's wider, they are allowed, if they need the 2 feet off the floor, to get in, because it may not be possible to reach in. Usually you must keep 1 foot on the floor at all times. Now, they will have fleece baskets where the fleece must go into. The fleece must be thrown on a clean table from breech to neck. It's up to the wool handlers. We can't mention that once the wool handling starts. The table has to be clean between each fleece. They'll be penalised if they don't clean up the crutch area before the shearer steps up the neck. And the belly wool from each fleece must go into that fleece at the breech end. But once the competition starts, we can't mention any more of that to you. Them are the rules. It's the same competitors. Then the fleece baskets and oddment bins will be taken out to one side and they'll be checked. The oddment bins are for bits of dagged wool, staying wool or furden matter that shouldn't be in the main fleece. It's all about the proper presentation of wool, looking after wool properly and presenting wool properly. I don't know what sheep they're shearing. If they're blackies, they have to be thrown the opposite way to crossbreds. It's either, if it's Herdwick or Blackies, they have to be thrown the opposite way, but I think it's crossbreds, so they will be thrown with the outside of the fleece up. They must be thrown from breech to neck, and any overhang on the table will be penalised in an A4 size. Any bits of wool left after the tidy up when they're finished will be credit card size. They will be penalised for that. The time only starts when the shearers are finished. It's tendered against the clock, and there is a time penalty up to the first minute, and it's a higher time penalty for then on. So Katie making sure that table is set up properly. They will have, most of the wool handlers will have both a short and a long broom. And it's quite dangerous for the judges to be near when the tidy up is on. They might end up with sore shins. They'll place the fleece baskets where they think is most suitable for them. And the board judges will rotate like machine shearing. Yeah, so Jared Kelly is here and John Murphy is out the back. That's just a change around. There's no problem. Okay, Woolhandlers, are you ready? They seem to be. Everybody seems to be happy. The shearers, you understand, it's the shearers on 1, 3 and 5 will come out with the first sheep. And when you step up the neck, the shearers on 2, 4 and 6, they'll go in and take out their sheep then. The clock only starts when the shearers are finished. The scene is set. Woolhandlers ready. Shearers go. You need to keep an eye up and down the board to keep that same pace going, and you need to be shearing these sheep in about 1 minute. Make these Woolhandlers work. There's plenty of experience here, so make them work. And once the belly wool is placed out, they can then the woolhandler can engage. If the belly wool is good enough, it'll go into the fleece. If it's not good enough, it'll go into an oddment bin. Okay, keep it going there, shearers. Everybody is out. So away to go now. They'll keep up that same pace. Much the same. Keep it going, Ivan. You're okay. Keep it moving along. We need to look at having these sheep shorten in about the minute. Now, they won't be the easiest pieces to throw. We'll see the first throw happening in a couple of minutes. And, of course, the big thing is to get the area clean before the shearer comes out with the next fleece. It's all about presenting the wool properly, no contamination of the wool. That's really important. We have a new world board set up, and it's all about marketing wool, the proper presentation of wool. Wool is one of our great natural products. It's the only product I know that will keep you warm in winter and cool in summer. In and they'll come out with the sheep, no big delay. It's up for the woolhandler to get the area cleaned. A good throw here on table number 2, and another till they release the wool. They still can throw it. So we had a good throw there on table number 3, and quite a good throw here on table number 1 as well. It's all on here. The first of the 3 throws, the All-Ireland Woolhandling Heats, and away to go now. So the second sheep is out. Now they have to look after 2 shearers. They need eyes in the back of the head, so they have to watch what's going on. It's not the same pressure on with the amount of sheep. So a fleece can roll off. The roll-up is on there. The first fleece is rolled up on table number 3. The roll-up is on table number 2. Wood Katie, she's the roll-up on there. They'll be moving the fleeces out. Now it's Madison. She gets back to that fleece, and they'll be looking to tuck in the fleece to make it neat and secure, to make it even. That's what we're looking for. It must be look even and secure. Any at the outside wool is shown, you'll be penalised for it. So that's what the judges will be looking for. Watch this for a throw here on table number 2. Another good throw there from Katie on table number 2. The roll up is on table number 3. Another throw coming up here now on table number 1. Wood Madison, she'll pick up that fleece. Okay, shearers, keep it going, and very soon they'll be against the clock. Now we're going to watch another throw here with Madison on table number 1. She changed her mind. She went back. She thought there was just left there for the judges. Yes, quite a good throw there, a big fleece. Well done, good thrown. We'll have another throw happening here now on table number 3 very shortly. The roll-up is almost completed there with Katie. She'll go back and pick up a final fleece. She checks the table. She goes back, picks up that fleece. And a good throw there from Rachel Murphy down there on table number 3. Can get behind your favourite wool handler. Katie picks up her final fleece here. A good throw, yes, a good throw here from Katie as well on table number 2. Now they're against the clock. Now the pressure's on. Every second counts. You'll see the judges rotating along here, and the clock will only stop When the wool handler holds the hand or the broom up when they finish the tidy up, that's when the clock will stop. The pressure is on. Seconds count. The broom will be picked up. Come on, get those brooms going, wool handlers. Make them talk. Make them work. You're against the clock. Every second works. You can give them a bit of cheer on. It's Madison. It's Katie. It's Rachel. That's it. Let us hear it for them. It's the All-Ireland Woolhandling Heats. Now we have Madison picking up her third and final fleece here. Yes, she does a shake off. She wants to leave nothing there for the judges. Yes, good, quite a good throw there. Maybe just a little bit of a lump. She might get an A4, she might not. That's up to the judges, but that's no big deal. And it's Rachel Murphy. Put your hands together for her. Rachel is out there on table number 3. Now we have Katie. Katie Reid is out, or Katie O'Sullivan. Put your hands together for Katie. Well done. And we have Madison there now. She's going to pick up the broom. She had a big fleece there. Now the tidy up is on for Madison. She gets up with the broom there. She must clean off the shearing area. Then she'll come down to the table and around down on the lower floor area. And it's Madison now with that broom. Keep that broom going and make it talk. Come on, Madison, keep it going. Come on, give her another big cheer there. That's it. Down under the table she goes now. Cleans away all that wool. She's not going to leave any credit cards and size for the judges to take off. Over to the oddment bins it'll go. Then she'll sort out the different bits into the different oddment bins. And it's Madison Rafferty there on table number 1. She'll get them all over close to the oddment bins. She'll get down on her knees now. She'll sort them out. Once the hand goes up, then this heat is over. She's making sure she's putting in nothing into the wrong bins there, but she will be penalised both. If good wool goes in that shouldn't be, or bad wool is in the wrong one, she'll be penalised both ways. Put your hands together for heat number 1 of the wool handling. Well done. Okay. Very soon we'll be ready for heat number 2. We'll have the names up for heat number 2 of the wool handling. And that'll be Ellen Murphy will be on table number 1 and Hazel Crow will be on table number 3. So they'll get themselves organised. We'll get the sheep into the pens. They're probably in there. And the wool handlers then will get the fleece baskets back. They'll place them in the right order. We need the oddment bins taken away. We'll need the oddment bins taken away from table number 3. We don't want any mix-up. Now, we need the oddment bins with no mixing up. We need them lifted and taken away properly, yes, and they are being done. They'll go out to the judges outside. And then we'll have new fleece baskets and oddment bins to come in and get ready for heat number 2 of the All-Ireland wool handling. So there is table judging going on over there. They'll be sorted out in the fleeces. They check that they're rolled properly from breech to neck. There's no foreign matter in there. There's no black wool in there. If it's white wool, they'll be penalised for that. And the belly wool, if there is belly wool and it's not contaminated, that must be in at the breech end of the fleece. So that's what the judges will be looking for. And of course here, when they're done, check the clean up, they were looking any bits of credit card size of wool left up on the shearing area, on the or around or under the table. She'll be penalised for that as well. So we've Ellen Murphy this time will be on table number 1, and Hazel Crow will be on table number 3. At least that's the way I've got him here. The middle table is to spare. So Hazel will be on table number 3. Oh, you're. Sorry, we're all in order. So there's just a little bit of a mix-up there, my mistake. On that, it will be just table 1 and table 3 this time. We will have a full heat in the third round of the All-Ireland Woolhandling. So we've Ellen Murphy on table number 1, and we have Hazel Crow on table number 3. The scene is set. Our judges are ready. Woolhandlers ready. Shearers, get set, go. So the same procedure. The judges will rotate the same, even though it's only 2 woolhandlers this time. And once they step up the neck now, the shearers on stands 2 and 6 will come out with their sheep. And then the woolhandler will be looking after 2 shearers. They have to look after 3 fleeces. And the shearers need to shear the same pace as they did in round 1, or heat number 1. So away to go now. It won't be too long till we see the first fleece being thrown. So it's Ellen Murphy, table number 1. We can't mention what they're doing with different things now. We can't seem to be favoured in the woolhandler because they can be quite quick to pick up things. Keep it going there on stand number 5. Very soon we'll see the first fleeces being lifted now and thrown. It's going to happen quite quickly, and it's going to be Ellen Murphy here. Yes, and a good throw there on table number 1 from Ellen Murphy. She's back there. And quite a good throw from Hazel with a loose fleece as well. Very good there on table number 3. So it's all on here. Heat number 2 of the All-Ireland Woolhandling. Now the roll-up is on, but they need to watch what's going on behind them as well. If they can get these fleece rolled, they're away. That'll make all the difference. It'll take the pressure off, but they cannot lose on the board either. So they have to watch very, very carefully. And away they go now. Both of them have got their fleeces rolled, but they didn't get them off the table. That's not a problem. That's about their time, and it's more important to get it right and not miss anything there. So they'll have to get the table ready and get ready for another throw. They also have to watch what the other shearers are doing. And they will be back very shortly to pick up fleece number 2 for that throw. And they have to watch the fleeces now are being taken away for judging with the table judges, and away they go. Now we're going to see another fleece being picked up on the throw very, very shortly. It's Ellen Murphy, it's Hazel Crow. It's Ellen Murphy is going to throw first here, table number 1. A big fleece and a good throw there from Ellen Murphy. The roll-up is on. Now Hazel is going to pick up the fleece, and we'll have the throw from Hazel here. Very quickly, we'll see. Yes, a big fleece there and a good throw. She got it out. A little overhang and maybe an A4 or 2, but not a lot. Good throws there for a big fleece. It's all on here now. The roll-up is on with Ellen Murphy. A bit of a skirting around the fleece there and a check there with Hazel Crow. The roll-up is on as well. The roll-up is on and almost finished with Ellen Murphy here on table number 1. Into the fleece basket it goes. She checks the table. She's back to pick up her third and final fleece. Ellen Murphy there on table number 1. Hazel Crow, table number 3. She's rolling up there now. She's making sure she gets it right. She doesn't want to leave anything for the table judges to get off her there. She'll pick up the fleece. She'll place it into the fleece basket. She'll hop back. She'll pick up her third fleece. And away she goes. She was doing something else there. I don't know what she was doing that time, but it was quite important. She put something very, very important into an oddment bin there. I ain't going to say what it was. And it's Ellen Murphy here on table number 1. She's rolling up her third and final fleece. The final throw there from Hazel. A great throw there from Hazel on table number 3. Not a lot between them, but Ellen Murphy is on the clean up. Hazel is on the final roll up there. Ellen Murphy picks up the broom, and the judges are staying well back now because they're well known if they don't like a judge for giving them a quick tip in the shins here of the broom. Under the table goes Ellen Murphy. Had a quick look at who the judge was there. Did she like him? Did she not like him? And away she goes under the table. Down under the table she goes. She'll get all the oddments over to the oddment baskets. She'll get down on her knees. She'll sort out the oddments into the oddment bins. The final roll-up is finished for Hazel. She was looking for the broom. The broom was lost. She's got it back again. And away she goes. Come on, you're against the clock. Every second pounce. Who's it going to be? Ellen Murphy down on one knee. Down on two knees. Is she praying? Is she sorting out the bull? It's Ellen Murphy. The hand goes up and her time is taken there on table number 1. Come on, Hazel. Keep that broom going. Every second pounce under the table she goes. She'll get these bits of wool over now and she'll sort out the different oddments. She changed the broom into the left hand, multitasking there. Left or right, it makes no difference. Down and over. Now she's down on one knee. She might get down on two knees. She sorts out the different oddments. Into the different baskets is going, and very soon she picked up and be off the stage again. Doing a final check. The hand goes up. Put your hands together for heat number 2 of the Woolhandling. Well done. Now they look back and they think, if only, and that's the way it goes. We have the third and final heat of the Woolhandling coming up very, very shortly. And another good lineup. On table number 1 will be Jane Hartness Bones. On table number 2 will be Stephen Wilson. And on table number 3 will be Fiona Butler. So we'll get the everywhere tidied up. They must clean off the area. If they leave any wool there before the start, the judges will have a quick look, and every credit card size of wool, they'll lose a point. Them throws on the table, any overhang the size of an A4, you're going to be penalised a point as well. If the fleece is not thrown flat, you will be penalised A4 size for either overhang or that wool being a lump on the table. So that's what the judges is looking for. It's all about the presentation of wool. And just to explain to you, if it's white wool we're handling, why black wool can't be in there, because black wool won't take a dye and it will contaminate all the white wool. So that's why it's very, very important. If it's a white line of wool you're using, there's no black wool can be there or contaminated. That's why they clean up the crutch area before the shearer steps up the neck, so there's no contamination there. That's really important. It's all about the presentation of wool and no contamination. That's really, really important. So they will do a final check there now. The names are up. So they're doing a final clean up here. And then our wool handlers will take their stands and they'll do a final check themselves. You see a wool handler, Jane, in there is having referee to stand 1, please. Referee to stand number 1. David O'Neill, can you go to stand 1, please? Oh, yeah, Colin McGregor is going. Yeah, okay, Colin. So Colin and Jane will have a conversation there, and if there's a spare sheep, the sheep will be changed, because if it happens to be a broken back in the wool on the fleece or that type of thing, it's practically impossible to throw that fleece. So it's you have to be fair to all the wool handlers. Yeah, so I think that problem is going to be solved. He's going to earn his money this time. These wool handlers like things being right. So 3 wool handlers there this time. A good lineup of wool handlers. Plenty of experience. These wool handlers have represented the country in the Golden Shears World Championships, won many open wool handling titles. And of course, Jane is our main lady in Ulster Wools there. In other words, I think Jane Hartness Bone is Ulster Wools, so doing a great job up there. It's all about, yes, we've got the thumbs up. Our judges are ready. Woolhandlers, are you ready? Yes, everybody happy? The scene is set. Another credit card that Jane wasn't going to give away. The scene is set. The third and final heat of the All-Ireland Woolhandling Championship. Judges ready, Woolhandlers ready, shearers go. So out comes the shearers on stands 1, 3 and 5 with their first of their 2 sheep. Once they step up the neck, the shearers on 2, 3 and 6, they'll come out with their sheep. Then it gets a bit more difficult. So away to go. Once the belly wool is thrown clear, which is now, the shearers or the wool handlers can engage then. Before that, they cannot engage. And you are allowed to take your 2 feet off of the floor here if you need, because of the wider shearing area. You won't be penalised for that. It won't be too long till we see the first throw. Plenty of experience up here this time. There is time. The time seems to be against you, but it's all about how you manage your time. Very, very important how you manage your time when you're up there wool handling. But it can very easily get out of hand on you, and if you happen to get a fleece behind, you can place that fleece on the floor, providing it's clean. But that means you have to pick it up again, and if it's a kind of a loose fleece, it can be a bit more difficult to throw it the next time. But if you get behind, you can do that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. We see Jane prepared in her first fleece there for the throw. Fiona Butler is getting ready as well. And so is Stevie Wilson. And Jane here with the first throw. Yes, a good throw there. A slight overhang. Maybe a little bit of a lump. But the judge will have a quick look there. And a good throw there from Stevie Wilson. A good throw as well. He's gone back to the board. And a good throw down there from Fiona Butler. A very good throw as well. And the roll-up is on tables 1, 2 and 3. If they can get this fleece rolled up before they go back, that makes a big difference. It takes a lot of the pressure off. That's easier said than done. As and are moving, and the fleece is rolled there on table number 3. So the pressure is off now. Jane gets back to the roll in there now. You see her the way she keeps that wool pulls back the whole fleece so she won't break the wool. And Stephen, he's rolling up his fleece here as well. And it all depends on where to tie the fleece from. I can't mention that at the moment. The roll-up is on there with Jane. Stevie Wilson got rid of that fleece quite quickly. Into the fleece basket. Jane got her fleece in there. Goes back to the table. Then we've had another throw down there on table number 3 with Fiona Butler. She's had her second fleece thrown on the table. Now we've a fleece ready with Jane Hartisbone. A good throw there on table 1. A good throw on table number 2. It's all on here. And it's only when the shearers finish they will be again the clock. Now Jane is doing the roll-up. Stevie Wilson doing the roll-up here on table number 2. And the roll-up is finished on the second fleece with Fiona Butler on table number 3. She prepares her third and final fleece. Now we'll have her ready to get that throw in. Okay, it's all ready to happen. And now they're against the clock and every second counts. A big fleece and a good throw there from Fiona Butler. Down there on table number 3. The fleece goes in. The second one is rolled from Stevie Wilson. Jane Hartisbone with a big fleece down there on table number 1 this time. Picks it up, gets it right. She'll use the fingers, use the thumbs. She'll release a couple of the fingers. And a good throw there with a big fleece from Jane Hartisbone. Now we've Stevie Wilson. His final throw coming up here. I got a slightly caught there. One of those things that can happen. No problem. He'll get it sorted and he'll get it rolled up and he'll get finished. He's going around taking out any farting matter that shouldn't be in. Now the clean up is on with Fiona Butler. She's picked up the broom. It's all on here. Jane Hartisbone's. She's rolling up her fleece there. Stevie Wilson roll up. Jane Hartis on the roll up. But it's the broom is going down there with Fiona Butler. She's down onto the level floor now. Under the table she goes. She gets down on her knee under the table. Gets all the oddments over to the oddment bins. She'll sort them out into the different oddment bins. Jane Hartis' fleece is rolled. She'll pick up the broom. Very, very shortly. On she picks up the broom. Stevie Wilson is almost there. But it's Fiona Butler now gets over them. She'll get down on one knee. She may say a prayer or two. She'll sort out the odd man bins into the odd man bins. Come on, Fiona, keep it going. The seconds are ticking. Jane Hart, I suppose, is working hard. She does not. And it's Fiona Butler. Put your hands together for her. Now Jane Hart, I suppose, sorts out the odd men there. She'll make sure that the judges won't get anything off her there on table number 1. Jane Hart, I suppose. Put your hands together for Jane Hartness. Now we've Stephen Wilson. He was shearing, he was timekeeping, and now he's wool handling. He's down on one knee. He might be praying as well. Put your hands together for the final heat of the wool handling. Well done. Now, the odd man bins, the fleeces will be taken to the table judges and the odd man judges. They'll sort them out. We'll come up with 3 names and we'll have the All-Ireland wool handling finalist very, very shortly for you. I'm not sure the number of sheep, but I know they will be shearing probably 5, at least 5 fleeces they'll have to look after in the All-Ireland wool handling final. So I know Jared Kelly, our scorekeeper, he'll be already on the scoring there for the first 2 rounds, and it won't be long till he'll have the results in. He has already got the results in the 3rd round from the board, and he will have the results in from the table judges very, very shortly. What the table judges are looking for, that the fleece is rolled from breech to neck. If the belly wool is good enough to be in there, that is in there at the breech end. The fleece is tucked in, is neat and secure, and it must be tucked in from the neck wool, not from the shoulder wool. So that's what our judges will be looking for. In the odd man bins, if there's black wool or dirty wool there, if there's good wool goes in with that, you'll be penalised for that, because it's a waste of good wool. And if there's dirty wool in with the good wool, you'll be equally penalised for that. If it's good enough to be in with the fleece, it should be in there. And now we've Mr. Noon doing a clean up here to prepare the stage for the All-Ireland wool handling final. So it's going to speed up operations. And the second we know the finalists, the sheep will be in the pens. We will make a draw for the stands, and we'll let you know who our 3 finalists are. I see the Murphy sisters there looking very, very serious. One with a bottle of water and one with a broom ready for action. Testing 1, 2. There's also what we call a shearing ferrule here that goes on the handpiece. They're a very special ferrule here. George Mudge, that you've seen in the blade shearing earlier, has 6 of these for sale. If anybody wants to buy one, they're actually inscribed and all that. Go see George over here. But anyone that wants a ferrule for a handpiece, go see George Mudge here, and you can do a good deal with him for a ferrule for a handpiece. So we're just waiting on the results now from our scorekeeper for the All-Ireland Woolhandling finalist. They will be the top 3 will go through to that final. George Mudge still have them ferrules in his hand over there if anybody wants one. I think it's another sale made there. Testing 1, 2. Okay, we have got results and we know who our All-Ireland wool handling finalist will be. We have Ellen Murphy. We have Jane Hartness Bones. And to make it really interesting, we have Rachel Murphy. So I'll ask the 3 wool handlers to come and make a draw, please, for their table. So the 3 come and make the draw. I don't know who's going to make. Jared might make that draw this time. Jared, could you make the draw for the wool handling, please? And we'll get the names up. So we'll just get the draw made. To be fair, it's an All-Ireland final, so there's an All-Ireland title at stake. Okay, we have the draws made, the sheep are in the pens, and we're ready to get on the way with the All-Ireland Woolhandling Final. They've worked extremely hard, wool handling all day here, some of them, it's not just in the competition. So I really want you to rise to the roof and give them a very warm welcome as we invite him onto the tables. On the table number 3, Rachel Murphy. On to table number 2, Ellen Murphy. On table number 1, Jane Hartness-Bones. Ivan. 5 fleeces. So I believe they're going to be handling 5 fleeces. 3 and 2. So the shears on 1. 3 and 5, they'll come out with the first of their sheep. Once they step up the neck, the shears on 2, 4 and 6, they'll come out with their sheep. Remember, they're only against the clock when the shears are finished, then the wool handlers are against the clock. It's totally different than shearing. If they don't throw the fleece from breech to neck, they'll be penalised for it. If they don't get back up to clean the crutch area before the shearer steps up the neck, they'll be penalised. If they don't put the belly wool in the fleece at the breech end, they'll be penalised for that, providing the soup will go in there. And when they throw the fleece to the table, it must be thrown from breech to neck. And if there's an overhang, it will be an A4 size to lose a point every time that happens. Or if there's a lump of wool, if it's not flat on the table, to be penalised that way as well. And after then, the fleeces go out the back and they'll be checked that they're rolled properly, tucked in from the neck wool, not from the shoulder. They're tucked in, neat and secure. It's all about the proper presentation of wool. So very, very shortly now, we'll be ready to get underway with the All-Ireland Wool Handling Final. Each wool handler 5 fleeces each to look after. They've done their final clean up here now. And they'll put their fleece baskets where they're happy with, which they've done. And they have their oddment bins. Each wool handler has 4 oddment bins. That's for a belly wool that's wet or not suitable to be in the fleece. For a bit of foreign matter that shouldn't be in there. And that goes into the oddment bin. And then the main fleece goes into the fleece basket. And that's supposed to be tucked in, neat and secure, rolled from breech to neck, and tied from the neck wool, not from the shoulder. And that's what our judges will be watching here, and then we will have our table judges as well. The scene is set. I need great support for this one. The All-Ireland Wool Handling Final, one of our great natural products, the only product I know that will keep you warm in winter and cool in summer. Just before we get underway, I want you to put your hands together for 2 goes of people here that have been working very hard all day. All our judges here that worked hard here from early morning. Put your hands together for them. Also, put your hands together for our resident shearers that are shearing for the wool handlers. Put your hands together for our shearers. Okay, the scene is set. Our wool handlers are ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go. We're on the way with the All-Ireland Wool Handling Final. 5 fleeces each to look after. They'll be shearing these sheep in about 1 minute, the shearers. That'll keep the pressure up on the wool handlers right through. In about a minute 10 from now, you'll see the first of the throws. You have Jane Hartness-Bones, table 1. Ellen Murphy, table number 2. Her sister Rachel Murphy, table number 3. All these wool handlers have represented a country, competed, and they're competing here now for the All-Ireland Wool Handling title. Jane Hartness-Bones, Ellen Murphy, and Rachel Murphy. Now, once the belly wool was thrown clear, they can engage with the shearer. And very, very soon, you have the 2 shearers out. This will be a lot more difficult in the heats. They have 5 fleeces here to look after. If they get behind, it will create a lot of pressure. So it's all about managing our time up there. It's never easy. It's much different than down here. But when you're up here, if anything goes wrong, if you get behind it all, you end up in trouble. But you are allowed to place a fleece on the floor if you need, but the floor must be clean. And then you have to pick it up again, which causes its own problems, particularly if they're a loose fleece. Now we're very soon going to see the first of the throw. And it's Rachel Murphy with a good throw. A good throw here on table 2 from Ellen Murphy and a good throw from Jane. It's all on here now. The pressure is on. Now they need to roll the fleece, skirt the fleece, take out any further matter, get everything in there, everything out that shouldn't be in it, and keep an eye on the shears as well. The pressure is on. It's the All-Ireland Woolhandling Final. It's all about the presentation of wool and looking after the wool properly. Yes, and Rachel Murphy has got that fleece rolled into the basket. Ellen Murphy is there. Jane Hartness is there as well. Now they are back with the shearers. They are watching. And very soon now they'll have to pick up fleece number 2. And Jane Hartness bones. It's Ellen Murphy. And now we see Rachel Murphy going back there to pick up a fleece on table number 3. The roll-up is on. Now you see what we mean by black wool. That's just what's in it. It's part of this, so there'll be no penalising that way in this competition. And a good throw down there, a little bit of an overhang, but good throw from Rachel Murphy on table number 3. The roll-up has just been completed there by Jane Hartness Bones, and it's finished there with Ellen Murphy. And now the roll-up is on there with Rachel Murphy. She's a quick eye back at what's going on with the shearers. If only I could get this fleece into the basket before I could go back, but she didn't take the chance. She had a lot more to lose that way. Now she's back and puts the fleece into the basket. Checks the table. And now you've Jane Hartness back there. You have Ellen Murphy. You can always get behind your favourite wool handler and cheer him. A good throw there from Jane Hartness. A good throw from Ellen Murphy. And Rachel Murphy is back there now with the roll-up on. She's rolling up that fleece quite quickly, making the best of her time. They're still not getting behind, which is good. It takes a bit of pressure off. And remember, they're only against the clock when the shears are finished. So Jane Hartness got that fleece roll up. It looks good from here, but I'm not the judge. And Ellen Murphy didn't take the chance. She went back to the shearer. And Rachel Murphy mentioned something to the judge there that she needed to make sure that she weren't going to be penalised for. And now we've Ellen Murphy coming back to do something here which I can't talk about because I can't seem to be favouring any wool handler. Jane Hartness Bones gets up onto the stage there. If it's a narrower stage, you're not allowed to do that. And a good throw there from Ellen Murphy. A good throw down there from Rachel Murphy. And Jane Hartness with a good throw. So they're really doing a good job on throwing these fleeces. They're slightly loose. They're not the easiest fleece to throw. But these wool handlers are certainly doing a good job. Now they have just rolled up their second last fleece here. Very soon we'll see them picking up the last fleece. And they'll be against the clock then when the shears are finished. Now some of them managed their time slightly different here. We've seen Rachel Murphy, what she done down there. Ellen Murphy getting back to the board. Jane Hartness getting back there. And now the wool handlers are against the clock. Come on, give them a big cheer on. A good throw there from Rachel Murphy. We'll watch Ellen Murphy with a good throw. Jane Hartness Bones. A little bit might have went astray there, but Jane won't mind that. She'll get it sorted out quite quickly. And these judges up here, I can assure you, they don't miss a lot. Now, they took in around the fleece they've skirted. They've tucked in each side. The roll-up is on. They'll try get it tucked in and secure. Into the fleece basket it goes. The quicker the better from. And Rachel Murphy has picked up the broom. She's underneath that table. She's down on one knee. And Ellen Murphy has picked up the broom. Jane Hartness is not sure. Now she's back for the broom. She picks it up. And there's only seconds between them. Come on, get behind them. Give them a big cheer on. They're against the clock. Every second counts here. Who's going to hold up their hand first? Rachel Murphy looks good, but we never know. And she has to get it sorted out there. Ellen Murphy, Jane Hartness, and it's Rachel Murphy. That doesn't mean anything. The judges have a big say in what may happen. Now the final tidy up on there with Ellen Murphy and Jane Hartness Bones. They get it over beside the oddment bins. Jane is down on one knee, maybe down on two knees, sorting it out into the different oddment bins. Ellen Murphy getting there. She's down on one knee. She's down on two knees. She's doubly praying. And away to go now. And it's Jane Hartness is next out there. Now we have Ellen Murphy. Put your hands together for the All-Ireland Woolhandling finalist. Well done. Now, they have the right to go and check with the judge. Once the judge does a check around the area, because if they see any wool left, they'll penalise him for him. And they have the right to check the score with the judge. The scores then will go back to our scorekeeper, Jared Kelly, and he'll wait for the table judging and the odd-men judging, and we will have the results pretty shortly. Now tomorrow, when we're just waiting for the results, I'm just going to let you know what's happening. Tomorrow morning, check-in at 8:30 sharp. And the running order, 9 a.m. we have the senior heats. 10 a.m. the open heats. 11 a.m. the senior semi-finals. 11:30 a.m. the open semi-finals. And the most important part of the day, 12 p.m. is lunch. At 1 o'clock we have the junior final. At 30 and 20 we have the intermediate final. At 30 and 40 we have a junior test with Ireland and Scotland. At 2 o'clock we have the Six Nations final. That promises to be a real spectacle and something not to be missed. At 14:30 we have the All-Ireland Open final. At 3 o'clock we have the senior final. 15:30 the open machine shearing final, and that will be followed at 4 p.m. by the presentation of prizes. So that's the programme for tomorrow. Be sure you get here early in the morning. There promises to be a real spectacle for tomorrow. So we will have the presentation of prizes now very, very shortly for the Donegal Confined, the Novice Final, and for the blade shearing and the wool handling. We have 4 presentations to do, and that will be happening very, very shortly. We'll get ourselves organised and get things set up for the presentation, and by then we'll have the wool handling results. So please stay with us and support our sponsors and competitors for the presentations, please. Testing. Any sponsors that are here in the stadium, if you can make yourself known and come up along, make yourself known to Marty, please. Any sponsors that are here in the stadium, we need you up here for the presentations, please. And make yourself known to Marty. We want all the finalists in the Donegal Confined, the Novice, the blade shearing and the wool handling. We'll need you all ready for the presentations as well, please. So Testing 1, 2. We're just about ready to get on the way with the presentation of prizes. We have 4 competitions to do. Just before we get on the way with the presentation of prizes, I'm going to call on the man at the my right-hand side here, Marty Noon, to say a few words, please. Marty?
Keep it short. Just to thank each and every one of you that came along to watch it. It's been a brilliant day. All we're getting is compliments. A lot of work went into this, but it's paid off. So thanks to you all. Thanks to all the shearers, the judges, the helpers, our hospitality, to each and every one of you. I'm not going to start a name because it'll only leave somebody out. So we're going to get the presentation of a couple of our sponsors. If there are any other sponsors, if your name's along the wall there, please make yourself known and to present some of the prizes. And of course, as George said earlier on, we have a massive big show tomorrow. Loads of great lots of shearing. I think about 800 sheep plus to shear. So a lot of shearing, and some world champions here tomorrow from all over the world. So be here if you can. Thanks.
So now you have If we could have one of our sponsors, Stephen Lug, up here, please. Stephen? Yep. Stephen, thank you very much for your very generous sponsorship. Without people like you and yourself, we wouldn't have any shearing competitions, so thank you very much. A quick word, and you can tell us a little bit about your company and what you do.
Well, we're building ICF houses, which is a concrete formed ICF. And it's a reinforced house, and pretty much you can't get better. As much as we have. Yeah?
Yep. Yep. Very good. And we'll call on David John of Lister here as well. David? And well, I'll ask the finalist of the Donegal Confined to be ready, please. Come on, all be here together. David, a quick word.
Thank you. What a great event this has been. The weather's amazing, the crowd's been amazing, the shearing has been really, really good. So we look forward to another day tomorrow. Thank you.
Robinson. And if I could have Gareth Robinson of Robinson's Concrete up as well, please. I believe you have your speech ready as well.
Basically just... basically just do concrete, sand and gravel and blocks based in Clonmany. That's really much about it. We cover the whole Inishowen Peninsula, right over to Belfast, Ballycastle, right down to Letterkenny. So that's really about that.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for all our sponsors. We wouldn't have any shearing competitions without our sponsors. Okay. The Donegal Confined, if I can have you all up here together, please, to 60, you know who you are. Come on over here, please. The Donegal Confined. I need all our competitors to be ready. It's just good manners for our sponsors as well to be here ready for the presentations. I don't want it just dragging out. And I'll be announcing the results in reverse order. I'll just come and meet our sponsors here and get your reward. I'll be announcing the results now in reverse order. in the Donegal Confined, in 6th place, put your hands together for Connell Diver. In 5th place was Luke McGee. Mark McGeeva was in 4th. Aaron McGee in 3rd. Just if you can stay at the far side, please. Stay at the far side then. There's just the 2 of them left here. And where there's the winners, there's the runners-up. The runner-up today, put your hands together for Christopher Begley. And our Donegal Confined champion, Ivan Scott. And we'll get the finalists together with the sponsors and have a photograph done as well. We'll get the sponsors together and get Ivan, Donegal champion.
Thanks to everybody who took part, and thanks for all the organisers. It's turned into a mighty show, and all the best for tomorrow. Thanks.
Thanks, Ivan. Congratulations, everybody. We'll get the group together with the sponsors and get a photograph taken. Okay, if I can get the novice finalist over here, please. Novice finalist over here to the left-hand side, please. You know who you are. All the novice finalists. Okay, we have our sponsors here. Okay, novice finalist in 6th place. Put your hands together for Joseph Scal. In 5th, we have Madison Rafferty. 4th, fellow commentator Sean Dunn. 3rd was Kevin Noon. There's 2 of them left. We have Tommy Mullen and Adam Killeen. Come on in here, Vic. Come on. Over here to the steps, the 2 of you. The runner-up is going to be one of these 2. The runner-up today, put your hands together for Adam Killeen. Our novice All-Ireland machine shearing champion, put your hands together for Tommy Mullen. A quick word, Tommy.
I'd just like to thank all the organisers and everybody who helped out today. It was a good day anyways. Thanks.
Well done, congratulations. And I know of another sponsors just came in here. John Harkin from Cross Concrete, if you can come up along, please. These are our important people, and I will ask you to support our sponsors wherever and whenever you can. John, you're very welcome, and thank you very much for your very generous sponsorship. Without people like you, we would have no shearing competitions.
Yeah. Welcome.
It's on, yeah, anything you want.
John Harkin, Cross Concrete Flooring. We're a supplier of pre-stairs flooring, concrete stairs, kettle flats, and it's a pleasure to be here today.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're into the blade shearing next. missed us here. Check him out. What was it? The Donegal Confined, the Novice, wasn't it? Joseph Scarl, only.
He's with the wrong envelope. Just
You'd be better instead of calling him up just to go and just hand him around. You want Joseph Scarl anyway?
Swedes and the wool.
That's all right.
There's no sashes or anything, no?
No. Joseph Scarl there, if you could come back up there, please. Joseph Scarl. Is Joseph there? Joseph Scarl? No, have you? Okay, we're ready. Our blade shearing finalists here, please. Okay, blade shearing finalists, please. If you're all there ready, come on up here to the left-hand side, please. Okay, the blade shearing in sixth place. Put your hands together for Tom Halloran. In fifth place, Eamon Henanu. In fourth place, we have Gavin Hopkins. Third place goes to Martin Hopkins. And the runner-up today to receive his cash prize, put your hands together. There's just a two of them left there. Come on, step in a little bit till we see you. Come on, both of you walk up onto the... Come on, don't be shy. The runner-up today, put your hands together for George Mudge. Our All-Ireland Blade Shearing Champion 2023 to receive his cash prize and the Sean O'Sullivan Perpetual Memorial Cup goes to James Hopkins. James, before you go too far.
I just want to thank the organisers for putting on a great show and to the sponsors for supporting it and the farmers for supplying the sheep. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Congratulations. Just get a photograph taken with the sponsors now. Just organise yourselves. Our three Woolhandling finalists, if you can be ready, please. We see two of them anyway. There's one more, and the three of them are there. Okay, we're ready to do the presentation for the All-Ireland Woolhandling. Okay, we have our wool handling. We know the 3 finalists, but the prizes go down to 6th place. So in 6th place, if you're there, wherever you are, I hope you come up and collect your prize. 6th place in the wool handling, then that goes to Madison Rafferty. Is there one? Yeah, on the way. 5th place in the wool handling goes to Hazel Crow. 4th place in the wool handling goes to Katie O'Sullivan. Now, 3 of them are here. 3rd place in the All-Ireland Open Wool Handling, that goes to Ellen Murphy. Now, just the 2 of them left, and both of them are smiling, so both of them think they've won this. But there only can be one winner, and we all know when there's a winner, there has to be a runner-up. The runner-up in the All-Ireland Wool Handling, put your hands together, Jane Hart Despones. And the All-Ireland Wool Handling Champion, Donegal 2023, to receive the cash prize and the George Grant Perpetual Trophy, goes to Rachel Murphy. Rachel, don't go any further.
I'd like to thank all the organisers, the sponsors, and the shearers for shearing the sheep.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. Well done to all our wool handlers and all our competitors.
Are we okay now? Yeah, the juniors, and there's 3 vouchers from Mr. Wool as well. Oh yeah, where were they going to be handed out? In the junior. Oh, in the junior first, right up to 2nd. Oh yeah. Junior 2nd. Different values. Yeah, and when we want to give out them now? Yeah, but you have the... Well, I'll have to get back to the junior list if someone hasn't run away with it yet. That's the wool handling, so it's not that. Junior, could be here. That's the Donegal. Oh no, should junior put on? It's over there.
So a big thank you to everybody, a big thank you to all our sponsors. Be here bright and early in the morning, a very big day again, and particularly with the Six Nations machine shearing. So once again, a big thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening here in Donegal, and thank you very much. And a big thank you to all our sponsors.